Chapter 1351 Super Smart Assistant. But these two seemingly simple sentences are not available to many domestic enterprises. Because our domestic company always manages too much, and there are too many rules and regulations. Bosses don't like employees thinking about it. If employees do other things during working hours, they will think that doing so is fishing and disrespect for his salary. After all, thousands of years of Confucian culture and the concepts formed have made many bosses not pay much attention to the opinions of their employees. On this point, the American company did a good job. Because of the bold attempts of 3M Company that year, people saw the benefits of giving employees a certain amount of freedom. Therefore, there will be a series of great technological innovation companies such as Apple and Google. In this regard, our domestic companies have never been bold in delegating power. Even those well-known internet companies in China, few have learned the essence of other people's business management. Although we can learn from the big American companies in terms of wages and benefits, we are really not that bold when it comes to innovation. There are also many aspects involved. On the one hand, the upper management is unwilling to let go, and on the other hand, it is also related to the employee's own way of thinking. You have to admit that the employees of many domestic companies are absolutely missing in terms of professional ethics. Moreover, the way of thinking of not suffering from lack and suffering from unevenness is quite serious in China. If you give such treatment to people in the R&D department, maybe people in other departments will also ask for the same treatment. But this is simply unrealistic for many companies. So many companies really dare not let go in this regard, because it is an upward and responsible system. If there are results, it's okay to say, but if there are no results, then the people who set the rules will have to eat it. Because of various complicated reasons, this innovative mechanism has never been promoted among major domestic companies. But now Xiaofeng didn't have so many worries. First of all, the 9th laboratory has solved the survival problem. What they have to face now is how to spend the money in their hands correctly and create more value. On the other hand, it was because the 9th laboratory was his own words. The company has not been listed either. He controls 100% of the controlling rights, so he has the final say on the company's policy formulation. There is no one to hold back. So he dared to let the company make such a bold attempt. And when he told He Xiaojun about this idea, He Xiaojun immediately nodded in agreement. Over the years, He Xiaojun's MBA program has not been for nothing. Although he was a student-oriented professional in his early years, when the 9th laboratory was on the right track, he had already left the R&D post and began to specialize in the management post. At the beginning, he managed a company with 100 or so people, and he was pretty good at it. When the company grew to thousands of people, with the help of Xie Hongdao, He Xiaojun could handle it. However, as the company grew larger, recruited more and more people, and added more departments, He Xiaojun gradually felt that he was unable to manage the company. So as early as a few years ago, he signed up for an MBA major at a well-known domestic university. The MBA of this university has never been cheap, with a tuition of more than 400,000 yuan a year. But even so, people who sign up are still rushing. The reason for this is that this MBA course will not only impart knowledge of business and management. At the same time, it is also a rare platform, which can provide students with a good opportunity to make friends with various social elites. And when He Xiaojun entered this MBA, not only did he make many friends in the business world, he naturally failed to learn the courses taught by the school. It was originally a wise person, but those who have learned the school's teachings are also easy to come by. And this case of 3M Company, when the professor of the school was teaching management, he once focused on explaining it. The teachers in this school are not comparable to the so-called success of professors who are lousy. These professors are all from academic classes, and many of them are even elites with practical experience in the business world. Therefore, they combined their own experience, and then analyzed the management experience of 3M in combination with the country's own environment. They all told the students in detail. Those who listen carefully will find this course very helpful. Earlier, He Xiaojun had thought of promoting the management experience of 3M within the company. Unexpectedly, at that time, Xiao Feng just brought back Xiao AI, who could only be in O system, and promoted operations throughout the company. With the help of this O system, the work efficiency of the entire company has immediately increased by more than 20%, especially the experimental data collection department, in terms of experimental efficiency and consumables saving, has been greatly improved than before. Experiments that were only completed in 3 weeks can now be completed in 1.5 weeks. The consumables consumed can also be saved by 1/3 compared to before, which greatly saves the company's costs. And the operation of this system during this period also made He Xiaojun greatly see the evil side of human nature. You must know that before Xiao AI was promoted throughout the company, he believed that the company was full of high intellectual talents. Moreover, the company offers these people high salaries that are not low domestically or even internationally. Coupled with various benefits, the company is absolutely worthy of these employees, and these employees should return to the company with the attitude of dying for their confidants. But when the new intelligent O system Xiao AI is issued to every employee, after the employees start working under the new O system, he realized that he was really naive before. It turns out that even these so-called cocky crowds are still paddling. Otherwise, how could an experiment that could only be completed 3 weeks ago be completed in 1.5 weeks now? This shows that the previous management must have loopholes, and those experimenters must have delayed time. The second is the consumables. He has never done any harsh management of experimental consumables before, because he believes that good companies and inventions are made by constant experimentation. Only by letting go and boldly letting researchers do experiments can they achieve results in the end. But he didn't expect that those experimenters would be such a waste. In the past, the company did not have strict rules and regulations regarding the use of consumables. As long as the experimenter initiates the project, and submits it for filing, then they can apply for materials and start the experiment. But now with the intelligent O system, the company can perform real-time monitoring of the experiments of each scientific researcher. For example, how long the experiment has been done, at that point in time, and at that step, what changes have taken place. In addition, the amount of consumables during the period and how to operate will require employees to record them in the O system in detail. This is not only beneficial to control the precise amount of materials required for the experiment, but also to more accurately grasp the experimental process. This is convenient. Even if the experiment fails, it doesn't have to be repeated when the second experiment is carried out. At least some of the previous successful steps can be omitted. This not only saves time, but also saves a lot of resources. In this way, the company's operating costs have been reduced by 30%, while work efficiency has increased by more than 20%. Although there are indeed many scientific researchers, they complain about this new O system. However, when the happiest guys who were making noises were expelled, the voice was immediately suppressed. The company takes you with the treatment of a national soldier, but it does not mean that it will tolerate you and indulge you as it thinks. After all, not all of you are He Xiaojun, who are about to win the Nobel Prize. Complaining about the strict management of the company can only show that you have some unruly thoughts in your mind. With a high salary, then you have to abide by our rules and regulations. And with this new set of O system, the company's personnel department also proposed the final elimination method. Although the 9th laboratory is indeed treated well in all aspects, the company is not a place for idlers. Moreover, if a company www.mentalnovel.com always allows its employees to live too comfortably, these old employees will inevitably not be motivated and willing to live in the status quo. Therefore, it is also an inevitable rule to let employees leave their comfort zone and put pressure on them appropriately. Otherwise, employees in the company will always lie in their comfort zone and mess around. Moreover, with the characteristics of Chinese people, over time, Employees who do nothing and have no pressure will inevitably form gangs. When all kinds of infighting occur at that time, the company's losses in the infighting will be greater. So in such a situation, let alone Xiao Feng, even He Xiaojun would never allow him to appear in the company. So after the introduction of the Onlyo system some time ago this year, the atmosphere in the 9th laboratory has changed. The work efficiency of the company has been greatly improved. With the help of the O system, the collaborative work between various departments has become much smoother than before. Because of this set of system records, many departments shirk each other, and there are a lot less things to throw away. It's good if everyone does their own job. Even if you have a lot of personal grievances with other departments, you don't have to do anything about your work. This is the greatest benefit of this system. In addition, operating costs have been greatly reduced, especially in terms of material saving and procurement. With the help of this O system, it becomes more transparent, which greatly saves costs and avoids the opportunity for someone to take the opportunity to get in and out of hands. And the biggest benefit is that because of the emergence of this O system, the company has the opportunity to give internal employees a reasonable score, and can smoothly implement the final elimination system. In this way, the company's employees can flow naturally. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1352. Retain talent. As a large company, what I fear most is the fixation of employee mobility. This is also what we have seen in many large companies, which are clearly overcrowded, but they are still recruited by major universities every year. Don't they worry about the bloat caused by too many people in the company? It is true that major companies will indeed face such problems, but they are more worried that the company does not have fresh blood to join. After all, the purpose of many companies going to school every year to recruit new people is to keep the company's liquidity unblocked. Every year there is a normal influx of high-end talents, and then select and carefully train these talents. In the end, as long as 1 or 2 can become leaders in the circle, the company's investment is worth the price. Especially for a technologically innovative company like the 9th laboratory. Fresh blood is added every year, which is of great significance to the company. On the one hand, annual school recruitment can easily spread the company's reputation, and it is also conducive to the company's creation of its own socially responsible image. On the other hand, it is also to be able to select talents from the fresh blood every year and focus on training talents. In particular, companies like them that focus on scientific and technological research and development recruit hundreds of people every year, eliminate one batch, and leave a few behind. Then focus on selecting and training a group of people who remain. And as long as 1 or 2 of these people can grow up, the returns they bring to the company will be huge. A leader, as long as he finds an important material, then it may bring a brand new industry. How much value will this create? For example, those electronic scientists who returned to China from Microsoft back then can improve the domestic technical level of artificial intelligence for 10 years. It's not an exaggeration to say that. If you don't believe me, you can check the resumes of the big bosses or CTOs of the famous artificial intelligence companies in China. It can be seen that most of these people are from Microsoft, or Oracle, such large American companies back to China to start their own businesses. In the early years, their experience of growing up in large companies such as Microsoft, Google, or Oracle is just like the above. They are all selected by those big companies to enter the company, and then are selected, cultivated, and then grow up step by step. After their success, they all brought corresponding returns to the company. You can take a look at the project teams they have brought in these big internet companies. Many of the projects they led have brought tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in returns to those big companies. And now the 9th laboratory has to follow this route of automatic hematopoiesis, because as long as you can continuously cultivate talents, then you can become the first choice for talents. If not, the domestic elites in the field of biochemistry, environment and materials, I am afraid that when they graduate, they will first go abroad for further studies, and then stay in Europe and the United States to make contributions. In the long run, the consequence is that the gap between us and the large companies in Europe, America, Japan and South Korea in the field of technology will become wider and wider. What the ninth laboratory needs to do now is to gradually smooth out our shortcomings and narrow the gap between us and major European and American manufacturers. And if you want to close the gap, then retaining talent is the key. What the ninth laboratory has to do now is to recruit every year to make its reputation in the circle of biochemical and environmental materials graduates. Let yourself become their preferred entry unit after graduation. Then select and train elites from these people, and strive to cultivate one or two great gods. Then the company's brand and reputation will be completely established. And the third point is that the school recruits every year to ensure that fresh blood is added, and it can also ensure the competitive atmosphere within the company. After all, the company's business is on track now, and to be honest, there will be no competitors in the company's several product lines for a long period of time. This means that the company has absolute pricing power in the market, and the product can be sold as much as it says. Generally, a company whose gross profit exceeds 30% can be called a high-tech company, and now the gross profit of the ninth laboratory has basically exceeded 300%, and the net profit is even more exaggerated. Fortunately, the company is not a listed company, and there is no need to disclose its financial status. Otherwise, if their profit rate is announced, it will definitely be called a vampire by countless people. But you have to know that this pricing was established after countless rounds of discussion and verification within the ninth laboratory. In fact, it's not that they don't want to sell at low prices and let the profit to consumers, but they cannot set the price of their products too low. First of all, if the price is too low, it will lower the brand image of their company. The second is the most critical point. If they set a price too low, or set a price that is close to the people, then, across the country, and even on a global scale, countless peers will be bankrupted by their runs. For example, other companies that make healthcare products also sell cosmetics and cardiovascular and cerebrovascular drugs. In the past, when the Ninth Labs products were on the market, everyone could still rely on price cuts and promotion to grab certain consumers from the Ninth Lab. After all, not all consumers are white-collar workers with a monthly income of over $10,000 and can afford the high prices of the Ninth Labs products. There are many consumers who pay more attention to cost performance, so they can still survive by low-cost strategies. Although they have complaints about the Ninth Laboratory, at least they can survive. But if the ninth laboratory really cuts prices drastically and breaks into their price range, if this happens, these companies will really be unable to survive. In China alone, it is estimated that hundreds of companies will close down, and tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people will be unemployed. As for foreign countries, the impact may be even greater. I don't know how many large pharmaceutical companies are going to go bankrupt. By that time, the number of unemployed people will probably be hundreds of thousands or even millions. If that time really comes, it would be nice to say domestically. But internationally, the reputation of the ninth laboratory might really be stinking. When the time comes, the foreign media will definitely criticize the ninth laboratory. Some countries may even use state machinery to impose sanctions on the ninth laboratory. At that time, any crimes such as anti-monopoly law will be added to the ninth laboratory. Although the ninth laboratory is very strong, Xiaofeng is still not crazy yet, thinking that he can resist the level of encirclement and suppression all over the world. Therefore, he will never allow their products to be sold at low prices as a last resort, because this involves too many problems in all aspects. Always leave a bite to eat for the colleagues. If not, it will eventually lead to crazy backlash. But because their products are now priced high, and they also have their own unique moat, other products do not pose a threat to them at all. It also created a strange phenomenon, that is, their products can make money even if they lie down and sell them. This situation is the same as the craze that Apple was crazily sought after when it was launched in the early years. As long as they launch the product, they are not afraid that no one will buy it. Even if the price is more than twice as expensive as other competing products, it is still popular in the market. So now they really can make money not only by standing, but also by lying down. Because it is so easy to make money, many employees in the company can easily breed pride and complacency. I think those companies outside, even if they work 100 times, can't see our car's taillights. Moreover, the salary and various benefits within the company are so good that they have lost their fighting spirit. Indeed, in the 9th laboratory, as long as you can become a middle-level scientific researcher or manager, it's easy to earn 500 to 600,000 yuan a year. Moreover, the company also gave the dormitory, and the company has already hoarded part of the land outside the island. It is said that it will be sold to the employees of the company at a price much lower than the market price. And as long as you have worked in the company for 10 years, then this house belongs to you. You can sell this house on the market. As for the houses on the large island www.mentalnovel.com, they are only allocated as company dormitories. Of course, if you don't want to, you can definitely live here for a lifetime at a very low price. In this way, as long as you can catch up with the company for 5 or 6 years, you can stand down to 2 or 3 million in your hands, which is not difficult for many people. But it is precisely because of the good treatment that many people lose their fighting spirit and lose the direction of their struggle. This is definitely not what the company's management wants to see, so the company will only recently introduce talents on a large scale. The annual school recruitment is actually the result of a catfish effect. While selecting the elites, a group of pragmatic, hard-working employees will also be left behind. There are these employees to stimulate the old employees of the company, so that they do not have a slack mood, even if you have nothing to worry about. But don't forget that you are also at risk of being eliminated. This point can be clearly seen from the recent promotion of the O system. The company's internal work efficiency has been greatly improved by more than 30%. And the cost has dropped by more than 20%. This shows that in the past, there were still blind spots in the management of the company. This point has to be said. Xiaofeng brought back this set of O system, which is really awesome. However, in terms of management, this O system did provide a lot of help to the management of Xiaojun. But this system also caused dissatisfaction among many people within the company. Many people in the R&D department think that this system is really too deadly to manage. For example, R&D personnel like them usually have a lot of time to think and design, but sometimes it is really stuck and can't figure it out. HTTPS Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1353 under the reward. There must be a brave husband, but at this time, the O system will give them low scores, which makes those developers feel very fucked. Because sometimes R&D work cannot be quantified in detail. This job, unlike other jobs, can be rated according to your workload. Most of this job is mental work. And a lot of work involves thinking first in the brain and then being creative. Sometimes even if you think and meditate for a few months, there is no breakthrough, but at a certain moment, Aura has made a breakthrough. And this kind of work, if it is rated according to the O system, it must be properly scored low and will be eliminated at the end. After all, research and development is not like other work. It is very likely that there will be no results for several months or even years. Even some research and development work, halfway through, will find that the original idea is not right, or a certain program is wrong, so it is necessary to overthrow the previous one. As a result, according to the current O system, it is impossible to evaluate R&D personnel. So long before the meeting between He Xiaojun and Xiaofeng, he had collected a lot of opinions from the head of the company's R&D department. In fact, this time I also wanted to come to Coco Xiaofeng. What should I do in such a situation? After all, the new O system is indeed good. But scientific research must not be restricted by such restrictions. He had thought of 3M's solution before, so he wanted to talk about it with Xiao Feng. Unexpectedly, before he spoke this time, Xiao Feng took the initiative to ask R&D personnel to follow the 3M approach. What do you think of this? We can let the personnel in the R&D department spend 3.5 days a week to complete their fixed tasks. For example, the experiment they want to do, data collection, or experiment design, etc. Then give them 1.5 days a week to let them do things they are interested in together. They can form different groups according to their hobbies to develop what they are interested in. Or a few people can work together to complete the brainstorming, such as the project they have at hand, experimental design, detailed completion, etc. They can all get together and talk freely. Everyone discusses together, speaks out their ideas, and then demonstrates. Xiao Feng said his thoughts, while Xiaojun slapped his thigh with joy. Hey, I think this idea is very good, so that it can bring vitality to the research team. For example, when I was in 20 before, when I started a certain project, it was usually the boss, that is, the project leader who designed the entire experiment process. The people below can only be responsible for execution, such as launching experiments and entering data. But everyone doesn't understand why the boss designed this way. There are many steps. Moreover, in the actual operation process, everyone will also find that the boss has a lot of unreasonable design steps, resulting in waste of consumables, or time, and even eventually lead to experimental failures and fail to get the results you want. But because of the authority of the boss, not many people dare to react with the boss. Even if someone reacts with the boss, but the results come out in the end, the results are all counted on the boss, and the person who puts forward their valuable opinions is not taken seriously. Such things can be said to be everywhere at our time. After a long time, everyone's passion faded away, and no one was in the meeting to comment. Just follow the boss's plan. As for whether it can produce results in the end, everyone doesn't care. This is what I think is a major drawback in our scientific research field, and Mr. Xiao, your idea is very good. Break the authority of the scientific research team, break down the hierarchy, let everyone speak freely, and then the O will record everyone's suggestions. In this way, even if the results are produced, they belong to everyone in the research group. In this way, everyone's participation is increased, and talents can be discovered in the process. And after doing this, as long as the reward and punishment mechanism is in place, it will definitely be able to dispatch everyone's work enthusiasm. Xiaojun also worked on the front line of scientific research for a long time in his early years, so he knew all the ills in that field. To be honest, there are really many questions in the field of domestic scientific research, and many of the serious questions restrict the progress of domestic science and technology. Many truly capable people can't get to the top, or even get buried. This is definitely a huge waste. In the past, he was powerless in the face of such injustices, and he couldn't control what happened in other places. But now in the 9th laboratory, he would never allow this to happen. The idea proposed by Xiao Feng provided him with a good idea. In a day and a half, let everyone get together to think of a solution, brainstorm, and express their opinions. In this process, those newly added young blood are likely to burst out with unprecedented vitality and many bold ideas. And these creativity and vitality are exactly what our R&D department needs most. What everyone is afraid of is not that your brain is open, but that you have no ideas. And maybe it is a brain hole opened by someone, which will bring a breakthrough to the whole project by leaps and bounds. If it were in the past, such credit would most likely be given to the boss of the project team. This situation happens very often in China. People who really did useful work, even those who had the final word, not only failed to share the fruits of victory, they were not buried yet. If things go on like this, what's the matter? And now in the 9th laboratory, because of the intervention of the O system, every time you hold a discussion meeting, no matter whose idea it is, it will be recorded, and then wait until it really produces results. The intelligent O system will naturally give a score. In a project team, whoever has made many contributions will be scored by the O system. In this way, everyone can share the fruits of victory, which will lead to a virtuous circle. In a project advancement, young people who have performed well, or have big brains, and who have wild ideas will be recorded. In the next work, if there are 2 more such 2 eyes performance, then such people will be included in the Qianlong plan by the company for key training. It is even possible to become a project leader at a young age and obtain financial and technical support from the company. At this time, for the project team with projects, for those R&D personnel who do not have projects on hand, they can also use this day and a half and use the resources given by the company to develop things they are interested in. Of course, the things they researched and developed are definitely not the messy things that cross the border. It must be something related to their work. They can either fight alone, or find people with the same hobbies to form a team. Once their research has a good shape, they can apply to the company to establish a project, where it is submitted to the review committee. If it passes the customs, then it will get the company's financial and technical support. Even if their research results are of great value, they can also obtain greater resource tilt from the company. This is the management method that Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun discussed later. In their view, such a method used to manage the R&D personnel can definitely stimulate the enthusiasm of the R&D personnel. In fact, they both firmly believed that our Chinese researchers are not stupid at all. Whatever lacks creativity and lack of innovative spirit, it is only those foreigners who have unpredictable hearts. In order to build up their own advantages, they put labels on us. It is true that we Chinese, in the field of modern innovation, are indeed lagging behind foreign countries. In fact, this is mainly because in the early stage, we have laid a lot of foundations. In recent years, we have caught up with technology and scientific knowledge. What we lack now is a reasonable scientific innovation system. Just like before, even if we have mastered the knowledge of mathematics, physics and chemistry, but how to use this knowledge to innovate, but to design experimental advancement schemes. In this respect we have always been relatively weak. www.mentalnovel.com. But in the past 40 years, as we have more and more exchanges with foreign countries, especially academic exchanges, we have fully studied and mastered a certain modern scientific research and development system design. What we have to do now is to bring those research and development systems and concepts to the country and implement them. Now what Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun have to do is to liberate the work enthusiasm and innovation ability of R&D personnel. In fact, in the past, our domestic scientific researchers were not incapable of innovation, but because some factors were restricted. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, many scientific experts returned to China from overseas because of their patriotism. At that time, they were able to build atomic bombs and created countless disciplines and miracles in China. And now, Xiao Feng firmly believes that our scientific researchers can also perform miracles. In the past, one of the biggest drawbacks of domestic scientific research was that the reward and punishment mechanism and the distribution mechanism for scientific research were not clear. This greatly weakens the enthusiasm of scientific researchers to rely on research and development. For example, an employee of a company has developed something new through innovation, and the economic benefits are very great. But the company will say that this was developed while working in our company, so their results belong to our company. As for the inventor, it doesn't matter if you give it a little reward. As a result, R&D personnel will inevitably be greatly imbalanced in their hearts. If things go on like this, the work enthusiasm and willingness of R&D personnel will inevitably decrease. On the other hand, American companies have never spared huge rewards in this regard. In other words, they have not only thoroughly analyzed the sentence "there must be a brave man under the reward," but also implemented it very well. https Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1354. Create an environment. Researchers are also human beings, and because they are cocky. They will drink Fenny-Einloo and show off their beauty. They also have to live and enjoy a higher quality of life in order to reflect their value. And now that the United States does not look at the stricter restrictions on foreign immigration, why is it still the place where high-tech talents in the world want to go most? There is no other reason. Where are the various conditions that can best be a scientific researcher? For example, in Silicon Valley, there are various big-class laboratories all over the United States, as well as scientific research institutions of various prestigious universities. It can be said that the conditions and environment for scientific research in the United States are the best in the world. As long as you have a genius mind and a good idea, then you can get financial support. If you reach a compromise with capital, then you will also get more resource tilt and support. For researchers, what could be better than this? To know how many scientific researchers in the world sit in the office every day. Sora has genius ideas, but he is anxious about not having enough funds to experiment with his own ideas, or even if funds were involved. But during the experiment, it was discovered that there was no suitable equipment on hand. You also need to redesign a set of equipment yourself. And some equipment is very difficult to manufacture. And because of some special relationship, even if you have money, you can't buy these devices. So for researchers in other parts of the world, although many people have genius ideas, it is a very difficult process to turn these genius ideas into reality. And once these arrived in the United States, it would be all right. As long as your creativity is good and can attract the attention of those big bosses, the funds will roll in. In addition, if you are in the process of experimenting, if you find some equipment, you can't figure it out, then this is not a problem. The big guys behind you will help you solve it with their resources. If you can't sell it, you can sell it back. If you can't sell it, they can even build one for you according to your needs. In such a situation where money is required, equipment is required, and there are people even more important, doing scientific research is simply a breeze. May I ask which scientific researcher does not want to go to such a working environment? It is no wonder that Americans have been occupying high-end positions in this scientific field for so many years. And now the 9th laboratory is also trying to carry out some challenges in this regard. Then the first thing to learn is the relaxed environment created by the Americans for scientific researchers. They may not be able to provide scientific researchers with any equipment like the Americans, but at the very least they can be able to ask for money, rich, and people. And there won't be the problem of laymen leading the insider. In fact, in the field of scientific research in many countries in the world, this problem of laymen leading the insider exists. The damage to scientific research personnel is very serious. For example, those managers will be involved in the allocation of funds. Unfair distribution is a common occurrence. In addition, some foreigners have demonstrated their authority and set a deadline for such and such projects. You must know that scientific research is not a linear motion, and it does not mean that you will definitely get results if you invest in certain projects. It is very likely that 20 years of long-term investment have no results in the end, and the result is that you have made a breakthrough with a shiver before you finally give up. This situation is common in scientific research circles, but for laymen, they can't understand it. So this is also the main reason why many countries in the world are not able to compete with developed countries in Europe and America. Now that the 9th laboratory wants to retain talents and make breakthroughs in scientific research, it must learn the methods of the Americans. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun had been discussing until the evening, and only then did they negotiate a plan for the internal reform of the company. Other people in the company must follow the O-system process to standardize operations. But for the company's R&D personnel, they had given a very relaxed environment. For example, 1.5 days are given every week to let them discuss and exchange projects with each other, or to do things they are interested in. Of course, the premise is that you want to complete your own job. If you don't even do your job well and do other things, then it's definitely a bit unreasonable. And in this process, The smart Xiao AI will definitely participate and record the content of the meeting. Once the results are produced at that time, a rating can be made based on the dedication of each employee. In this way, true fairness and transparency can be achieved, so that every employee who makes a contribution can get the reward he deserves. Really let everyone understand the meaning of the team. In fact, in the domestic workplace culture, the team has not been very popular. Because of the influence of traditional culture, the literati are indifferent to each other. Even this kind of bad habits has penetrated into the scientific research community in recent years. Many scientific researchers have a mindset that they would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. In fact, one of the main reasons for this idea is that the distribution mechanism is unreasonable. In a team, once there is a result, the big head of the reward is taken away by the most dazzling members of the team. However, those who make contributions in silence usually get only a few leftovers. Who can you say that you have changed? Who can be convinced? So after a long time, cracks will naturally occur within the team, and then a team will fall apart. But now with the intervention of the O system, this kind of problem of not suffering from lack and suffering from unevenness can be solved most perfectly. How many achievements you have made and how many contributions you have made to the project, the O system will give you a fair rating and score. In the end, it will be reflected in the rewards you can get. Under such fair and reasonable rewards, the principle that there must be brave men under heavy rewards can be more powerfully demonstrated. Once the enthusiasm of employees is mobilized, the enthusiasm can burst out and the results they can bring is something that no one can predict. By the way, what happened to the people that the company eliminated? Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask. In fact, as the boss of a company, he really doesn't have to care about the guys who are eliminated by the company. But just because he had part-time job experience back then, and he was worried about being laid off by the company, so he was still very concerned about the employees who were eliminated. Xiaojun was also taken aback when he heard Xiao Feng's question. It stands to reason that Xiao Feng could not have known the truth of not being merciful. And as the head of the company, Xiao Feng has actually done enough to give back to the society. The 9th laboratory is ordered by Xiao Feng every year to carry a certain amount of social welfare tasks. I dare not say that such a boss and company are unique, but as far as Xiaojun is concerned, he really hasn't seen many of them. And offline Xiao Feng is still concerned about the guys who were fired by the company, which not only made him a higher evaluation of Xiao Feng. As expected of the Lord who I am willing to loyal. Hey, you don't have to worry about this, Mr. Xiao. Those people, how do you say it? Some are indeed due to insufficient technical level and cannot adapt to the rhythm of our company. Such people can't get a foothold in our company, but in other companies, they might be big coffees. And after leaving our 9th laboratory, they don't have to go far. It's easy to find a job in benching. As you know, we have opened a lot of biochemical and environmental materials companies in benching, all of which are supporting the upstream and downstream of our 9th laboratory. These companies are generally not very large, and they are very welcome to the employees from our company. The scientific researchers we look down on, then when they get to them, they will be sweet and delicious. So most of the employees who are eliminated due to technical reasons don't have to worry about leaving home at all. As for the employees who were eliminated because of their work attitude, it goes without saying. This can only be regarded as their lesson. We don't have to pay attention to them. If they can adjust their mentality. mentalnovel.com, it will not be difficult to find a job in other companies at that time. It is interesting for some old employees. Some of these employees are the earliest employees who joined the company. Although I have only worked in our company for a few years, I have already saved a wealth of money. Although our company is not listed, the benefits offered to employees are not bad at all, especially salaries and various bonuses, which have always been paid in full. Especially in recent years, our company's profits have exploded, so we have given employees a lot of bonuses. When Xiaojun said this, Xiao Feng naturally understood. In fact, in the first 2 years, Xiaojun and the others had paid more bonuses to employees because they had paid too much money. For example, There was originally only a year-end award, but after He Xiaojun applied, he received an extra year award. Some departments even have their own small vaults, and an extra quarterly award. The bonus distribution is even more scary. Once again, He Xiaojun even quadrupled the bonus to everyone. Just the year before last, Xiaofeng still remembered that there seemed to be many people in the company, and the bonus amount alone took more than 1 million. At that time, it caused a sensation in Benthan, the industry, and even the whole country. However, he didn't stop He Xiaojun from doing such mischief, because that is also a way to advertise the company in disguise and attract talents. In recent years, due to the increasing number of company personnel and the stabilization of the structure, such things have decreased a lot. However, there are indeed a group of people who, relying on the huge bonuses at that time, have achieved elementary financial freedom. According to He Xiaojun, some of the mid-levels of the year have now reached the level of multimillionaires. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1355 Front waves. A wealthy man with a net worth of tens of millions may be nothing in a first-tier city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. For many residents there, any house can be worth tens of millions. But in Benthan, if you have a net worth of tens of millions, it means that you can realize the freedom of primary wealth. If the most demanding is not high, you can even retire directly. After all, the housing prices in Binching are not very expensive compared to other major cities in China. An ordinary house can be settled for only 2 or 3 million. Only the school district room is the existence that ordinary people can only look up to. If you can have 1 or 2 houses and have more than 10 million on hand, it will definitely be enough for you to realize the freedom of wealth and enjoy retirement. The first group of people who joined the 9th laboratory that year did indeed have a group of people who chose to leave the company and withdraw after realizing the freedom of primary wealth. The reason why these people choose to quit is also very simple, because they are too old to keep up with the company's rhythm. To be honest, the 9th laboratory was when it was founded because it was not well known when the company recruited people. Even at the beginning, Xiaofeng and He Xiaojun worked salary and treatment, and gave a not low salary. However, because the location of the city has no advantage, and the company is also a startup company, there are too many unstable factors. Therefore, many graduates from prestigious schools and competent technical personnel are reluctant to join. Therefore, relying on He Xiaojun's relationship at that time, some local colleges and universities recruited a group of people. These technicians, some of them are no longer young, and they have joined the company with the attitude of making it dry. In recent years, with the rapid development of the company, these people have become the company's veterans. And a group of talented people among these people have already embarked on leadership positions in scientific research or management. Those with relatively ordinary strength also received generous returns. However, with the addition of more and more powerful fresh blood, the latter waves are getting stronger and stronger, especially now that the 9th laboratory is becoming more and more famous. Almost every day, doctors and master's students from major universities around the world will submit their resumes. The 9th lab has also been selecting the best candidates, which makes these former waves feel a lot of pressure, especially after the company implemented the end-of-life elimination system. Many self-aware people in these previous waves chose to submit their resignations. After all, the situation is so severe now. Instead of waiting to be dismissed from the company because of insufficient ratings, it is better to apply for resignation voluntarily. And over the years, the company has never treated them badly. The amount that should be given is the same, and even more. In a few years, you can get as much as 1 million in bonuses. So within a few years, the company set off a wave of resignations. For He Xiaojun, such behavior is actually just the internal metabolism of the company, and there is no need to be overly sentimental. Anyway, the company treats these people well. These veterans make such a choice. In fact, it is a win-win choice for the company and them personally, because these people have low technical level. If the technical strength and ability are strong enough, they don't need to worry about the risk of being dismissed. On the other hand, if these people do not choose to resign, it will be of little benefit to the company and them. Originally, their technical strength was limited. But just because they joined the company early, they were veterans, they occupied high positions and held high salaries. This is bound to arouse the dissatisfaction of the powerful and backward wavers who believe that this is not in line with the wolfish culture of modern companies. In addition, the salary of these people is still very high, and the ability is average, but because the nearby company has long been a veteran, the salary and benefits are indeed several times stronger than their stronger back wave. The company is also not satisfied with this distribution system. So if these former waves stay in the company for a long time with a cheeky face, then it will only affect the company's future growth and metabolism. But, Mr. Xiao, don't worry too much. These guys have made a lot of money from us in the past few years. Although they have all resigned, these guys have a good life. A few of them went to other units as soon as they left us. But don't worry, Mr. Xiao, they are not going to companies in our industry. The acquisitions are all scientific research institutes of the national administration, or they are going to university to teach. He Xiaojun's meaning Xiao Feng naturally understands, because their 9th laboratory can be said to be absolutely ahead of the industry in many technical aspects. Therefore, many technologies and materials are very sensitive, and leakage of secrets is absolutely not allowed. So when everyone joined the company, they were required to sign a competition agreement. That is, after employees leave the company, they are not allowed to join companies in the same type of industry within 5 years. In addition, even if you leave the company, you must never divulge company secrets. In fact, Xiao Feng didn't worry about them leaking it, because even if those people leaked out the secret that Lab 9 could produce small molecules in large quantities, it would be nothing. Because even if other companies know it, they can't replicate it, because their small molecule collagen does not come from this world at all. What Xiao Feng is most worried about is the Calfo active factor. After this active factor has been studied in depth, the scientific researchers in the company have increasingly discovered that this factor is more powerful, and it has a very wide range of uses. With this active factor, the production of targeted drugs is much simpler. As a result, the role of this Calfo active factor becomes more and more important. Although he is not worried that other companies in the world can replicate this factor, Xiao Feng still hopes that as few people know about this substance, the better. Now this substance has been listed as an absolute high-level secret within the company, and only a very small number of senior executives in the company know and have access to this material. Others, faced with this substance, simply don't know anything. Therefore, the main thing that the competition agreement prevents is that the person who resigns will tell this substance out. This is also another main reason why their company pays such high wages to employees. At present, it seems that it is okay. The former waves of resignation mentioned by He Xiaojun are very calm and guarded. Those who continue to work all go to universities or national scientific research institutions. There are also some other cosmetics companies and biopharmaceutical companies that offer high-paying hiring for these people. But most of these people refused on the surface. As for whether there will be any transactions in private, it is unknown. But that is not something they can control. Even with the penetration and intelligence gathering capabilities of those overseas giants, Xiao Feng believes that the secret of the Calfo active factor may not be kept for long. But at least everyone seems to be able to get along, so that's okay. There are still many people who just started small businesses on their own. Most of them have opened their own small shops and become small bosses themselves. I know several of them. He Xiaojun introduced to Xiao Feng with a smile, and Xiao Feng smiled when he heard it. Those guys usually deal with experiments and open a store. Can they do it well? Hey, I actually asked those people. They don't open a store to make money, but to find something to do. As long as they don't lose money, it doesn't matter whether they make money or not. He Xiaojun explained to Xiao Feng with a smile. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. Although the former wavers could not avoid leaving the company, seeing that they could still have a good destination, Xiao Feng was relieved at this time. It's better than just sweeping them out directly and ruthlessly. At least these people can live a decent life after leaving the company. But think about these people. Although they think these people are pitiful, but after you want to understand their situation, help your life understand that such a destination is already the best result for them. You know that the best age for a scientific researcher is actually between 30 and 45 years old. I mature at the age of 30, and when I reached the age of 40, I will reach the peak of the road. After Fortune, I will start to go downhill. Until novel.com. Of course, there are also some talented guys who can always produce results at the age of 50, and even some great scientists at the age of 70s. Great scientific research results can still come out. But the few people who tried it, the true majority of scientific research workers, in fact, after the age of 45, they have basically fallen into a state of exhaustion. By the time he was 45 years old, whether it was memory or quick thinking, in fact, he could no longer keep up with the speed of young people. As for the brain hole, it has gradually regressed. So this is also the main reason why many technology companies have to eliminate a group of older employees early. On the one hand, because these people are old and experienced, their wages and benefits are relatively high, which will increase the company's operating costs. On the other hand, it is because their way of thinking has begun to become rigid, and the proportion of results is getting lower and lower. In other words, the benefits that can be created for the company are getting lower and lower. Therefore, no matter which company it is, it will try its best to lay off these researchers who are gradually unable to keep up with the rhythm at this time. Although this is very cruel, it is a reality. Whenever a foreign country encounters an economic crisis or a company encounters difficulties in its operations, everyone can see that the first companies to open are often the middle and high-level managers and scientific researchers. In fact, Xiao Feng still has a lot of grievances for those who left. After all, they were all the veterans who founded the company together. For the development of the company, even if there is no credit, there are hard work. In this way, letting them open a small shop, in his opinion, is still a bit wasteful. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1356 target. Well, do you have any thoughts on the land we won in the new sports city? Xiao Feng's conversation suddenly changed, and He Xiaojun was also taken aback. He didn't expect Xiao Feng to ask him about land development. To be honest, he was also very trapped about that piece of land. He only knew that Xiao Feng had suddenly accepted the Benthan football team before, and he was in favor of this with both hands, because he himself is also a fan, and taking over the Benthan football team, it will also have great benefits for building the Celebrity Chef Group in the future. According to the standard of that team, he can guarantee that within 2 years, he will be able to win the Asian Club Cup. Then when you participate in the World Champions League, you will definitely be a blockbuster. All these are of great benefit to enhancing the reputation of the Celebrity Chef Group. You must know that the Celebrity Chef Group is getting bigger and bigger now. But this group has really not invested much in advertising. Now their reputation is basically supported by word of mouth. The annual advertising budget is much less than the huge investment in golden arches and chafing dishes. It's not that they don't have money, but it's related to Xiao Feng's consistent business philosophy. Spend as much money as possible on practical places. If you spend money on marketing, then you don't have to. So every year they spend only a very small part of the money they invest in advertising. And now having a club for fun is definitely a more cost-effective business than casting a TV commercial. Just look at a certain team that has been in the league in the past 2 years, and you can know that this investment is more cost-effective to build a team. On the surface, it seems that it costs more than 1 billion yuan to build a team a year, but in fact, this team has won the championship year after year, and the advertising revenue that can bring them back allows them to earn back their investment early. The other teams in the Chinese Super League are not as good as it is. So investing in a football team, in He Xiaojun's eyes, is really not a loss at all. But if you ask him how to engage in real estate development, Hee Xeo-jun will be trapped in this regard. From the beginning of his career, he worked in the high-tech industry, one in the 9th laboratory. Speaking of real estate related, that is, after he became rich, he bought several sea view houses and villas, which improved the living conditions for himself and the elders in the family. As for other aspects, his eyes were really blackened, and he didn't know how to play. The deepest impression of real estate is that in the past 2 years, he has participated in many economic forums and got to know the owners of a large number of real estate companies. In his opinion, the bosses of those real estate companies, except for a few with a big business and a deep family, can be calm and at ease. Most of the others are panicked. Almost most people are struggling, looking for new projects and transformation opportunities every day. There are even many people who have contacted him on the initiative, wanting to ride the ride of their 9th laboratory. It can be seen that the bosses of these real estate companies have had a hard time in recent years. So when he learned that Xiao Feng had taken the land of the new sports city in exchange for the management rights of the Benthan football team, he was still quite puzzled. It's not that we don't have money, so don't we just pay for the team? Why do we have to take that piece of land? Now that the real estate industry is so sluggish, why does Mr. Xiao even rush into it? Now Xiao Feng asked if he had any thoughts about this piece of land. What thoughts could Hee Xeo-jun have? So at this time, he could only helplessly smile and shook his head. Mr. Xiao, you really asked the wrong person about this. What can I think of this land? Furthermore, haven't you planned everything before? Part of it will be built into a new stadium and a youth training base. The other part will be developed into a commercial complex. Then it will be developed into a high-end residential area behind the commercial complex. Xiao Feng and Hee Xeo-jun probably talked about the development ideas of this area before, so Hee Xeo-jun knew a little about Xiao Feng's thinking. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded, yes, where I plan to open the second department of Sunshine Hospital, and where I have other ideas. Oh, what's your idea? Let's hear it. Hee Xeo-jun's eyes lit up when Xiao Feng said this, and he knew Xiao Feng very well. This guy is notorious for a lot of ghost ideas. If he can say that, it must be that he has some new ideas and ideas in his heart. Actually, when I was just talking to you about the veterans who left the company, a little thought burst into my mind. Although these people are not at the top of our company in terms of technology and ability, if they get in other companies, they can definitely be regarded as experts. But because of the competition agreement, they are not allowed to work in other homes, and they can only be allowed to open small shops. This is definitely a waste. On the other hand, I also think that with the development of the company, more and more people will be eliminated from the company in this way in the future. But for such people, it would be a bit of a waste if they all went to open a small shop, be a hawker, or retire early. And the most important thing is that if these people have been in the country, it's okay. But if you can't stand it, people might go through immigration. Furthermore, there are so many foreign biological research institutes, as well as various large pharmaceutical factories, with the qualifications of these people. In other words, the big foreign companies have a coveted heart for our 9th laboratory. They want to find a job in those big foreign companies. It's not too easy. And what if they join a big foreign factory? Even if we signed a competition agreement, but people are far overseas, we can't control them anymore. Even if you go abroad to sue him, what will happen in the end? The lawsuit lasts for 5, 6, 7 or 8 years, and during this period of time, maybe the foreigners have long since pried what they want to know something. The reason why Xiao Feng said this is that, on the one hand, he does feel that it is a pity for these people to retire so early. On the other hand, I am indeed worried that these people will be poached away, which will cause the company's secrets to be leaked. This is really very possible. Now as the 9th laboratory gets more and more active, making money is as simple as opening a money printing machine. It has already attracted countless domestic and foreign companies, jealous and salivating. And there have always been people trying to dig corners from their company. But earlier, the company's manpower has been in a state of tension, And the company's benefits are good, so if you don't want to dig, you can't dig it. But now the situation is different. Their company has begun to enter its own blood-making cycle. Every year, there is bound to be that a group of people who are not suitable for the company's development will be eliminated. These people may not be a big deal to the Ninth Laboratory. But if you get another company, it might be Xiaoyu, especially those large overseas factories that have long coveted the technology of the Ninth Laboratory. To be honest, Xiao Feng is still very afraid of these big factories. Despite the fact that the Ninth Laboratory is very famous now, and its products are particularly popular in the market, Xiao Feng actually knows in his heart that they are far worse than those large overseas factories. For example, Roche in Switzerland, Mosin Bayer in Germany, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson in the United States, GlaxoSmithKline in the United Kingdom, etc. Which of these large pharmaceutical factories has a history of 100 years? The technology and experience they have accumulated in the research and development of various drugs is totally overwhelming. Therefore, they really have a deep background. Perhaps because of small molecule collagen, calphoactive factor and other materials, there is a certain technological gap between them and the Ninth Laboratory. But you have to know that in recent years, in order to catch up with the Ninth Laboratory, these companies have spent billions, even tens of billions of dollars, in molecular chemistry. Although no breakthroughs have been made, there are many key technologies that are already approaching the stage of making a move. Maybe they are only a tiny bit of hints, or creativity. They can make breakthroughs in some key technologies. Once they do it, then the technical advantages of the Ninth Lab will inevitably disappear. Mentalnovel.com. So these companies, in recent years, can be said to be thinking about the Ninth Lab's products. Try all kinds of methods to research and reverse development. Almost every quarter, they will buy a batch of the Ninth Laboratory drugs from the market to study the formula. At the same time, a lot of sand was mixed into the Ninth Laboratory. For example, commercial spies were sent to participate in the application of the Ninth Laboratory. Prepare to enter the company and steal trade secrets. There are also those who specifically intend to force it. Xiao Feng alone knows that in the past year or two, a group of commercial spies have been stationed in Binching. These people have been around the Ninth Laboratory preparing to move their hands. Some of these people are employed by others, while others come spontaneously. Anyway, as long as you can get strong materials from the Ninth Laboratory, you can buy a good price. So many commercial espionage agencies are uninvited. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had quietly changed the security system of the Ninth Laboratory more than a year ago. Begin to continuously arrange to clone security experts, join the company's security team, and design the most rigorous security plan. Moreover, the company's internal confidentiality process has also been redesigned, so that it can ensure that the company's confidential technology is not spread. And only Xiao AI, Nano System, also played a key role in this regard. It is precisely because of the emergence of this artificial AI that Lab 9 has been able to retreat from numerous cyber attacks. Otherwise, using the means of the European and American guys, I am afraid that the company's secrets would have been stolen through the internet. So now Xiao Feng also knows that the Ninth Laboratory is the object that countless people are staring at. It is absolutely not wrong to be cautious when dealing with many issues. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1357 Product Series. Hey, I don't know what you said, Mr. Xiao, but what can we do? Can't everyone leave their jobs and restrict their freedom, right? And don't tell me, as far as I know, there are several employees who have recently resigned from us who have immigrated overseas. Although I know the risks like that, we can't restrict them at all. He Xiaojun understands Xiao Feng's worries very well. But you don't have to worry too much, Mr. Xiao. As far as I know, those former employees who immigrated overseas weren't core technicians in our company before. They don't know much about our technical secrets. So there is no need to worry about them leaking the secrets. Well, that's good. But you have to be careful. Xiao Feng nodded and continued. After all, our company is now more than just cosmetics and rejuvenation series of health products. Many of our current drugs are also very popular. For example, ointments for burns and scalds, as well as those medical and aesthetic materials, as well as hemostatic gels used in surgery, and adhesives that bond wounds without stitches after surgery. There are also drugs for the heart, click serum, and those artificial albumin, etc. These drugs have now gradually become our main products. If the technology of these products is leaked, it will also bring us considerable losses. Xiao Feng casually talked about the drugs currently produced by the Ninth Laboratory. Not to mention that I don't know. After all this scrutiny, Xiao Feng found out that the Ninth Laboratory had actually launched so many babies. Unconsciously, a product series has been formed. Indeed, the current Ninth Laboratory is definitely no longer the company that only made cosmetics back then. In the past year or two, they have completed a beautiful turn. From the earliest biochemical company, they have successfully transformed into a pharmaceutical manufacturing company. And their products are still very popular now. For example, the ointment for burns and scalds is now sold nationwide. Now many tertiary hospitals that put down their shelves in China will take a batch of burn and scald ointment from them and go back, specifically to deal with local emergencies. Of course, the Ninth Laboratory is not a fool, and these burn and scald creams are also graded. Of course, the top-level ones are reserved for the local Sunshine Hospital, and only the other second-level ones are reserved for those hospitals. In this way, when there are severe burns and scalds in other areas, they still have to be sent to Sunshine Hospital for treatment. Not to mention that this is too stingy. There is no way for the hospital to survive, it must have its own unique skills. Originally, private hospitals have obvious disadvantages compared with state-owned tertiary hospitals. If there is no super long strength in a certain field, then Sunshine Hospital will have no way to gain a foothold in this field. Moreover, their burn and scald cream is still a key material purchased by the military. There are also their hemostatic gels and wound adhesives. These materials that can play a major role in first aid are all the objects of the military's bulk purchase. With these materials, the lives of the soldiers can be effectively guaranteed. There are also some low-grade burn and scald creams, which have now entered the top tens of thousands. At present, almost most domestic families store some such burn and scald cream at home. In this way, in the event of a minor accident at home, such as burns or scalding fingers while cooking, you can also apply some ointment to make an emergency. These burns and scald creams have obvious pain relief and prevent the wound from being infected by bacteria. So for ordinary people, this is a very practical medicine. Even the home-use version of this ointment is exported in large quantities abroad. And there are many companies abroad, importing a large number of burns and scald creams from the Ninth Laboratory, the most of which are companies in the United States. And the largest shareholder behind those leather bag companies is naturally that department in the United States. Obviously even Americans now know how useful their burn cream is. The second is their heart disease drug, Click Serum, which is also very good now. The main raw material of this medicine is the snake venom from the snake man in the other world. Now Xiao Feng sends people to the territories of half-orcs in other worlds every year to buy this snake venom. Hey, if you cooperate, give some money and food. If you don't cooperate, then just ransack the family and destroy the clan directly. The Great Qin Empire, which had upgraded its military force, was so domineering. It is precisely because of the constant supply of raw materials that this very good Click Serum is available. It is important to know that for adults, once they are over 30 years old, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular problems are prone to occur. In addition, the life pressure of modern people is very high. Smoking, drinking and staying up late have become the norm. As a result, many people will have blood clots at a young age. And some have already developed the problem of narrowing of blood vessels, and some have even swollen plates in the arteries. If 20 years ago, people were basically helpless with such diseases and could only tell you to take medicine to treat them. Moreover, the cardiovascular doctors can solve this problem, which is to put stents in your heart and cerebral blood vessels. And now, as medical technology has become more developed, people have more and more ways to deal with this disease. For example, endoscopic surgery to remove thrombus, or thrombectomy with drugs. But there are still not many ways to deal with vascular stenosis and arterial plaque. There is only one way to put a stent to solve the problem of insufficient blood supply. However, the patient after the stent is placed is likely to face the problem of long-term medication. This will greatly affect the patient's quality of life, and the emergence of this kind of click serum has greatly alleviated this problem. First of all, this kind of serum can effectively clean up the garbage in the blood, such as triglycerides and other harmful substances that easily cause blood clots. Moreover, it can effectively remove or even inhibit harmful substances in the blood from adhering to the blood vessel walls. At the same time, it can really soften the blood vessels. It is necessary to know that plaque usually occurs because of the hardening of the blood vessel wall. The drug has been born and has been on the market for more than a year. More and more doctors are discovering the benefits of this drug, and some medical experts even found out after following experiments. This drug, even the first in the world, can really soften blood vessels and reverse the pathological changes of blood vessels. You must know that there is such a famous saying in the current medical field. It is said that your lifespan will be determined by the lifespan of your blood vessels. In fact, a careful analysis of this sentence can say that this sentence is absolutely reasonable. Because people are old, they often start to age from the peripheral nerves, like fingers, legs and feet become inflexible. The reason for this aging is actually to start with insufficient blood supply to the capillaries. The reason why the blood supply of the capillaries is insufficient is due to the aging of the blood vessel, the hardening of the blood vessel wall, or the excessive crop on the blood vessel wall. Many people may not be able to imagine how the blood vessels of the human body can undergo such changes. On this point, you might as well refer to the water pipes you have seen. I believe many people have seen water pipes, and they will know that even the water company produces purified water. But even if the water is very clean, but the water pipe only needs to be used for a few years, not to mention decades. After only a few years, countless attachments will be attached to the wall of the water supply pipe. Therefore, every time the water supply company stops water, when the water supply is restored, a lot of muddy water will always be washed out from the tap of your house. And part of this muddy water is the soil that fell into the water pipe when repairing the water pipe, and the other part is the attachment on the water pipe. Because the water pump is pressurized again, the water pressure becomes larger, so the attachments on these blood vessels are washed down. The blood vessels in the human body are actually the same as the water pipes of tap water. The water pipes will age after a long time, and there will inevitably be attachments on the wall of the water pipe. This time, it was discovered that this click serum can actually help people clear the attachments on the blood vessels. This is a rather remarkable discovery. You must know that so far www.mentalnovel.com there is no drug in the world that can do this. Moreover, this medicine has a very obvious softening and improving effect on the blood vessels of the human body. This is also the first time in the world that a drug that can reverse changes in blood vessels has been discovered. So since the discovery of the magical effect of this drug has become completely popular, especially in Europe and the United States. It is crazily sought after by foreigners because of their eating habits. Why do you think foreigners grow so strong? That's because their annual protein intake per capita is almost 4 times that of the Chinese. To put it bluntly, that group of foreigners in Europe and the United States eat 4 times more meat each year than the Chinese, or even more. And eating a lot of meat, especially red meat, the choline and cholesterol in it will lead to increased blood lipids in the body. High blood lipids will cause the blood to stick, which makes it easier for blood to hang on the walls of blood vessels. Therefore, people who love meat have a higher rate of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. And the appearance of this click serum is simply their savior. Not only can it clear the blood vessels, but it can also soften the blood vessels. This is simply a life-saving medicine. Although heart exchange surgery can save people with severe heart disease, there are still people with cerebrovascular problems. And even if you can change your heart, you can't change all the blood vessels in your body, right? As a result, the market for this CREC serum has grown. Even many European and American doctors have published papers saying that this drug is simply the second panacea discovered in the history of human medicine after aspirin. So now this magic drug is also starting to sell well in the European and American markets. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1358 Guilty. Moreover, the drugs that the Ninth Laboratory sells to flying in Europe and the United States are definitely not limited to the click serum, and their artificial gamma globulin, and human albumin, such life-saving drugs, are also popular to fly. Now, because of this global epidemic, clinicians around the world have reached a consensus. That is, once the patient enters a high-risk state, or even enters the ECHO care, then the rejuvenating capsule should be used. Because this medicine is really amazing, this medicine can maximize the patient's own immunity and allow the patient to fight against various diseases. Therefore, many doctors now believe that this rejuvenating capsule is the last line of defense in life. Before that, human albumin and gamma globulin were the life-saving drugs. And human albumin, to put it plainly with gamma globulin, is to increase the amount of protein in human blood. It can deliver the maximum amount of nutrition to the major organs in the human body that are in urgent need of nutrition. On the other hand, at the fastest speed, the toxins in human cells are replaced and transported out, and the burden on the liver and kidney is reduced to the greatest extent. Therefore, the sound from major hospitals is regarded as a life-saving medicine. Generally, human albumin is mainly used for patients with massive blood loss, severe burns, cerebral edema, and severe liver and kidney diseases. Gamma globulin is mainly used for patients who have severe illnesses due to virus damage. However, with the rejuvenation capsules, these two predecessor magic drugs have basically retreated to the second line of the emergency system. However, they have not all retired from active service, but the price is indeed much lower than before. After all, although the rejuvenation capsule is good enough, it is not something that everyone can afford. If this medicine is left open for use, it can burn tens of thousands of yuan in that day. In the face of a very serious family, it may take several days or even 10 days to use it. So many ordinary people simply can't use this medicine. At this time, second-line drugs such as human albumin and gamma globulin are about to appear. Don't underestimate these drugs, which are now relegated to the second line. They are still expensive and magical medicine if they are put aside until before. A 150 milliliters bottle needs a few hundred yuan to start, and sometimes 4 injections at a time cost more than 1,000 yuan. And if the critical moment is really reached, it will have to inject more than a dozen shots in a row, and it will also cost more than 10,000 a day. The reason why this drug is expensive is also the main factor that is expensive to extract. In the past, it was refined through human blood or placenta, and later it was changed to cow blood. However, no matter how it is refined, the cost is very high. Of course, there is no denying that the pharmaceutical factory has played a role in raising prices to a certain extent. Previously, the Ninth Laboratory used their unique small molecule collagen to convert through other methods to develop alternatives for these two drugs. And because of the use of brand new raw materials and extraction methods, the prices of these two drugs have been knocked down a lot. Therefore, the two drugs they sell are basically evaluation sales. Really did it so that ordinary people can also afford it. Many hospitals now purchase their two drugs in case of emergency. In the past, ordinary people couldn't afford it if they wanted to use it. Now, because the price has been knocked down, they can really open it up for use. Because of the low prices of the two drugs launched by the Ninth Laboratory, they naturally greatly touched the interests of large foreign manufacturers. And the products that cause harm to those large foreign pharmaceutical companies are far more than these. For example, their hemostatic gel, which can absolutely curb accidental bleeding during surgery, has become very popular once it is launched. In fact, long before this, many foreign pharmaceutical companies were studying this gel, and even Johnson & Johnson had similar products. The small one sells for more than 700 yuan, which is more than $100. Unfortunately, the effect is very mediocre. Because of their hemostatic gel, they generally face two very difficult problems. One is when the blood vessels of the human body rupture. If you use this kind of gel to glue the blood vessels, if you use more, it is indeed possible to block the blood vessels, but the problem is that it will also cause a large area of thrombosis. When these blood clots accompany blood circulation, they can easily cause pulmonary embolism, which is a more serious and fatal disease. In addition, if their hemostatic gel is used, it is easy to cause adhesions in the internal organs of the human body, and ultimately result in poor recovery of the patient after surgery. But the hemostatic gel of the Ninth Laboratory will not have this problem at all. There are even doctors who accidentally break the aorta during the operation, but after using this gel, the blood vessels can be glued immediately without sutures. This greatly improves the patient's chance of survival during the operation, and there is no need to worry about the recovery problem after the operation. As for the thrombosis, there is no need to worry at all, and it will not happen at all. In addition, the best part of this gel is that it does not cause adhesion of various tissues and organs in the patient's body. This is a great boon for all surgeons, because they will inevitably have to deal with blood vessels during the operation, and the sudden rupture of the blood vessel during the operation can be said to be a nightmare for all surgeons. Once this happens during the operation, the chance of rescue failure is almost as high as 90%. And now that the Ninth Laboratory has launched this hemostatic gel, even if such an accident occurs, the chance of them recovering the patient is actually reversed to 90%. Precisely because of the existence of this new hemostatic gel, doctors have more confidence in difficult operations, and patients' families can feel more at ease. Now almost all three large hospitals across the country are loyal customers of the Ninth Laboratory launching this hemostatic gel. Almost every doctor will ask to prepare this medicine before the operation, in case of emergency. There is another wound adhesive launched by the Ninth Laboratory. The emergence of this drug can be said to perfectly solve the problem of stitches. In the past, after the patient's surgery last night, doctors would suture the patient's wound to prevent infection, fluid leakage and other problems. However, some parts of the human body are really difficult to suture, such as the intestines. This kind of organ is slippery because of the human tissue fluid, and the doctors have to wear gloves to perform the operation, which is not very good at first. Moreover, the level of each doctor is different. If the technique is good, the suture can be done well. However, if the technology is average, it can only be stitched barely to ensure the most basic functions. But the recovery after the operation is all the patient suffers. But now with this adhesive, the last step of the operation is much simpler. Just pick up the organ that needs to be sutured and glue it in the desired direction. And after using this kind of adhesive, wrap a layer of casing on the outside, and there is no need to worry about adhesion to other organs. In the end, the patient not only recovered quickly, but also not suffered. This is still for major operations, and for minor operations, the benefits of this adhesive are even more. Such as skin trauma. The skin flap needs to be sutured. To put it bluntly, someone has a broken skin and needs stitches. It should be understood that not all doctors know how to sew up cosmetic needles under the skin. Doctors who have mastered this technique can sew up once, but the price is very expensive. The advantage of this type of suture is that it will not leave a scar on the patient. However, most doctors only master the most basic suture techniques, so it is inevitable that they will leave unsightly scars on the patient. But now with this kind of adhesive, it is much easier to handle. Just align the wounds and squeeze the glue. The glue made from microorganisms can bond the wounds together in a matter of minutes. It can grow in a week or so, and there is no scar at all. From the amount of it, there will only be a faint, shallow scar on the wound. This is an absolute gospel for the majority of people who love beauty, especially for women who love beauty. The appearance of this kind of adhesive is simply a gift given to them by the gods. So this adhesive www.mentalnovel.com did not take long before it appeared, and it was widely used by obstetrics and gynecology departments across the country. It is mainly used for pregnant women who have undergone a cesarean section. Doctors have found that using this adhesive can not only recover quickly, but also has fewer sequelae. The most important thing is that it will not leave unsightly scars. The second is the national medical beauty industry, and the demand for this adhesive is huge. Not only domestic medical and aesthetic institutions, but also medical and aesthetic institutions in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea have also paid big prices for purchases, because of this kind of adhesive. In the eyes of medical aesthetic doctors, it is simply specially designed for them. Try to reduce the stitches as much as possible to reduce the scars, so that they can make their favorite works. Moreover, this adhesive has great benefits for ordinary skin trauma, such as hemostasis and anti-inflammatory effects. Therefore, this kind of adhesive has also become a key material for the military to purchase vigorously. With such a good thing, the survival rate of soldiers in the battlefield can definitely increase by dozens of percentage points. Just because there are more and more good things in the 9th laboratory, I also responded to that sentence and guilty of it. Therefore, the large foreign companies whose market share has been robbed of them naturally cannot help but come to probe how they did it. So they have tried various methods, such as computer hackers, or commercial espionage, to enter the company to steal confidential materials. However, after several waves of commercial espionage have come and gone, those big companies dare not act rashly. Then they took a different approach, found their domestic computer manufacturers, and wanted to do something with servers and computers. Anyway, they are familiar with this method. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1359 Big problem. But what surprised those interested people was that they actually failed. They found the most powerful hacker, but they didn't even know the firewall of the 9th lab. Later, they could only adopt a more direct method, which was to find the manufacturers that produced server chips and let them activate the backdoors on the servers and computers purchased by the 9th laboratory. This time they finally sneaked into the LAN inside the 9th laboratory, but they were surprised. They fumbled for many days in this local area network, but they didn't find the information they were looking for at all. Instead, during this period of time, the computers and servers they used were counter-tracked by the other party, and many of them were burned continuously. It was then that they suddenly realized that they had been given a routine by the 9th laboratory. In the network security department of the 9th laboratory, there must be masters. From there, those big factories never dared to play such crooked ways anymore. But now they don't dare to follow the crooked way, so they can only follow the right path. For example, high-paying digging, but the incumbents of the 9th laboratory, because the salary is good, and they all have development prospects. No matter how high they pay, they can't dig. And if the salary is too high, it is not worthwhile. So they moved their brains to those who left the 9th lab recently. The normal operation of a company is just like the human body needs a normal metabolism. Every year, a group of people will leave the company for one reason or another. On the 9th laboratory side, due to competitive pressure, many people who feel that they can't keep up with the company's progress choose to leave the company every year. It's not because the company is not good enough, or because the salary is not high enough, but because they really can't fight young people. For example, those who are middle-aged scientific researchers have made almost the same money and made a lot of achievements. With their qualifications, If they don't go to other companies in the same industry, go out to start their own business, or go to a school to be a teacher, or apply for a job in a national laboratory, it's all good. Moreover, for such jobs, the competitive pressure will not be as fierce as the ninth laboratory. The current ninth laboratory recruits many doctoral and master students from prestigious universities around the world every year. You must know that these people are all the pride of heaven, and none of them are given for nothing. And many people come with the most cutting-edge scientific and technological concepts, as well as many wild ideas. And these middle levels, as the bosses of these late waves, although their name is the leader of the family. However, neither the technology nor the concept can compare to these late waves. Once or twice, you can still rely on your seniority to hold people back, but after a long time, who can think of you? After all, in this company, everything depends on strength, and because of the existence of the O system, you want to rely on the old to sell the old, which is not very realistic here. Precisely because of the existence of this system, it will be clear how much everyone contributes to each project. The above will definitely assess your level based on your personal achievements. So by the end of the year, many previous waves may be demoted or deployed to idle positions. Many people feel that instead of losing face like that, it is better to resign as soon as possible, so that they can leave more decently. Anyway, these years, the company has treated them well, and they have made enough. It's good to say that such people still have a sense of gratitude for the company. Other people who are not broad-minded are different. They feel that Lao Tzu has contributed so much to the company. As a result, now that the company is doing well, we kicked us away, which is a bit too much. Although leaving was also grieving, and at this time, when a few foreign companies hooked up, these people immediately took the bait. And as far as Hixia-jun knows, the treatment offered by some foreign companies is really not low. The first is to directly help apply for immigration qualifications, as long as these people have the information and have joined their company. These foreign companies directly solve the immigration problem for them. The other is to solve the problems of housing and car, even children's schooling, spouses' work, etc. Secondly, the salary offered is definitely not low, at least it can be 2 to 3 times that of the ninth laboratory. In this way, even if those former employees have signed a competition agreement with the ninth laboratory, how many people can withstand the temptation? As far as Hixia-jun knows, many of those employees have chosen to emigrate recently, and among these people, almost 90% chose to join those big foreign companies. Although they signed a competition agreement with the ninth laboratory, it is only valid in China. Once you go to the 2 or more in North America, then the Emperor Dan now is far away. Even if you know the ninth laboratory, are you still going to those 2 countries in North America to sue others? Not to mention the cost of going to North America to sue others, even if you sue at that time. Whether the lawsuit can be won in the end is still one thing. After all, there is the land of others. In the past 2 years, the ninth laboratory has been so popular abroad that I am afraid that it has long been unpleasant to our eyes. And speaking of these researchers who have transferred to large foreign factories, they are top secrets about the company, such as small molecule collagen, or calphoactive factor. These things. Xiao Feng wasn't worried, because these substances were not from this world. Even if they know the principles and benefits of these substances, they don't know anything about how these substances are produced. But the point is that they may reveal some secrets of other drugs in the ninth lab. For example, their Creek serum, or artificial human albumin, or drugs such as burn cream. These drugs, although some of the key ingredients are also obtained from other worlds. However, some of the manufacturing ideas and technologies are still very important, and some of these substances may be able to find corresponding substitutes in this world. For example, the snake venom used in their click serum. In fact, in this world, the Australian type and snake venom is very similar to the snake venom of a sea snake near the coast of Africa. If a certain proportion of these 2 kinds of snake venom were mixed and debugged, it might be possible to produce a snake venom serum similar to the one Xiao Feng brought back from another world. With this serum, it is possible to produce drugs similar to click serum. Even if the effect cannot be 100% to restore the click serum, as long as it can achieve 80%, or 90%, then those large foreign companies can rely on their own channels, cost advantages, and the ninth laboratory to grab the market. The same goes for those burns and scald creams, artificial gamma globulin, and human albumin and other drugs. We must know that with the popularity of these drugs, the net profit ratio of these drugs to the ninth laboratory is getting higher and higher. A year ago, in the financial statements of the ninth laboratory, the main source of profit was almost all their cosmetics, medical beauty materials, and their rejuvenation series of health products. These three product series alone account for 90% of the company's total revenue. But now the situation is completely different. With their burn ointment, artificial human albumin, and click serum and other drugs, they have been recognized by hospitals and patients all over the world. The revenue brought by these product series to the company has also increased significantly. For example, this year, the company's revenue from the three product lines of cosmetics, medical beauty materials, and rejuvenation series of health products has also increased by almost 20% over the previous year. However, these three product lines accounted for 60% of the company's total revenue. In other words, the sales revenue of other drugs now accounts for 40% of the company's revenue. But if other major manufacturers can also produce products that are similar to drugs, even if the efficacy is only 70 or 80% of their products, that will definitely affect the company's 40% of its revenue. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun suddenly talked about the recent waves of leaving the company. Because of these people, when it comes to technology and scientific research capabilities, www.mentalnovel.com may not be considered top-notch in the ninth laboratory. But if they know the secrets about the technology of the ninth laboratory, then these people definitely know the most. Because almost 95% of these people are veterans who joined the company since its inception. Just let them go and watch them being dug away by the big factories in Europe and America. This is definitely an act of digging their own graves. After listening to Xiao Feng's own views, He Xiaojun also realized the seriousness of this problem. It seems that this issue must be taken seriously. But what should I do? If these people let them stay in the company, there is no suitable place in the company for them to play. After all, their technology and ideas have fallen behind the waves. Secondly, even if the company finds an idle department to support them, this will greatly increase the company's operating costs. And with the development of the company, there will only be more and more such people. Is it because the company has to keep them? So how to solve this problem immediately became a huge problem before them. At this time, He Xiaojun moved his brain to the 10th level and began to ponder the way to solve the problem. But he just wanted to break his head, and he didn't think of a good idea. Even if he recalled the contents of the company's operations and management taught in the MBA course several times, I have never thought of any company in history that has properly solved such a problem. However, he remembered that in history, many large companies have suffered a lot in this regard. For example, Japan's Panasonic, Toshiba, Hitachi, Toyota, Honda and other companies have suffered big losses on this issue. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1360. Make the best use of it. Is said that Samsung in the Southern Dynasty was only a small company selling dried fish and agricultural products. But by the 1970s, the boss of the company felt that the company could not continue like this and had to make major changes. Just over the first 30 years, they have accumulated a certain amount of funds by buying dried fish and agricultural products. At this moment, they saw that the Japanese electronics industry next door was suddenly emerging and opening up and down in the world market. Even Japan's semiconductor companies once beat their teachers to the world's #1 power company. Their DRAM and other products once occupied 90% of the North American market. This pointed out the direction for Samsung, so they planned to learn from Japanese companies such as Toshiba, Hitachi, and Panasonic, and began to enter semiconductors. It's a pity that they started late, and Japanese companies have already taken the lead in the industry. And at that time, although they were considered the top companies in the southern dynasties, they were younger brothers in front of the giant companies in Japan. No way, they can only use high-paying digging methods. Without the skills, they would go to Japan to stay in Japan to dig out those Japanese companies who have retired, or were eliminated, or who have failed in internal struggles. Regardless of whether it is a management post or a technical post, please come back anyway. Let's first build up the company's framework, and then rely on the teaching of these people to finally understand what is the semiconductor industry and what is the electronics and microelectronics industry. After that, it is to spend money to import technology and equipment from Japan. Fortunately, the government of the Southern Dynasty also gave them a lot of support, which allowed them to solve the problem of funding. However, the Japanese are not stupid. Although they have also sold them some technologies and equipment, those technologies and equipment are all obsolete second-rate technologies and equipment. And Sansang was not upset either. Instead, he followed the technical route of the Japanese giants, learning step by step in the back. It was not until the 1980s that the world's #1 power finally couldn't help being attacked by Japanese semiconductor companies. Many domestic semiconductor companies jointly put pressure on White House, and then White House joined forces with several Western countries to force Japan to sign a Plaza Agreement. This forced appreciation of the yen has lost most of the international competitiveness of Japanese products. At the same time, Americans also began to deliberately support the southern dynasties. For example, the technology that Japan hides and tucked, the Americans directly taught them to the southern dynasties. There were also equipment that the Japanese refused to sell to the southern dynasty, and the major companies in Milcon also sold it to the southern dynasty. Even since the 1980s, several giants in Silicon Valley in the United States have joined forces. All their orders were not given to Japanese companies, but were all transferred to Sansang from the Southern Kingdom. From then on, Sansang began to rise all the way, and in the following 2 consecutive business battles in memory, flash memory, and LCD screens, they have shown superb skills. Finally, Japan's semiconductor companies were completely destroyed in one fell swoop. Think of Japan's NEC, Toshiba, Panasonic, and Hitachi, all of which were once dominants in the semiconductor industry. But in just 20 years, their little brother Sansang actually became the eldest brother above them. Here I have to sigh. Sansang's luck and ability. The rise of Sansang started from digging the roots of Japanese companies. The story of Yu Sansang is exactly the same. And there are also a number of automobile manufacturers such as Hyundai and Kia in the southern dynasties. When it started that year, it was also the corner of Mitsubishi and Honda. It is the help of the technical and management personnel dug from these 2 companies that have created today's Hyundai and Kia. And our LCD screen manufacturing enterprises are actually taking the same path as the Southern Korean state-owned enterprises back then. Now it is to spend high salaries and invite many technicians from Samsung and LG from the Southern Kingdom. It is precisely because of their help that our LCD screen production and manufacturing technology has advanced by leaps and bounds in recent years. And now I think that some of the employees eliminated in my company will soon be poached by those big foreign pharmaceutical companies. Hee Seojun suddenly felt panicked. We need to know those major foreign companies, such as Merck, Pfizer, Roche, GlaxoSmithKline, and Johnson & Johnson. Which of these companies has a century-old history? And even now, they are full of talents, and the company's internal technology accumulation is very deep. Even if it comes out casually, it can be coveted by domestic pharmaceutical companies. To be honest, these pharmaceutical companies, no matter which one they are, must have been the 9th laboratory for a long time. The product series of the 9th laboratory must have been thoroughly studied. There may be a lot of knockoff projects now, maybe it's almost impossible. This is not an exaggeration at all. You must not underestimate the technical strength of these foreign companies. And once the researchers eliminated from the company join them, they may be able to have even more powerful consequences. He Xiaojun really didn't pay much attention to this aspect before, but today Xiao Feng said so. He Xiaojun also realized the seriousness of the problem. Those scientific researchers who were eliminated by the company, perhaps in the 9th laboratory, are indeed unremarkable ordinary scientific researchers. But when you arrive at the big foreign factories, you might become the guide who opens the door to a new world for them. So for these people, we must not let it go, especially in the future, as we have to add a lot of fresh blood to the company every year. If you are shot dead, or feel powerless, there will be more and more researchers who want to retire. Could it be that I just watched them and they were all dug away by those big foreign companies? Maybe. They go to the big foreign factories, and anyone who brings up a little about our company's technical secrets will enable those big foreign companies to make breakthroughs. Xiao Feng's thoughts were broken. He Xiaojun frowned at this moment. Then Mr. Xiao, what should you do in the end? We can't just raise them like this, right? Well, I think so. As for these people, we can select some of them, and those with a higher level, we can contact Benching Medical University to see if they are willing to accept it. In addition, don't we in the country also have a lot of scientific research projects? See if their project team is willing to accept a batch. At the same time, those who have no ambitions and plan to live in retirement and want to open a small shop in the future, we don't have to worry about this batch of people. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. But as long as we want to get involved in this field, we will try our best. If we can arrange, we will arrange a group first. Even if it is for them to go to work in a domestic counterpart company, it is better than for them to work in a large foreign factory. After all, there is still a big gap between these domestic counterparts and our business level. These people will not help them improve too much, and it is unlikely to pose too much threat to us. But if they were allowed to go to a foreign company, it would be quite another matter. Moreover, if these people go to other domestic companies in the same industry, the salary they get will certainly not be low. Moreover, everyone is Chinese and they are used to living in the domestic environment. I believe that if they can find a suitable job in China, not many people are willing to go abroad. He Xiaojun nodded after hearing this. I understand Mr. Xiao's meaning. What do you mean? Is to open an opening on the competition agreement in disguise? Well, I think so. The dedication agreement still has to be signed, but we shouldn't be too stuck in the later management. After all, it is better to be sparse. They are only in their 40s. It is when they are young and powerful. Maybe they are not top talents in our company. But if you get other domestic pharmaceutical companies, maybe they are the top elites. Moreover, it is better to block them than to let them go to other companies to make the best use of them. It is better to let them go to other domestic pharmaceutical companies than to let them go to foreign pharmaceutical companies. Of course we can go back. We can even help introduce and write letters of recommendation. But that also has a prerequisite. That is, after they go to a new pharmaceutical company, they are absolutely not allowed to participate in the research and development of generic drugs from our company. When Xiao Feng said this, www.mentalnovel.com, He Xiaojun's eyes lit up on the opposite side. Mr. Xiao, I understand. This is indeed a good way. Xiao Feng nodded. Well, I will do that in the future. Actually, when I just talked about the land in the sports city, I had another idea. He Xiaojun heard what Xiao Feng said and knew that Xiao Feng must have other ideas. And this boss, speaking of brains, is not inferior to those scientific researchers at all. But every idea of his will bring good benefits to the company. So he couldn't wait to understand Xiao Feng's thoughts. Oh, what do you think? Let's hear it. In fact, it is also related to the rules and regulations of 3M that we will implement this time to liberate creativity. This time, if the rules and regulations are promoted, I believe it won't be long before many people in the company submit new ideas. However, according to the traditional culture of our country, The initiators of these ideas may have many other ideas. He Xiaojun understood what Xiao Feng said. We Chinese people, influenced by traditional culture, have been the first in Wenwu and the second in Yuwu since ancient times. Once a person has some abilities, he wants to go out and do it alone. As the saying goes, I would rather make chicken heads than phoenix tails. Many people have the desire to start their own company and become the boss. Now that the company encourages innovation, these researchers will have new ideas if they are really brainstormed and cremated. Maybe someone wants to pull out and do it alone. What should the company do when it encounters such a problem? HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1361 1 Hero and 3 Helpers. In fact, why can a company grow bigger and stronger? Xiao Feng suddenly said a word, which made He Xiaojun confused. Xiao Feng did not immediately give an explanation, but continued to speak. After a company grows larger, what exactly does it take to give back to the society? Just hiring employees and paying taxes to the local area, is it all over? At this time, after hearing Xiao Feng's words, He Xiaojun, who was sitting opposite, could no longer sit still. What about the good medicine? Hiring employees, paying taxes normally, even hiring people with disabilities, and participating in various public welfare and charity activities every year. Is it not enough? He was really confused. What did Xiao Feng mean when he talked about it suddenly? And Xiao Feng smiled. It's really not enough, brother. As the saying goes, there are 3 gangs of a hero. If our company wants to become bigger and stronger, and to have a stronger influence, it must open up the links of the upstream and downstream industrial chains. Many industries, we don't have to do it ourselves, but we must have allies. For example, we can support some people to do it. When Xiao Feng said this, He Xiaojun's brain suddenly banged, and he felt that a wall in his mind that had hindered thinking was suddenly collapsed by Xiao Feng and his heavy punches. I see, Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Yes, my idea is to support a technology industry alliance. Look at what happened to H Company this time. Once a technical blockade was implemented abroad, many of their businesses encountered difficulties, from hardware to software. They encountered insurmountable problems. Even some problems are enough to threaten the company's future survival. At this time, there is not even a company in China that can help. This explains the problem. In fact, our 9th laboratory is also facing such a problem now. That is, we seem to be very strong now, but in fact we have always been out of a single-handed manner. In the field of biopharmaceuticals, we are really strong in some aspects. But as the company grows in the future, we are bound to enter multiple fields. In some areas, we definitely want to purchase externally. Perhaps at the beginning, those foreign-funded companies will not restrict our purchase of equipment or materials. But once our products become competitive and threaten the status and living environment of those international giants, what do you think those foreign bigwigs will do? When Xiao Feng said this, He Xiaojun, who was opposite, also took a breath. As the 9th laboratory is now getting bigger and bigger, he is also confident that in the future this company will become a world-class enterprise. Some time ago, he had organized many meetings within the company. The content of the meeting mainly discussed the future development direction of the company. Recently, the company's main business centers have been placed in the direction of He Feng's scientific research and project optimization. For example, for the reconstruction of human organs, the 9th laboratory has undertaken a considerable part of the technical support. Now they are advancing scientific research projects on artificial livers, artificial kidneys, and artificial lungs. Even the artificial liver project has advanced to 80%. And the other 2 projects have reached 50%. Once these projects are completed, they will inevitably have an overwhelming impact on the company's future business and even the future structure of the world's pharmaceutical industry. Because once these artificial organs are made, they can be transplanted. So many of the drugs developed for these organs by other major pharmaceutical companies in the world may be obsolete. Tell me about this, How many people's cakes have been moved? And their main public relations are more than just these projects. In terms of new drugs, they are also increasing their efforts in research and development. For example, in traditional pain relief and anti-inflammatory drugs. They also have several projects in progress. There is also a drug for diabetes, which is currently under intensive research and development. According to the estimates of the project team below, these drugs will continue to make breakthroughs in the next 3 to 5 years. At that time, if these drugs are launched on the market, most of the other pharmaceutical companies in the world will probably be overwhelmed by them. At that time, the situation they have to face will really be the same as that of H company today. Because the Ninth Laboratory is a non-listed company, and in accordance with Xiao Feng's business philosophy, it will not be listed now, nor will it be listed in the future. If you do this, it is equivalent to eating alone. Your own business can make money every day. You make a lot of money, but you squeeze to death all the hens who can lay eggs and starve to death. What would you say to your family? Think about the 3D fluoroscopy imaging device they launched before. It is so advanced in technology that it is a very useful device for patients and doctors. But when it was promoted, it encountered countless problems. It is good to say in the country. After all, our domestically produced equipment. The Chinese people will only be happy for our domestically produced excellent equipment. As for the promotion, everyone is welcome with hands and feet, because both doctors and patients can benefit from this device. But when it comes to a foreign country, that's another matter entirely. Especially when it was promoted in North America, it encountered very big resistance. The reason is very simple. It is because this device has moved people's cakes. In the field of traditional medical fluoroscopy imaging, it was originally the world of giants such as Ch, Philip, and Siemens. Well now, when you launch this device, you are several generations ahead of others. In this way, even if your equipment is too easy to use, others will inevitably push back and prevent you from entering the market. In the end, it was not because Xiao Feng used some methods during his tenure in North America, coupled with the outbreak of the pandemic at that time. This machine was able to enter the North American market smoothly. But even now that 3D imaging equipment has begun to spread in North America, there are still many people who make irresponsible remarks about this equipment. The reason is very simple. Because this equipment is made by us. And there are always some persecuted delusional guys who will make irresponsible remarks about this machine. To be honest, there are such squirts all over the world. A device that obviously can bring them benefits can be sprayed like this. In the future, no matter how good your medicine is, you can imagine what you will end up with. And those big pharmaceutical factories that are endangered, and the big chaebols behind them, will definitely explode. When the time comes, all kinds of open guns and dark arrows will definitely be swarming. Although the Ninth Laboratory is strong, Xiao Feng is still a little worried if one person can deal with the counterattack of a group of people. That's why he had the idea of supporting such an industrial alliance. Try to fully cover the upstream and downstream industry chains involved in the Ninth Laboratory. In this way, no matter how much the other party uses, they won't have to be afraid. And supporting some powerful partners to come out is also more beneficial to them. When the time comes, they don't even need to show up in front of the stage. Just these little friends coming out will be enough to cause headaches for the big foreign companies. After listening to Xiao Feng's explanation of his worries and his thoughts on the future, He Xiaojun even raised his hands in favor of Xiao Feng's proposal. Mr. Xiao, this is a good idea. Taking advantage of our free time now, we can really make arrangements in this area in advance. Moreover, there are several benefits to doing so, especially for the internal metabolism of our company. It has great benefits. Think about it, how did the two domestic internet giants get bigger? Didn't they all support a bunch of younger brothers around them to stand up, so that, naturally, there are a bunch of natural allies around them? As the saying goes, there are 3 gangs of 1 hero. It is with their support that the surrounding internet companies have also developed. Doing so will not only allow the two of them to benefit from the vigorous development of other internet companies, but also give them a greater voice in the industry. People who have gone to mba.mentalnovel.com quickly think of the changes in the internet in our country in the past 2 decades. In fact, in the first 10 years of this century, the domestic internet landscape has not yet been clarified. Back then, there were 3 giants in the domestic internet industry. But when we entered the second decade, one of the giants had already begun to fall behind. The other 2 giants are beginning to show signs of change. They have begun to invest heavily in the industry. Whenever they are interested in companies, they have invested in shares one after another. For example, if you invest in KD, I will invest in DD. And if you invest in a small blue car, I will invest in a small yellow car. If you invest in this video, I will invest in that entertainment culture. That's how you chased me. The 2 companies continued to support many companies, and at the same time they became major shareholders of many internet companies. Some of these internet companies have grown up, and some have died in the process of development. Although the dead companies have made them lose money, the companies that have grown up have made them a lot of money. And this kind of large-scale net investment behavior has also made them the out-and-out boss of the internet industry. Because many rising star internet companies are more or less dependent on their shares. And this makes them the out-and-out hegemon in the internet ecosystem. Today Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun talked about this, and He Xiaojun reminded him of these 2 bigwigs in the internet industry. But he was thinking far more than that. From then on, he began to gradually understand that Xiao Feng was playing a very big game. This is the best choice for the company's metabolism and internal circulation. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1362 Coin Fund. When He Xiaojun said this, Xiao Feng suddenly slapped his face. Now you finally understand it. In fact, I said before that the middle and high-level scientific researchers of those companies will leave the company when they reach a certain age or have achieved certain results. Xiao Feng is constantly considering how to arrange these personnel. In fact, this is a dilemma. Why do those internet giants, when an employee reaches the age of 35, will do everything possible to bring them back to society? The explanation given by those big companies is that at this age, if these employees fail to reach the position of middle management or project leader, it means that there is a problem with their abilities. And at this age, the creativity of these programmers has almost reached its limit, and it is difficult to make other breakthroughs. Although this it makes people feel uncomfortable, but it is a reality. For those programmers, they really did nothing wrong. They have contributed to the company for more than 10 years. At this age, the company wants them to return to society, which is really difficult. Moreover, at this age, it is not easy to go out and find other jobs. Fortunately, they have the experience of working in a large factory, which may help them find other jobs. Fortunately, the company has never treated them badly over the years, at least in terms of salary. For those big factories, they are actually unwilling to slander the donkey. But there is no way, who will let us not have the support of a wealthy consortium like Europe and the United States. Like Google and Apple, they may not let older, uncreative employees leave because they can afford it. Because first they have accumulated a lot of technology patents, and each company can be softened by relying on those hundreds of thousands of patents, even if they lie down and collect patent fees every year. In addition, because they are the industry's leading company, coupled with the background behind the world's strongest this allows them to enter and exit any market in the world unimpeded. Therefore, it is definitely easier for them to make money than our domestic enterprises. And we are now on the road of catching up, so we must not dare to be as extravagant as them. The same principle applies to the researchers in the 9th laboratory. When their internal R&D personnel reach a certain age, their thinking is basically stereotyped, and their creativity is basically close to zero. The company must not be able to support these people for a long time, because their salary package must be high level in the company's internal salary structure. At the same time, The company also recruits a group of strong fresh blood to come in every year. And most of these fresh blood are graduates from prestigious schools. If you recruit such people in, you will definitely have to pay enough. Adding the two sides together, these high salaries and high treatments are bound to greatly increase the company's operating costs. But it is so simple and rude to let those old employees resign. In this regard, they are also worried that they will be poached by foreign companies and leak the company's technical secrets. On the other hand, it is also a waste of talent. So how to solve this problem? Xiao Feng's proposal gives the answer and supports a technology industry alliance. These old employees, who have served the company for a long time, must have a deep understanding of certain details of the company. For example, certain materials, and certain equipment. They all know best. What if you set up a fund to specifically support them to start their own businesses? They can do all the details that the company has not taken into account. Once you have done it well, you can help the company in turn. And these people have been working in the company for so long. They must be the ones who know the greatest needs of employees in all positions of the company. If they develop something based on the needs of employees in various departments, it will definitely improve the company's office efficiency. In addition, the company has recently implemented the 3M management method internally. R&D personnel are given 15% every week, or even a day, to let them develop what they are interested in. Many of the things developed by these people may not be successful, but about 30% may bear fruit. Among these results, some people who like to engage in R&D may enjoy his R&D results with the company. For such R&D personnel, the company naturally does not hesitate to reward, not to mention promotion and salary increase. He will also share patents with him, and will sign a special contract with him. If one of the company's products is not sold, he can get a fixed percentage of the product. But there are other ambitious employees who may not like this result. They may prefer to go out and start their own business. It may be necessary to take a certain risk to go out alone, or it may require startup capital. At this time, the company's newly established fund will review their ideas. For valuable projects, the company naturally does not hesitate to invest and become a major shareholder of the project. At that time, if this new venture is completed, if it can be listed on the Science and Technology Board in the future, that company can make a lot of money. And the more such companies, the more beneficial it will be for the Ninth Laboratory. In the future, the company will gain a good reputation as an incubator for the technology industry. And more large companies are starting from the Ninth Laboratory. This is also a huge honor for the company. For such employees who want to get out of the company and start their own businesses, Xiao Feng's attitude is very open, not only welcome, but also strong support. As soon as they leave, they will vacate positions, which is more conducive to the internal metabolism of the company and gives newcomers a chance to take up positions. On the other hand, if they can do it, it will also mean a huge return on the company's investment. After Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun explained these things, Xiao Feng finally understood what Xiao Feng said before, such as social honor and sense of responsibility. Indeed, if the Ninth Laboratory really supports such enterprises, even if there are only one or two, then their status in the circle is beyond doubt. It won't be long before that's the absolute leader of the martial arts industry. Think about a certain group of Penguin U, etc. There are countless examples of this in the internet industry. In the physical industry, such examples are also numerous. For example, Fox connects to Apple, Born Optics, Ruishing Technology and so on. That is not spreading to the upstream and downstream of the entire industry. What Xiao Feng now means is to become the core leader of the entire industry chain. Grasp the big and let go of the small, do the core part yourself, and let others do the upstream and downstream. In fact, as their Ninth Laboratory has developed to this day, there are still countless companies both upstream and downstream. The only difference between them and Apple is that Apple has never been able to support a certain company. What the Ninth Laboratory has to do now is that Xiao Feng intends to set up a fund to select some companies from upstream and downstream to support them. In recent years, With the vigorous development of the ninth laboratory, in the development zone north of Binching, hundreds of large and small enterprises have been born to provide them with supporting upstream and downstream enterprises. And these companies, to be honest, the technical level is not high. Some of these companies produce outer packaging for their drugs, and some of them produce some equipment and consumables specially used by the ninth laboratory. Anyway, there are hundreds of these companies, large and small. Now they have a dedicated person in charge every day, staying at the headquarters of the ninth laboratory on Darksing Island. Once the ninth laboratory has any purchases, they will immediately get in touch with the people in the purchasing department, and then make bids based on their qualifications and the content of the bidding. And now Xiao Feng plans to set up a coin fund to support these companies. In fact, these companies, on the surface, seem to have a low level of technology, but in fact, if they really work hard in their own fields, then their industry is still very promising. For example, the seemingly simple small glass bottles for storing medicine. Novel.com and light-shielding plastic paper, if you study it carefully, it will be very confusing. Even if it is a small injection needle, as long as you study it carefully, you will find the technological gap between us and foreign countries. For example, we often see the kind of multifunctional operating beds and hospital beds that push patients in major hospitals. This thing seems very simple, but in fact, most of us are imported from Japan. As for why, there is no other reason. People's technology is good, and the products are durable. As for other medical equipment, it goes without saying. Many hospitals use medical equipment that involves technical content, but most of them are imported. What Xiao Feng has to do is to support his small upstream and downstream factories, but to participate in the competition in this area. He not only needs to support R&D personnel who have ideas and want to go out of the company to start a business. He also supports the upstream and downstream enterprises of the company. When it comes to medical equipment, he intends to support these companies in their industrial upgrades, but he studies more domestic hospitals and equipment that is in short supply in the medical market. Those who don't have enough money can get support from the coin fund he is about to set up. Even technically, he can get his support. Anyway, he still has dozens of cloning experts here, and these experts may not be of much help to the development of modern medicine. But for the future iterations of medical equipment updates, these cloning experts can still work hard. As for medicine, it is estimated that there will not be much progress in the short term based on the current capabilities of domestic pharmaceutical companies. However, Xiao Feng's idea is to support a batch of API companies to make them both scale and precision. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1363 Industry Alliance latest website. Actually, there are many API companies in China. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are the world's #1 API producer. But why can we produce the most raw materials, but not when we produce high-end products? For example, penicillin, the most commonly used broad-spectrum antibiotic on the market, has a history of hundreds of years since its discovery. Now it still plays a very broad role in the medical world. This antibiotic can not only be used as an anti-inflammatory and sterilizing drug, but also as a basic raw material for many other drugs. However, we still have to import a large amount of domestic drugs from abroad for such a common drug with a very wide range of uses. The main import target is Roche of Switzerland. Why? Just because we can't do it well. Don't look at the same penicillin, just like the oral one. It takes longer for our products to be absorbed by the body and enter the blood circulation than others. People's drugs can reach the peak concentration in the blood more quickly, and the time that they exist in the blood, which is the commonly understood drug effect, is longer than ours. In this way, the efficacy of the medicine is naturally better. According to comparative analysis, the efficacy of penicillin we produce is basically about 80% of Roche's. Moreover, their penicillin, even if it is shipped to Hong Kong by sea, is not much more expensive than ours. So who do you think the pharmaceutical factory will purchase? The reason why Roche's penicillin can do so well, mainly it has its own unique secrets in the process. Many drugs, regardless of the expiration of the patent protection period, many pharmaceutical manufacturers can imitate them. But although you know the molecular formula and synthesis method of others, you may not be able to make medicine with the same effect as others, because the reverse development of drugs is not as simple as everyone thinks. But the difficulty is very high, because many pharmaceutical factories have their own unique processes and procedures, and it is these that determine the effect of the drug. Even in order to enable the drug to exert its best efficacy, many of their production equipment are specially designed, and this, if you don't go deep, or if you don't see it with your own eyes in someone's factory, it's impossible for you to know it. This is also the main reason why India's generic drugs break off. At present, companies in the world that can achieve the effects of drugs that are fake, and even restore almost 100% of the original research drugs, that is, several pharmaceutical companies in India can do it. Even if the technology is as strong as Japan, it cannot achieve the imitation capabilities of Indian pharmaceutical companies. What Xiao Feng has to do now is to learn from India and improve the R&D capabilities of domestic pharmaceutical companies in generic drugs. To be honest, anyone who knows domestic pharmaceutical companies knows that the positive R&D capabilities of our domestic pharmaceutical companies are really too weak. Because in the past few decades, we just immersed ourselves in economic development, and everyone was desperately scaling up. Companies don't have too much money to invest in research and development, especially pharmaceutical companies. Once they want to engage in research and development, this investment is really too big. Moreover, the research and development cycle is still long. Even if it is finally developed, there will be a long period of clinical trials before it can finally be approved. However, the cost of conducting clinical trials in China is very high, and there are many restrictions on various aspects. Therefore, all domestic pharmaceutical companies don't like to engage in research and development. This has caused us to owe too much debt in recent years. The above has also noticed this problem. So many policies have been introduced to encourage and stimulate pharmaceutical companies to engage in positive research and development. In recent years, many domestic pharmaceutical companies have increased their investment in this area. But for results, it may have to wait several years. After all, the research and development of medicine, it will take several years to develop the medicine first, and then it will take several years to conduct clinical trials. Therefore, results cannot be produced in 1 or 2 years. Many of the upstream and downstream companies surrounding the 9th laboratory are actually small and medium-sized enterprises that are not very capable of resisting risks. The industries that these SMEs are engaged in do not have high technical requirements and entry barriers, so the competition is also very fierce. The anti-risk capabilities of these small and medium-sized enterprises can be said to be very poor. Maybe this year they took the order of the 9th laboratory and they lived very well. However, if the order is snatched by another company next year, it will not be mixed, and it may go bankrupt. Originally, how well these companies are living is not a matter of the 9th laboratory. But now Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun say that he wants to select so few motivated companies in the upstream and downstream industrial chain of the 9th laboratory for support. The purpose of his establishment of the Queen Fund was actually to create an industry alliance with the 9th laboratory as the core. After all, no one knows what kind of risks the enterprise will encounter in the future. It is the so-called 1 hero and 3 gangs. In the future, if the 9th laboratory encounters any risks, it will bring a little brother who can be a meat shield at any time and charge into the battle. That's better than relying on yourself and fighting alone. And sometimes, when you encounter something, it is not convenient for you to come forward by yourself, but the younger brother around you can jump out and help you solve it. This is also one of the main reasons why Xiao Feng wants to build this alliance. Well, I will ask the people below to compile a detailed list of our upstream and downstream companies. At that time, I will let our people select some companies from it. He Xiaojun also fully understood Xiao Feng's intentions at this time, so he was extremely in favor of this idea. Well, remember that our people must have a good chat with the owners of those companies, and remember that we invest in people, not his companies. Xiao Feng knocked on the table and said the key point. He Xiaojun also nodded. He understood what Xiao Feng meant. The enterprises they want to support are definitely not the kind of enterprises with a glamorous face. The companies they want to support are those with ambitious owners. It is the kind of owner who is absolutely unwilling to do the outer packaging of medicines for the 9th laboratory or supplying raw materials. It is the kind of self-motivated entrepreneur who has made money and is thinking about entering a technological moat industry. After all, in this impetuous era, we need this kind of business owners who can endure loneliness and temptation, and are willing to work their own herd of acres of land. Having been in the industry for so many years, Xiao Feng believes that only such owners can become great in the future. To be honest, although many people in the industrial and commercial circles in China are saying that business is difficult, there are still many bosses who insist on being business. However, many of these bosses are eliminated by the industry every year. There are also many bosses who feel very confused about why it is so difficult to do business now. Because of our current situation, we have entered the stage of the trap of middle-class countries. In the past, what we did was the simplest primary processing industries. These industries mainly relied on labor, that is, high-polluting labor-intensive industries. Because of the low barriers to entry, such an industry is prone to fights and swarms once it sees money. The final outcome is that business owners bargain prices with each other, keeping profits very low, and finally let foreign buyers take advantage of it for nothing. Now, many entrepreneurs have understood this point. They are not like being at the bottom of the industry chain, and they all want to hit the top. But the upstream of the industrial chain has always been a high-profit area controlled by developed countries in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea. How can this area make breakthroughs so easily? Therefore, many entrepreneurs now lament that the current industry is too difficult to do. As for the small and medium-sized enterprises surrounding the 9th laboratory, if they were asked to directly make original research drugs as soon as they came up, it would be tantamount to asking them to commit suicide. This is very unrealistic, so Xiao Feng's idea is to let them start with generic drugs. After all, the patents of generic drugs are basically public now, and everyone's difference is the process and working procedure. In this regard, for the cloning experts in the 9th laboratory, it is not a difficult task at all. As for making generic drugs, for the current 9th laboratory, they disdain to do it. After all, they are now the world's first echelon pharmaceutical company. Going to make generic drugs again is a bit of a price drop. But the market for generic drugs is not small at all. Xiao Feng does not want to see foreign pharmaceutical companies relying on generic drugs to conquer the market in our domestic market. And now Wanggong's Penglypavilion APP is becoming more and more prosperous, and now it seems to have become the most popular app for seeking medical advice in China. And the Heiwang chain pharmacy of Wanggong's family has been quietly and vigorously developing for more than a year. Regarding this Neptunus pharmacy, their development can be described as extremely low, although it has been rapidly expanding nationwide over the past year or so. However, there has never been any advertising, but almost all the pharmacies recommended by doctors on the Penglypavilion app www.mentalnovel.com are this one. Therefore, this pharmacy has now become the sweet pastry in the eyes of all pharmaceutical companies. Just like ordinary large shopping supermarkets, almost all pharmaceutical factories now want to put their own medicines on their shelves. Therefore, this Neptune chain pharmacy now has a faint trend to become the first chain pharmacy in China. Therefore, if these upstream and downstream companies supported by the 9th laboratory really make generic drugs, then sales channels will definitely not be a problem. Xiao Feng has already thought out everything for the bosses. As long as those bosses are ambitious, their 9th laboratory can definitely provide sufficient financial support and technical support. Of course, These are all converted into shares. If the company makes a profit in the future, the ninth lab has to enjoy dividends. Chapter 1364. Stand Firm, the latest website. After these companies have made a scale and accumulated enough funds, the ninth laboratory will still give these companies technical direction guidance. Of course, if they have a good idea, it is better. If they make a scale in the future, the ninth laboratory will definitely support them to go public. Anyway, when these companies go public, not only can they earn benefits themselves, but they can also help them alleviate those powerful external pressures. You must know that the ninth laboratory has been clenching teeth and insisting not to go public, which has already made many people dissatisfied. If a company is so large in scale, making money every day is about the same as the flow, how can you not make people jealous? Numerous domestic venture capital, private equity, and various funds are looking at them eagerly, waiting for them to announce that they are going to go public that day. But the ninth laboratory is good. It is just a stubborn head engaged in research and development, and never mentions the listing. Do you think this makes those big guys anxious? Especially the countless trusts. This kind of fund, the most favorite is the thick eyebrows, big eyes, and honest guys like the ninth laboratory. They are eager for the ninth lab to go public or raise funds, so that they can get a share of the ninth lab even at a very low price. But this ninth laboratory is like a man of science and technology who is incomprehensible. He is doing research and development there. No matter who it is, they just turn a blind eye. How can the capital and the bigwigs behind the capital not be angry? Many people have approached Hixia-jun before and talked about the issue of listing their company. In the end, he bit the bullet and went back. This has made countless people grit their teeth with hatred of the ninth laboratory. It was also because of the mysterious background of the ninth laboratory that those talents did not dare to take other actions. Otherwise, if this is changed to other companies, I am afraid that they would have been degraded by the various doorways that those people have put in place. But this time, Xiao Feng's intention to cultivate such a large number of peripheral companies is to show some kindness to the outside world. After all, you can't eat the meat of the ninth lab, but the ninth lab can still share the benefits for everyone from other angles. Our ninth laboratory is not listed, but these upstream and downstream companies around us can be listed. In fact, these companies, as long as they are scaled up, even if they do not have too many unique technologies, as long as they can stay in the supply chain of the ninth laboratory, when they go public, they can become a company with assets of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in minutes. If you don't believe me, you can just look at those companies in Apple's supply chain. There are many companies in Apple's supply chain, but in fact they are not outstanding in terms of technology. They rely on scale and stable supplier identity. In the technology sector, it is very popular among investors. Medium-sized enterprises with assets of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars, that's even more common. So if these upstream and downstream companies in the ninth laboratory, how many? They have mastered some rare domestic generic drug technology. If these companies go public again at this time, their market value will exceed those in Apple's supply chain. The market value broke hundreds of billions. In Xiao Feng's eyes, it was all commonplace. Those capitals who are staring at the ninth lab, although there is no benefit from the ninth lab, they can buy the stocks of those companies. From those companies, they can still get enough benefits. And this is also part of the goodwill released by the ninth laboratory. After all, if you eat meat yourself, you have to give someone some soup to drink, right? Otherwise, to engage in this persuasion fund, I think we don't have to invest all our own funds. After all, once this coin fund is announced, it will inevitably attract countless people and companies, and they all hope to get investment from us. These money is not a small sum. Xiao Feng suddenly said again. Hixia-jun was also taken aback when he heard this. Mr. Xiao, how much do we plan to invest in the education fund? I think we are not short of this amount of money. Right? Now we have hundreds of billions in the bank. How to spend this money now? I feel a headache. Speaking of money, Hixia-jun is excited. Now, the company with the least money in the country, the ninth laboratory says that it is first. I am afraid that no one else dares to say second. This is hundreds of billions, or their share of domestic sales. And excluding expenses, the net profit alone is 2 to 300 billion. And the share of overseas sales has been directly transferred to the group's overseas head office, in the account of Southern Cross Bank. That part alone, there are hundreds of billions of US dollars. In China, part of the money is stored in Citibank, another part is stored in a local bank in Benching, and part is stored in a large state-owned bank. After all, if a company is so large, it must always be balanced. It is impossible to deposit so much money in Citibank. Taking into account the return of support to the local municipal and provincial governments, the ninth laboratory will naturally take a considerable part of its profits and deposit it in the city's local banks and provincial state-owned banks. If they are so sensible, they will naturally be more at ease and take care of them. It is precisely because of so much money that Xiaojun's biggest headache now is how to spend the money. Originally, Xiao Feng designed such a coin fund, which he thought was a good thing. This project looks like a fund on the surface, but in his opinion it is a business incubator. On the surface, this coin fund looks like that kind of extremely risky angel fund, but with the technical support of their ninth laboratory, it can be said that the risk of participating companies has been reduced to a minimum. And those companies, if they can do one or two things, they can just sit and count money in the ninth laboratory in the future. With their current strength, this fund can at least put 10 billion into it at the very least. This little money now has to be weighed and weighed for any domestic enterprise. Even the two giants of the internet industry who were brilliant for a while, if you ask them to spend 10 billion yuan at a time for such an angel venture capital, it is estimated that they are not willing. Even if they agree with this idea, they will certainly not come up with so much money on their own. They will definitely join other big bosses in operating capital to make such a venture capital. But with 10 billion, for the current ninth laboratory, that is definitely a trivial matter. Even if the tens of billions are all lost, it is nothing to them. Because of this tens of billions, it is only their new week sales profit. Therefore, Xiaojun was full of confidence in this coin fund. But now Xiao Feng said, let him invest cautiously. Don't put too much money in it, he doesn't understand. Mr. Xiao, I don't know how to spend the money on our account now, but you still. Xiaojun's proposal to Xiao Feng can be said to be puzzling. It is obvious that we are not short of money. Xiao Feng glanced at him, and then said with a smile, our fund raises funds and can issue bonds. Remember to issue bonds in the form of bonds. Just issue our corporate bonds. Originally, I didn't understand why Xiao Feng wouldn't let himself pay, but now Xiao Feng actually wants to issue debt, which makes Xiaojun feel even more trapped. What do you mean? There is really nowhere to spend more money, right? Xiao Feng gave Xiaojun a meaningful look, and then said, Xiaojun, I understand what you mean. But you have to know the environment we are in. Sometimes it's not a good thing for you to eat alone. If you have money, everyone makes money. That way you can make friends all over the world. The more friends you have, the more paths you have. Understand? Let others know that although we are not listed, everyone can still share the profits to the benefit. If you just want to eat alone, you won't be in business for long. Xiao Feng's words are very meaningful. Although he didn't say it thoroughly, Xiaojun already understood it. As the saying goes, it's a tree that suffers from the wind. In the circle of Confucian culture, there is even a saying that the wood is beautiful and the forest wind will destroy it. Even ordinary people know that the rafters in their early days rot first, which definitely makes sense. Now the ninth laboratory can be said to stand out among many domestic companies. Several star products in the company are simply cash cows, because it has an insurmountable technological moat with other companies. Coupled with their product's reputation in the market, they can really say that they can count money while sitting at home. Their current situation can really be said to be similar to that of Apple back then. Although the market share is not the largest in the world, They have taken away the bulk of the net profit of the entire industry. Think about it, that's on a global scale. Profits in a year alone are worth hundreds of billions, and they are still earned in US dollars. How can you say that such a company is not so popular, especially those good companies with capital www.metalnovel.com, who do not go public or raise funds? What do you think they would think? If it weren't for the special background of the Ninth Laboratory, and the environment they are in now, I'm afraid someone would have been making noises long ago. In the early years, weren't there a few capital predators who wanted to slap the Ninth Laboratory? In the end, they were all settled by Xiao Feng, but now that they are getting bigger and bigger, they will definitely attract the coveting of stronger and more greedy capital. Although the current Ninth Laboratory is no longer the man of the year, the business is about peace and wealth, and they still don't want to dispute with any party. Therefore, this business has reached the stage it is today, and those at the helm must know how to give up in order to have this truth. Only when they become friends of all forces can they truly stand firm. And this is a college question. Chapter 1365 Disguised Dividend. Latest website, with the reputation of the Ninth Laboratory. If they want to issue a corporate bond, even if the interest rate is set extremely low, even lower than the country's benchmark interest rate, even if they issue corporate bonds, the cycle is still very long, basically starting in 3 years. But as long as they publicize the idea of issuing bonds, I am afraid that major domestic banks will come to the door, and even foreign banks will follow the trend and even step on their threshold. No way. Who made their company behave so well now? With their company's profitability and their company's name, it is the guarantee of the rigid redemption of these bonds. So as long as their company debts can appear in the bond market, they will definitely be looted. Moreover, although the pricing of their bonds is set lower than the benchmark interest rate, it is important to know that this interest rate standard will still be madly sought after when it is taken abroad, because the interest rate in the overseas bond market is much lower than ours. Of course, if the general company wants to issue bonds, the interest rate will definitely be set high, and even the pricing power will not belong to those companies themselves. Even bond underwriters, brokerage firms and banks have the final say. But for the Ninth Lab, that's another matter entirely. For banks and brokerages who want to grab their bond underwriting rights, the Ninth Laboratory must have the final say on the interest rate pricing of this bond. And because everyone in the market who is not a fool knows that the Ninth Lab is not listed, but this kind of bond is almost equivalent to the distribution coupon of the Ninth Laboratory's targeted dividend distribution to the society. Only if you own these bonds, then you have the right to share the development dividend of the Ninth Lab. And with these bonds, you can do a lot more. For example, if you buy the corporate bonds of the Ninth Lab in China, you can also get the secondary mortgage financing overseas. Because domestic interest is definitely higher than overseas, there is a certain interest rate difference between the two. In the overseas capital market, there may be a large number of national sovereign funds and pension funds that are most seeking stable returns. The amount of these capitals is huge, and they don't want to make too much profit, more just pursue stable income and safety. So generally, like Germany, H country, and Japanese national bonds, they are the most favorite investment targets of this kind of fund. And the bonds of Lab 9, in overseas markets, are definitely safer and more reliable targets than those of national bonds. Because of this company, its current performance in the market is absolutely phenomenal. Judging from the current performance of their other competitors, few companies can threaten their market position. The Ninth Laboratory now, it is the same as Apple in the first few years of the smartphone. In the smartphone market, that is definitely a proper one. Big Mac. Although the Ninth Lab is not listed, it has never issued a bond before. However, the 3 major international rating agencies have already rated their companies. And the rating standards given by the 3, unsurprisingly, all are AAA. We must know that such qualifications can only be obtained by us. There are only a few banks and large state-owned enterprises. For private companies, The ninth laboratory is already the only one. Therefore, the name of the ninth laboratory alone is already a golden sign in the bond market. Moreover, Xiao Feng's plan this time is definitely to issue bonds first in China. Even if the interest rate is set a little higher, but as long as it is lower than the benchmark interest rate, they are not considered a loss. After all, the underwriters have to make a profit, and then all kinds of capital parties. You don't have to think about it. As long as they are released publicly, their bonds will definitely be robbed by various private placements, trusts, and so on. And these capitalists will definitely take these bonds, go to the overseas bond market as the target, earning one. After all, the domestic interest is more than 4 o'clock. But the interest in the overseas bond market is more than 1. And with the reputation of their ninth laboratory, this bond will definitely be robbed if it is taken out. I am not afraid of cashing at all. So the interest rate difference, it must be earned by those capitals, even those with energy. These bonds can be used as collateral to raise funds from certain places. Anyway, for these capitals, this is simply the ninth laboratory giving them disguised benefits. It's almost nothing to give them money, so why don't they? With this bond sale, I believe that the grievances of those capitals who have been eyeing the ninth lab will definitely be much smaller. After all, they are finally willing to take them to play. Although it is not the long-term stable stock they imagined, at least they can enjoy dividends, right? Banks and brokerages will also be happy. After all, they have money to make money. The capital is also happy. After all, with the development of the ninth laboratory, they can also enjoy the dividend. So no matter how you look at it, this bond issuance method is simply a win-win model of multi-party cooperation. The most important thing is that although the ninth laboratory has issued a debt, it will definitely not lose money, because the funds they raise publicly through the issuance of bonds, they will put them into this coin fund. At that time, they will invest these funds in companies and companies that they are optimistic about, and provide corresponding technical support to these companies. At that time, as long as these companies have made generic drugs, they will be sold in the Heiwang drugstore through One Gongcai. Soon they can make money back from these investments. Even if the company develops well, they can also help these companies go public and raise funds. And once these companies go public, not only will they make a lot of money, when the time comes, those outside capitalists will also be able to follow the meat. Anyway, as long as they can eat meat, they won't be thinking about the ninth laboratory. When they become shareholders of these companies, they will also become peripheral personnel of the ninth laboratory. By then, everyone will be comrades in arms on the same boat. By that time, these companies have become the pawns and meat shields of the ninth laboratory. At that time, the ninth laboratory will naturally become the core hegemon of this industry alliance. At that time, if anyone dared to speak disrespectfully to the ninth laboratory, they don't need to act in person. One of these little brothers popped out at random, and they could straighten out those rebellious guys. And this is Xiao Feng's ultimate goal for this alliance. And after He Xiaojun listened to Xiao Feng's true thoughts, he couldn't help but sigh that the boss is still calculating. To be honest, in recent years, because he is the head of the ninth experiment, he has received countless invitations every year. Invite him to participate in various business forums, various cocktail parties organized by business leaders and so on. And almost every time on the forum, someone will introduce him to people of all kinds, and these people can say that they have different backgrounds, but they can be sure that any one of them is stomped, which can shock the domestic economic circle. Shocked Big Shot. And these people are very eager and familiar with his attitude, but once they get to the real subject. What I mean by that, I just asked him, when will the ninth lab have the idea of going public? Obviously they have become the fat in the eyes of many people. And He Xiaojun either pretended to be stupid every time, or resolutely gave him back. It is also because of the mysterious scientific research team behind Mr. Xiao and the mysterious background. That's why those people didn't dare to act on them easily. However, in recent years, as more and more people have known each other, Hixio-jun has never tired of such a situation, but he has become more and more feeling a little overwhelmed. Because this feeling of worrying about being missed by the culprits every day is really uncomfortable. Even if I sleep every day, I am afraid that something big will happen. Why did they finally decide to move R&D institutions and good factories to Darksing Island, far away from the city? In fact, it is to reduce the contact with the outside world as much as possible, and reduce the opportunities for outsiders to come to their company and production base. Moreover, many raw materials are transported to the island, which seems to be a waste of freight costs, but it allows them to better control the source and route of the materials. Similarly, we can do our best to reduce the risk of being sabotaged. Companies do what they do. If someone wants to add materials to their products to cause damage, the destructive power is very huge, and their method of controlling the transportation path of all raw materials can make every batch of products to the greatest extent possible and simply trace the source. Once a certain batch of products has a problem, they can solve and control the problem as quickly as possible. However, as the scale of the enterprise grows bigger and bigger, Hixio-jun feels that he is under increasing pressure every day. After all, there are too many people jealous of them now. Mentalnovel.com. And now Xiao Feng suddenly plays Tai Chi, disguisedly paying dividends to those capitals. This will definitely calm the grievances of many people. Even if in the future, if you develop in-depth cooperation with those companies that they have invested in, they will be more likely to turn your enemies into friends. After understanding this, Hixio-jun really admired Xiao Feng's beautiful Tai Chi. And even though they are issuing bonds to the outside world this time, they have to pay a certain amount of interest to the outside world, but to them, this transaction is completely empty. Glove White Wolf, and it is definitely a transaction that makes no money. Although the money was eventually invested through the foundation, I don't want other funds. The probability of their investment in failure is definitely the lowest. The reason is also very simple, because the technology of their 9th laboratory underpins these investments. The interest of their debt issuance may be more than 3 points a year, but they can rely on these financing funds to earn back several times or even dozens of times. Chapter 1366 Ambition. Latest website. Although Xiao Feng did not say clearly, he firmly believes that with these funds, they can definitely cultivate more unicorns. At that time, their return is definitely not a few points of interest and net profit dividends. As for the source of funds for the Queen Fund, Xiao Feng and Hixio-jun reached a consensus. Next, naturally, it is time to discuss how this fund should be used and where to invest. Our first choice for this fund is naturally employees who voluntarily go out to start businesses within our company. Speaking of these, Hixio-jun also has a deep understanding. Now that the 9th laboratory has developed to such a stage, there are many senior executives in the company, but they are all thinking about it. For example, some people with great ambitions, when they joined the company, thought that the company might go public in the future. At that time, everyone will be able to divide a share of the original stock, but the 9th laboratory's current results. At that time, as long as they are listed, everyone will basically be able to achieve the small goal of financial freedom. However, after working in the company for a few years, everyone discovered that the 9th laboratory really had no idea of listing. Although the company's salary and various benefits are not low, the company has no plans to go public at all. In this case, wouldn't everyone's idea of financial freedom be broken? So what should I do now? Some ambitious people, to be honest, at this time, have already begun to restless. Some people want to change jobs, but when they think of joining the company, they have a lot of brain pain when they think about the competition agreement they signed with the company. They want to go but can't go, and the company is not listed. Although they can earn more than 1 million or even 2 million every year at their level, they still can't satisfy their ambitions. Such people, if they stay in the company for a long time, something will happen sooner or later. Moreover, people who can generally achieve this level actually have some hard skills at hand. It's like the bigwigs of those internet companies when the internet was booming. When I reach a certain level, I have my own creativity and ideas in my mind. And maybe someday I will give up my million annual salary and go out to start a business. And many of them have achieved success. Many companies founded by people have received tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of venture capital investments. Although they may not be able to make them in the end, at least tens of millions of them must have been made. Although he failed to become a boss, he finally achieved financial freedom. Others, although entrepreneurship may not be successful, they eventually changed hands and sold their own companies to those big companies, and many of them cashed in tens of millions. Therefore, people are at different heights, and naturally they have different ideas. For example, Hik Seojun now knows that several of the senior executives in the Ninth Lab have a desire to start a business. After all, because of the restrictions of the competition agreement, after leaving the company, it is impossible to switch to another company. In this way, there is only one path left to start a business. As for talents at this level, they have come to this stage in their lives, they are also well informed, and they definitely look down on working for others. More of them, they definitely want to be their own bosses, taking advantage of their best years to fight, and strive to give themselves financial freedom. As for such people, Xiao Feng and Hik Seojun both felt that naturally they should focus on support. After all, first of all, they were born in the Ninth Laboratory, which is a kind of incense. Moreover, if they voluntarily resigned, they saved the company a lot of trouble, and it was naturally beneficial to the company's internal circulation and metabolism, and it was considered to have made corresponding contributions to the company. Secondly, they originally worked in the Ninth Laboratory, so the company knew them well. I know their technical prowess and temperament very well, and they can easily figure out the projects they want to enter. If it is found to be really valuable, it is very worthy of in-depth training and support. If it is done in the future, it can also become a benchmark for mutual fulfillment between enterprises and individuals. Secondly, after the company implemented the 3M management method, those R&D personnel who suddenly had a bright light and were ambitious. After all, not everyone likes to be R&D staff for a lifetime. If these R&D personnel have a sudden insight and come up with a good idea, he decided to go out on his own, and the company naturally supported him vigorously, because if his project is successfully incubated, the Ninth Laboratory will naturally benefit from it. As for the third, it is the carefully selected affiliated companies upstream and downstream of the Ninth Laboratory. In fact, these companies now have a certain economic foundation, and among the helms of these companies, there must be a few ambitious ones who want to strive for the top. It's just that they haven't found the right way yet. At this time, if the Ninth Laboratory gives them money and technology, these companies will soon leapfrog the dragon and complete a beautiful transformation. These three are only the objects we need to support first. But in the future, the objects that our coin fund will support will definitely not be limited to these three areas. Xiao Feng and Hik Seojun discussed the use of the fund. Regarding the first three key support goals, both of them have basically no objections. But when Xiao Feng said that it was definitely not limited to this, Hik Seojun was shocked again. This boss is brave, he knew it, but he never knew that Xiao Feng's ambitions were so big. What do you mean, boss? We want to spread the influence of the coin fund to the whole country and even the whole world. Hiss. After hearing what Xiao Feng said, Hik Seojun couldn't help taking a breath. This boss thought too much. Only a fund of 10 billion yuan, which can support the first three goals, is not bad. But the boss actually wants to spread his influence across the country. Xiao Feng, who was sitting opposite, naturally saw Hik Seojun's unbelievable look, so he smiled and said, in the early stage, as long as you find a few projects to become benchmarks and support those companies to go public, then you can then issue a second corporate bond. This time you want to raise funds. With the previous successful cases and our golden sign, it is estimated that those capital houses will take the initiative to find them to send you money. In fact, those capitals, Do you think they don't want to invest in potential stocks in the pharmaceutical industry? It's just that in this respect, they are not our professional, and our investment intentions are their weather vane. Which company do we invest in? Believe it or not, if we go on the front foot, they will follow. So this is a two-way earning business for them. On the one hand, financing us can make a safe return. On the other hand, they will follow our investment route closely, and if they find our investment targets, they will swarm them. We won't lose money even if the business fails at that time. When Xiao Feng said this, He Xiaojun couldn't help but slapped his thigh and thumbed up at Xiao Feng. Boss, so awesome, I found out for the first time, you are so cunning. And Xiao Feng smiled. The sly expression on his face flashed past. Although the Kuai fund he wants to set up is destined to be very powerful, it is not eye-catching. It is destined to be successful in every project. So what about companies that are not growing as expected? Is it just watching the investment lagging behind? Xiao Feng will definitely not agree. He is clear about what those capitals think, but they must regard their Kuai fund as the vein of the technology venture capital sector, especially after they successfully invested in a few projects in the first period and made a lot of money. Those capitals will definitely regard them as a beacon, and investment in this circle will definitely follow them. They invested in a certain company in the forefoot, and those capitals would surely rush up in the back. So even if the companies they invest in are not growing as expected, Xiao Feng is not worried that these companies will lose money, because there will always be greedy guys to help them take over. Therefore, the Kuai fund, even though it hasn't started operation, is already invincible. As for how to spread the influence across the country, this is what I told you about the plot in the sports new city. I came to you this time. My idea is to build an industrial park over there, put all the companies we invest in and support in which park, and then talk to the city and introduce some preferential policies for the park. Xiao Feng said his thoughts, and when He Xiaojun heard this, he couldn't help but slap his chest suddenly. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, it's up to me to come forward, and it will definitely give me this face. It is true that he went to talk with the city with his card face today, and the city would definitely agree. After all, this is a great thing. Secondly, I will build a large exhibition hall in that park, and then set a few times a year to hold a nationwide medical www.mentalnovel.com and medical equipment expo. Hey, this idea is good. Xiao Feng just said his thoughts, and He Xiaojun, who was opposite, had already slapped his hands. As a master who is accustomed to seeing the world, Xiao Feng only said this idea, and He Xiaojun already understood what he meant. Holding such an expo on medicine and medical equipment can not only attract all kinds of large and small pharmaceutical companies across the country, it can also attract companies that develop medical devices. Everyone is here for exhibitions and exchanges. If there are new medicines and medical devices, it is really creative. The ninth laboratory can naturally provide channels and support. Even if your medicines and medical devices have not been fully developed yet, as long as your creativity can be recognized by the ninth laboratory, you will be able to get the support of the Kuai fund. Chapter 1367 Black-Hearted Middleman latest website. At this point, He Xiaojun finally understood that Xiao Feng came to talk to himself about the sports new city plot today. It turns out the boss is going to do a big thing. It seems that the new sports city sector is really interesting. It seems that I really underestimated Xiao Feng before, thinking that he was just taking the land to engage in comprehensive commercial development, and in the end he would return to the old path of traditional real estate. Unexpectedly, the boss situation was not what he could predict. Where does he want to engage in real estate? He has to rely entirely on his own efforts to build an industrial park over there. And this industrial park is far more than just a well-known incubator. This is completely prepared for the future expansion of the domestic medical field. At first, it was mainly to support the upstream and downstream of their ninth laboratory. But later, it was for all participants in the medical field. It doesn't matter where you are in the business, It doesn't matter if you are in medicine or medical equipment. As long as you have a good idea and get the approval of the 9th Laboratory Review Committee, then you can get investment from the Queen Fund. Where does the Queen Fund's money come from? According to Xiao Feng's vision, in fact, more than 70% are fundraising from the society. From this point of view, what Xiao Feng does is not simple. What he has to do is to guide social funds and enter the medical industry upgrade field as a guide. We must know that the state advocates social funds and private capital to enter the medical sector. The slogan has been chanted for many years. Even in the financial sector, a lot of openings have been made for medical companies. But why has our domestic medical industry failed to develop for so many years? In the final analysis, it is because of the wrong way of funding and industry matching. Capital pursues profit. They always want to make the fastest and most money with the fastest speed and the least risk. As for the medical industry, it needs a long-term, capital-intensive, and smart-intensive industry. Therefore, in this regard, there is a natural contradiction between medical research and capital. In addition, many domestic pharmaceutical companies have done little to develop original research drugs for so many years. However, there are many pharmaceutical companies that frequently broke out many scandals, which makes capital even more distrustful of R&D companies. Therefore, although the above has long advocated private capital, it has entered the domestic original research drug company. However, the matching of the two parties has been unsuccessful. What we can see is that the capital of each party is frequently in the stock market, attacking pharmaceutical companies, entering and exiting. However, they all took the short, flat and fast route, relying on various information gaps to make a fortune, and then quickly ran away. In doing so, not only did they fail to help the growth of those pharmaceutical companies, but instead made many pharmaceutical companies that were otherwise good enough to survive. After all, the company's stock price frequently rides the roller coaster, which will inevitably affect the confidence of other investors, and even corporate insiders will have mistrust in the future of the company due to frequent fluctuations in the stock price. And the funds that can really settle down and help the development of the enterprise are even rarer. In fact, everyone in the financial industry knows that betting on the original research drug companies is actually a very profitable industry. For example, if you look at Pfizer, it developed a small blue pill that year, which directly increased their stock price tenfold. Just such a medicine has made all those investors profit. And because of the patent protection of the drug, after the small blue pill was released, this drug has been sold exclusively on the market for a full 13 years. In the past 13 years, they have been able to harvest tens of billions of dollars from the world every year by relying on this medicine alone. If you are an investor in Pfizer, as long as you hold their stocks, even if there is no cash, you will earn more than the dividends every year, and more than 10 years later, even if you wait until the patent protection period expires, you are dumping Pfizer stock. But at this time, Pfizer's stock has more than doubled, more than 10 times. Such a good thing for both ends to make money, but it really made the investment in Pfizer that year was full of mouthfuls for the big investment institutions. Don't look at the stocks of Apple and Google in the market in recent years, but you actually let the institutions that hold Pfizer stocks change them. I am afraid that not many people are willing to change. After all, the return on Pfizer stock is not low at all. Therefore, these domestic capital players are actually not companies that do not want to invest in actual research and development. The problem is that it is really difficult to encounter such companies in China. After all, for so many years, they have often dealt with the well-known large pharmaceutical companies in China. But after some dealings, they also found out you count on these companies to really succeed in research and development. But you don't know if you have to wait until the year of the monkey. So it's better to make some quick money in the stock market. The only thing that makes them feel infinitely regrettable is the 9th Laboratory. This company can be said to be one of the few pharmaceutical companies in China that has the real ability to engage in original research drugs. Moreover, looking at the original research drugs that others have produced, The company's ability is not at all inferior to Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, GlaxoSmithKline, such established world-class drugs. But the thing is, this company is not listed at all. What's even more hateful is that this company's background is still very strong and mysterious. Even if they wanted to talk to someone, they couldn't catch up. They just didn't go on the market, but they were helpless with others, so they could only hate the roots of their teeth, and then stare at them. However, the situation is different this time. The Ninth Laboratory plans to start anew this time. The project they made this time seems to be just a fund focused on industry. But they are more professional than any other capital, especially in the fields of medicine and medical equipment. Through their hands, successful companies will be hatched one after another. Those capitals who had gritted their teeth on the Ninth Laboratory can get tangible benefits from them this time. In fact, the GAI Fund of the Ninth Laboratory has played a role as a channel. Help financial institutions with money but no suitable direction to find the most suitable investment direction. Then why these financial institutions believe them? It is because of their Ninth Laboratory's golden signature, and their super ability to cover the bottom. At the very beginning, we must have set up procedures for those financial institutions so that people are willing to hand over the money to us for investment. But once the Queen Fund's reputation becomes established, after we have successfully invested in several companies in a row, this lean program can be removed. When the time comes, they will not come in love. Believe me, even if we don't give them any bottoming promises, those capitals will rush to squeeze out their heads and give us the money to the Queen Fund. At that time, it won't be the thing that we give them interest margins. It's that we have to charge them the management fees for fund management and investment. Xiao Feng is now discussing the future process of the Queen Fund with He Xiaojun with a smile. And He Xiaojun also nodded frequently, agreeing to Xiao Feng's statement very much. It really wasn't that the two of them were too crazy, but because of their confidence in the scientists on the Ninth Laboratory's review committee. The 7 people on the review committee were all human cloning experts appointed by Xiao Feng. These people may be dismissive of modern medical technology, but they will never miss the direction of the future development of science. That project has a future. What kind of technology, what kind of field in the future, and a breakthrough in going back. They are absolutely clear about what impact it will have on the future medical field of mankind. So once a project is approved by them, it is basically a certainty, and it will be absolutely successful. At that time, such projects will not only receive financial support from the Ninth Laboratory, but also their technical support. Originally, these companies may take 5 or even 10 years to produce results. But with the support of the Ninth Laboratory, these companies may take 2 to 3 years, or even a year, to produce results. In doing so, it can be said that the risk is extremely low. Moreover, it completely avoids the big pits of the large-scale pharmaceutical companies that are already on the market, and relies on supporting the latest industries to get on the road. Such an industry can be said to have great potential, and once it grows explosively, then anyone may become a hotspot in the stock market. As long as a few are made, the Queen Fund can become the vein of the domestic venture capital industry. Perhaps it is not comparable to those giants such as Hongshan and Jialing Capital. However, in the field of investment in medicine and medical equipment, they are definitely the number one in hand. As long as there are 5 successful cases, then in the future there will be a golden rule in this field. At that time, there will be countless people and companies who will take the initiative to find them, hoping to get their support. And all kinds of capital will rush to them and treat them as guests, even if they know that they are the middlemen who are black-hearted to make the difference. www.mentalnovel.com. They will unconditionally offer the money in their hands. This is the basic rules for the operation of the capital circle. At that time, they can not only make money from the investment projects, but also make money from those capitals. And those capitals will not have the slightest complaint. On the contrary, they will take the initiative to offer the funds with a smile, for fear that persuasion fund will not let them play. Suddenly talking about this today, I feel a little messy in my mind. This is a big deal, and I can't rush it. Or tomorrow, call Loguan and teacher He Fangzu. Let's talk together. Finally implement the details of the operation of this fund. He Xiaojun suddenly said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. I also have this intention, and I am thinking, if you have money on hand, you might as well buy some shares. You have been with me for so many years. Chapter 1368 Rows of Fruits latest website. Xiao Feng's smile at this time is very meaningful. At this time, when He Xiaojun heard this, he immediately felt enthusiastic. Finally, it's finally time to divide the cake. In fact, He Xiaojun's annual salary is not low, at least more than 10 million a year. This is just a salary on the surface. If you add the company's dry stock dividends, he can make at least several hundred million in that year. The money seems to be a lot, but compared to the profitability of the ninth lab, it is actually not much at all. You must know that the ninth laboratory alone can make hundreds of billions of net profits in a year. If you add the profits of the overseas part, that net profit breaks 1 trillion, that's all right. We must know that the most profitable H company in China last year made more than 800 billion yuan in just 1 year. If you count the net profit, it is not as good as the ninth laboratory. And the ninth laboratory can make so much money. Don't feel exaggerated. After all, several of their company's products are too prominent. There is not much to say about cosmetics. You must know this product. Before the appearance of the cosmetics in the ninth laboratory, the major cosmetics companies in the world were basically harvesting the IQ tax of global women. If their cosmetics were really as magical as they advertised, then women all over the world would have been immortal for a long time. In fact, most of their cosmetics are just psychological placebos. 100 people have used them. If they can be really effective on one person, that's not bad. Even if some products are real and effective, the price is already sky high, and the actual effect can be only any tenth of what they advertised. But it is precisely because of people's desire for beauty and fear of aging, so many people know that cosmetics are not very useful. But they still rush to those big names. Every month, I take out most of my salary, give it with both hands, and even treat some brands as gods. This situation was reversed only after the emergence of the ninth laboratory, the world's first cosmetic product that does not treat consumers as leaks, but is really effective when used. Cosmetics with small molecules of collagen can be said to be effective when applied. Although they may not be able to rejuvenate women, but it can reduce wrinkles, delay aging, and even improve skin conditions. Let the old and decayed face be refilled with collagen. When such a product was launched, it was sought after by women all over the world. Even if their products are very expensive, a small bottle of cream even requires a senior white-collar worker's salary for 1 month. The yuan soft sister currency is as high as tens of thousands in China, and even tens of thousands of dollars overseas. The price is already staggering, and even later, they have increased the price many times. But even so, women all over the world are still eager for the cosmetics of the ninth laboratory and are crazy about them. The reason is simple. Because the efficacy of their cosmetics is really visible. It is completely different from the cosmetics that used to collect IQ tax. And the more the price of this thing increases, not only will those women not be unhappy, they won't be scolded, but they will clap their hands and applaud instead. Because they all know that beauty is priceless, and they must pay a price if they want to embrace youth. And they are the most vain group of the human race. They wish that other women can't afford it. It is best if they can afford it. And they know that you get what you pay for, and good things should be expensive. Because as long as the price is expensive, others can't afford it. Only if they can afford it and use it, can they show their superiority even more. This is like, obviously everyone knows that OV is the baby of industrialized products, and even some bags are not made of real leather, and the price is still very expensive. But those women still flock to them, and there are even many people who squeeze in food and clothing, and would rather not eat lunch for a few months, but also save money to buy one. Therefore, the cosmetics of the ninth laboratory can now be said to be the king of the global cosmetics industry. If they want to increase the price, they will increase the price, and their actions will not only provoke scolding, but will attract unanimous applause. Moreover, their cosmetics are now definitely not only for women, but also for men's cosmetics, which have also received unanimous praise. Even when the dignitaries of many countries had to give speeches in the general election or held a TV debate with their opponents, they would take the initiative to ask makeup artists to use the products of the Ninth Laboratory for them. The reason is simple: using their cosmetics can indeed make them look younger and more energetic. And this appearance is more pleasing to the audience. Therefore, even if it is a beautiful country, it is screaming and killing many companies, but they dare not easily bring up the idea of sanctions against the Ninth Laboratory. The reason is very simple. If there is a congressman who does not open his eyes, if he raises such a statement, I am afraid that before his proposal is submitted, it will be torn apart by angry female voters. You might even get scratched by your own wife and daughter when you go home. And it's not just cosmetics that can make huge profits for the Ninth Lab. Now their main product is healthcare products. Their health products can now be said to be sold all over the world, especially their rejuvenating capsules, which are obviously health products, but they are now used as prescription drugs by the attending doctors in many countries. Many patients who are clearly already critically ill and are about to belch and breathe, after taking this medicine, they can hold their lives and continue to breathe. As for the specific reason, no one can tell now, and even the scientific research personnel of the Ninth Laboratory have not given any clear explanation. Now this health product is just like the attitude of ancient Chinese medicine to ginseng. Regardless of how serious the injury and illness are, as long as there is a breath, I will give you ginseng. If you don't care, you can hang your life. This is the attitude of doctors in emergency departments around the world towards this medicine. It is even more important than adrenaline. Sometimes even the critically ill patients who cannot be rescued by adrenaline can try this healthcare product. There was even a miracle in a certain country in South America. The doctor rescued a certain big man with a gun for more than half an hour. All kinds of medicines were used, and the heart had been straightened for more than 15 minutes. In the end, the doctors tried to treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor, and tried it with the rejuvenating capsules. But what is surprising is that after 10 minutes, this man actually recovered his weak heartbeat. After the last year, the people who had already gone to see God were saved again. This incident once caused a huge sensation all over the world, so that later many emergency doctors were willing to try it. Finally, it is frequently spread from all over the world. This health product has brought the injury number back from the endangered condition. So this medicine became a miracle medicine. Now it has not only become a must-have medicine in emergency departments around the world, but also in ambulances. Even many qualified families like to prepare some at home. And the military of many countries even use this healthcare product as a life-saving medicine to reserve. The popularity of this rejuvenating capsule in the world has also led to the crazy selling of other health products under their brands. Therefore, the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products have become the only products in the Ninth Laboratory that can sell as well as cosmetics. As for other products under their company, such as Burn and Scald Cream, various medical aesthetics materials, as well as Click Serum, and various artificial human albumin, etc., they can also bring huge profits to the company. So now the Ninth Laboratory can definitely be said to be a golden mountain. As the helm of such a company, Yusei Xiaojun makes hundreds of millions in a year. Is that a lot? In fact, compared with other companies of the same type, he has earned very little. If this is left to the world's largest country, such a company, the final step to go public is indispensable. And the type of supervisor like Xiaojun will inevitably be allocated the corresponding equity incentives in the future. Not only Xiaojun will be allocated, but even the company's various middle and high-level employees. and even ordinary employees will be allocated the corresponding equity incentives. Once a company like the Ninth Lab goes public, it will definitely create countless billionaires. It is not an exaggeration that even employees with hundreds or thousands of employees can achieve financial freedom directly by going public. But the key point now is that the Ninth Lab will not be listed at all, and it will not be listed in the future. In this way, the big executives of the company are okay, compared with Hou Xiaojun, or Xie Hongtao. He Xiaojun can earn hundreds of millions from the company a year. Xie Hongtao is also a lot, tens of millions less, and 100 million if more. As for other executives who have contributed a lot, it is not as good as it is, with a few million fewer and tens of millions more. Although it can't make you rich overnight, it can also allow you to properly realize financial freedom. But this level of wealth is not enough for some executives. After all, if they join a certain entrepreneurial company, maybe they will be worth hundreds of millions as soon as the company goes public. Novel.com. But in the Ninth Laboratory, they have to earn more than 10 or 2 decades to be able to achieve that net worth. This makes it easy for many executives to have two hearts. Those who are capable may simply want to leave the company to start a business, while those who are unhealthy may become unruly toward the company, and maybe they will sell some confidential information. What's more, although Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun are supportive of moving out to start a business with the company's executives, but for the key responsible persons in certain key positions, they still hope to stay. After all, it is impossible for them to give up and put everyone out to start a business, right? So since the company does not plan to go public, and it is impossible to give higher salaries and dividends, how can it satisfy those people's ambitions? This Queen Fund has become Xiao Feng's best share. Chapter 1369. The Best Balance Plan. Latest website. In fact, Xiao Feng had already considered this issue a long time ago. Like his current Celebrity Chef Group, the Ninth Laboratory, and the Future Spark Technology. These companies are all core companies in his hands, and he does not intend to go public. With his current strength, he can indeed block out a lot of coveting from the outside world. But the fortress often collapses inside, and you can't always guarantee that the executives under you are one mind with you. People are greedy. Regardless of his current salary for these executives is not low. There are many people with an annual salary of tens of millions, and these executives also enjoy a certain right to the company's dry stock dividends. Even within the company, there is a prize pool for equity incentive dividends. Every employee who has made a great contribution to the company will be allocated a certain percentage of dry shares as an incentive. These dry shares cannot be sold, but as long as you, an employee, are still in the company for one day, you can enjoy the annual profit dividends brought by the equity. Although these equity is very small, maybe only a few tenths of a percent. But because the Ninth Laboratory has the enviable super profitability, this seemingly inconspicuous little equity may bring you as little as hundreds of thousands, and as many as tens of millions of dividends every year. Although this dividend is not small, Xiao Feng is still uncertain about whether he can retain talents in the future. Because as the company becomes more and more profitable, the competition it will face in the future will definitely increase. Just talk about those foreign industry giants, such as Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, or large pharmaceutical companies such as Merck, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson. I have tried all kinds of ways to dig a wall from them. The wages offered now are not too high, that is, they are twice as high as their current wages. In addition to guaranteeing immigration, employees are also allocated houses and cars to ensure the education of their children, as well as the work of their spouses and other issues. This is very tempting for many ordinary employees, even employees in important technical positions. This is still not enough. Those competitors are pressing. If it is the day when the bayonet becomes popular, they will definitely offer more attractive conditions. At that time, how many employees will be able to survive? You can see how their boss digs people from Japanese companies when the Samsung empire just started. When he dug Panasonic and Toshiba's technical staff, The salary of those technical experts was even higher than the salary of the CEO of Samsung Group. How many people can withstand such treatment? Even the Japanese, who don't always value the southern dynasties in their hearts, can't hold back in the face of the temptation of Kaigyuogo. It is precisely because of this treatment that Samsung has completely transformed from a trading company that bought dried fish and groceries into a high-tech company. We must know that when Samsung was just starting, even building a DRTM factory, where should we start? NEC, who was in business talks with them, had nostrils on his forehead, let alone transfer technology. Even how to build the factory, how big it is, don't even give them a drawing of the factory. And it is the employees they hired from Japan who gave them the idea that the people who asked them to negotiate should first measure the length of their step. Then I walked around NEC's factory area, noted how many steps I took, and used my feet to measure the length and width of the factory. Moreover, it was the Japanese who had taken refuge in the past and continued to give them advice that allowed them to build factories step by step and master the DRAM production technology. Even in the end, when they were able to produce DRAM, Samsung's life was difficult for a while, because at that time they could only produce 64 megabytes of DRAM. But at that time the major manufacturers in the United States and Japan had already entered 256 megabytes of DRAM. At that time, they didn't sell a single memory stick, they were losing money, and each one had to lose about $100 million. But they did not admit defeat. They still insisted on clenching their teeth, and the southern dynasties at that time also gave them enough support. Basically, it helped them withstand their debts. As a result, Samsung stayed in this way for several years, until the US and Japan completely fell apart and the US began to no longer give Japanese companies orders. Instead, all the orders were transferred to Samsung, and Magnesium shot them, directly giving them technical support. From then on, Samsung started the real road of turning over, and it took less than 10 years to knock down all the Japanese companies that once bragged on their heads and stepped under their feet. Up to now, several Japanese electronics giants have completely withdrawn from the DRAM market. Even if there are still a few companies that insist on production, they are only used to meet the needs of domestic enterprises. In the international market, there is no place for Japanese companies. And what Xiao Feng is most afraid of is this kind of company that has Samsung's vigor. There are not only such companies in Japan and South Korea, but also in the US as well as in the country. So don't look at the salary offered by the Ninth Laboratory now. But when it does come, they will push the international giants to a dead end. When the time comes, the gang of guys are struggling to die, and the effect is still quite terrifying. They will definitely be able to do a lot of digging, and after that time, they will raise their salary and save the employees. It's too late. What's more, he has heard a lot of news within the company just recently. Although he almost never shows up in the Ninth Laboratory at all, even when he comes, he is in direct contact with Hixio-jun. He rarely went to the company's grassroots to slosh, but in the past 2 years, he has mixed a lot of sand into the company. These cloning experts are either the important person in charge of the finance department or the team leader of some of the company's projects. Coupled with the smart Xiao AI that has been promoted throughout the company this year, it is not difficult at all to grasp the hearts and minds of the people within the company. For example, in recent times, the most popular topic within the company is financial freedom. In fact, this trend is mainly brought about by the domestic internet giants in the past year or so. In the past year or so, several domestic internet giants with very good business operations have been listed successively. For example, there are group buying, short videos, and a third-party payment platform that will be listed soon. The listing of these companies has created a large number of employees with financial freedom. To be honest, who doesn't envy such a company? However, most people just chant just a few words. After all, everyone knows that the company they are in is not an order of magnitude compared to other people's companies. Moreover, people's ability to achieve financial freedom can be said to be due to factors such as the right time and place, and many other factors. one of which is indispensable. What about your own company? In such a big environment as this year, without layoffs, everyone can still have food, which is pretty good. At this time, the thoughts of other ordinary company employees. But the Ninth Laboratory is different. Speaking of the strength of the Ninth Laboratory, outsiders may not understand it, but the people working in the company naturally know how terrifying is the profitability of this company. Even the parent company that sells fruit machines all over the world may not be as profitable as they are. But such a profitable company does not go public and does not pay its employees dividends. Do you think these employees can balance mentally? Although the wages of these employees are not low, it is really unpopular. Even those who are engaged in scientific research are not grown up with Fenny Lu. They also want to live and have the same desire to compare. Although they have gotten a lot, they still want to get more. This is also human nature, and it is precisely because of such greed that stimulates the progress of human society. Xiao Feng absolutely understands this feeling. So when discussing management with He Xiaojun this time, they plan to give the employees a choice. One is that if they have good ideas, they can choose to start a business. As long as their ideas are good and recognized by the company's review committee, they will receive investment from the Queen Fund. As for those employees who choose to stay, the company will not treat them badly. Xiao Feng intends to set aside a part of the Queen Fund this time to distribute to these employees, or let them simply invest in shares. At the beginning of this fund, Xiao Feng only wanted to make a few 100 million yuan. But after talking with He Xiaojun for a while, he decided to make it bigger. The size of this fund is directly set to 10 billion, and the plate is bigger. He took out a portion of the cash and was out of the jury, accounting for 60%. The remaining 40%, of which 10% is directly distributed to the company's executives, and the other 20%, of which 10% is directly distributed to the company's employees. The other 10% will be reserved for executives and employees. As for the remaining 10%, it is used as an incentive pool, reserved for employees who will contribute to the company in the future. This should be able to raise a certain amount of money. www.mentalnovel.com and then issue a corporate bond in the Ninth Laboratory to fill up the remaining amount. Then it can work. This will not only meet the needs of external investors, but also meet the needs of employees within the company. You must know that as long as this fund is operated, it will not lose money in Xiao Feng's view. And this is also the best solution for balancing internal and external needs. There may not be much output in the early stage of the project, but as long as it can survive the first 1 or 2 years, then there will be a lot of dividends every year. The employees of the company can make a fortune with dividends. At the same time, before the company they invested in goes public, the employees of the company will also have the opportunity to obtain the original equity incentive distribution as an insider. Regardless of how this project looks, it is the best route for his employees to achieve financial freedom. Chapter 1370 Downtoth Sunshine Hospital latest website. This evening, Xiao Feng simply lived on Daxing Island and did not leave. Anyway, there is also a hotel specializing in entertaining VIPs, and there is a senior suite all the year round. He Fangzhu didn't leave that day, so he just stayed and talked about the wine with the three of He Xiaojun. Early the next morning, Guan Zhenhai, who was notified yesterday, rushed to the large island early. Then Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun directly stated their idea of establishing such a fund. Unexpectedly, Guan Zhenhai, who heard this suggestion, started to applaud on the spot with a thigh beat. Especially after hearing Xiao Feng say that he intends to let them all senior executives buy shares, he is even more happy. You know, as the CEO of Sunshine Hospital, he rarely goes to the front line to participate in surgery now, and he mainly does management work. Although the current Sunshine Hospital is not as powerful as the Ninth Laboratory, when it comes to earning power, it is really not much better than the Ninth Laboratory. They have opened more than 30 branches nationwide before, and recently, they have opened more than a dozen stores one after another. At present, They have opened about 50 branches nationwide. This was the 50 stores opened only when Xiao Feng requested Ningqilan, and these 50 branches, almost anyone can be used to describe the daily Jindujan. Even if they started with burns and scalds, they don't know who in China now. The best department in their Sunshine Hospital is medical aesthetics. In addition, their recent rise in ophthalmology and dentistry have also emerged. Even in big cities, they are not ashamed of 20 ophthalmology, which ophthalmology department is nothing more than a product of capital, and their ophthalmology department is different, especially the liquid contact lenses they have launched in the past year. And now they have shown that a single spark can start a prairie fire. This kind of eye drops like liquid glasses, because of the use of nano-coating technology. The liquid used in the liquid are all robots that automatically metabolize. As a liquid drips into the eyes, it can naturally form a protective film that fits in front of the eyeball. And the most amazing thing is that this protective film can also play the same role as a myopia. While it can play the role of glasses, it can also effectively protect eyesight. In addition, unlike other contact lenses, it will rub the eyeball and cause eye inflammation and discomfort. The birth of this kind of liquid contact lens, it can be said to be a huge gospel in China. Want to know because of the domestic test-oriented education? Now we can be said to be one of the largest myopic countries in the world. Elementary school is a little better. If you go to middle and high school for a walk, it's almost hard to find a student who doesn't wear glasses. This is not a good phenomenon in Xiao Feng's view. Although there are laser surgeries of one kind or another that can help correct myopia, to be honest, these surgeries more or less will have some sequelae. Wearing glasses will affect the appearance, and in winter, there will be various inconveniences caused by fogging of glasses. The emergence of this kind of liquid contact lenses can be said to solve the headaches of many beauty lovers. So in the recent period, Sunshine Hospital has made a lot of money just by relying on this liquid contact lens. And their newly launched dentistry, after 2 years of cultivation of market reputation, they have also gained a very good reputation. Because before this, most of our domestic dental filling materials were produced in southern dynasties, or Japan or Germany. The raw materials in this area can be said to be very expensive. In addition, those dental clinics will also be very tacitly interconnected. So to fill a tooth, it will cost hundreds or thousands at every turn. If a brace is made, it will cost thousands at every turn. Expensive is even more than tens of thousands. If you do all ceramic dental implants, the price is even more jaw-dropping. And Sunshine Hospital suddenly entered this market. It can be said that the price was knocked down in one go, because from the entire industry chain, they have their own exclusive technology. Raw materials do not need to rely on foreign countries, so the prices of their dental clinics are very reasonable. Because of this, they can be said to be extremely popular in major cities across the country. For example, if you are forgotten in the capital, or in the magic capital, if you fill a tooth, you may start at 4,000 or 5,000 at every turn. But now that there is a Sunshine Hospital, the ceiling is basically just 1,000 or 2,000. The price of the treatment was directly broken. Although other dental clinics and hospitals hated them, they gave the common people a real benefit. We must know that it is precisely because of the emergence of this dentistry that Sunshine Hospital has become more accessible to the people. In the past, speaking of Sunshine Hospital, after all, it is a private hospital. Many people have prejudice against private hospitals and are not at ease, because the certain field department has completely tarnished the reputation of private hospitals. Fortunately, Sunshine Hospital gradually restored its reputation as a private hospital by relying on its superb medical skills and unique skills in the field of burns and scalds. But people's impression of Sunshine Hospital is still, the technology is very good, but the price is too expensive. Because everyone knows that this hospital is most famous for its medical aesthetics and plastic surgery. Don't you see that the most popular actress on TV nowadays is their live advertisement? When filming the movie that year, she was completely disfigured because of accidental burns. As a result, Sunshine Hospital rescued her. Not only was she saved, She also gave her a more beautiful face than before. In the mixed entertainment industry, if anyone wants to say that he has never been to Sunshine Hospital, he will definitely be looked down upon. Nowadays, everyone's acceptance of plastic surgery is very high. After all, in the era of short video pandemic, artificial beauties are rampant on short video platforms, and everyone is accustomed to artificial beauties. In addition, there are various medical aesthetics and plastic surgery institutions everywhere on the market, so the acceptance of medical aesthetics has been much more open than it was 10 years ago. But just because the acceptance is high, there is more understanding. With this understanding, everyone found out that the Sunshine Hospital is really expensive. It costs a few thousand yuan to cut a double eyelid in someone else's family, but it costs 20,000 yuan to start with. As for what to cushion the bridge of the nose, things like grinding bones are even more expensive. But having said that, although their asking price is expensive, the results of this operation are indeed impressive. The effect is better than the level of the other two knives. It is not a star and a half. The double eyelids of other people's homes can be seen at a glance after finishing them. There is also the synthesis of the nose. After finishing it, let people see. They all follow the avatar planet. But the Sunshine Hospital is different. They will design a plan for the patient based on the patient's own facial features before performing the operation. Then it can be executed 100%, and the final result is closer to nature. Anyway, in the eyes of people who don't know how to do it, the surgical products made by their family are no different from natural ones. The most important thing is that people dare to shout the slogan of a 3-eye warranty. With this alone, which medical and aesthetic hospitals in the world can do it. So don't blame it. Those Hollywood stars who are flying will also go to their homes for surgery. Don't look at other people's high prices, but even so, their operations by well-known doctors will have to be scheduled for several years. Now how many little girls are willing to work hard, and when they save enough money, they go to the Sunshine Hospital for medical and aesthetic surgery. Not only are girls like this, but boys who have the same ideas are also in the minority. It is precisely because everyone knows that their home is very expensive, so it is born the perception that their home is not very close to the people. In the eyes of many ordinary people, if there are 3 people in the family, they would not dare to go to the Sunshine Hospital easily. But since Sunshine Hospital launched affordable dental care, their image in the hearts of the people has immediately changed. Everyone knows now, is their family so grounded? If you pull a wisdom tooth in a public top 3 dental hospital, you will dare to ask you more than 1,000. It can be put here, that is, 3 to 500, unless it is troublesome and requires minor surgery, they only charge 1,000 yuan. But for the same operation, in those public hospitals, there are basically no 3 or 5,000 you can get, not to mention other private dental clinics. Moreover, their dental fillings, inlays, and dentures are really cheap. The price is basically about half of other hospitals. The other thing is that they do orthodontics. The price is also very cheap. Orthodontics in other homes start at 10,000 to 20,000 yuan at any time, but their prices are also only half the prices of other homes. Because of their cheap dentistry, they have brought countless customers to the hospital. A dental treatment basically takes 1 or 2 weeks to start, which means that these patients will have to go to Sunshine Hospital at least 3 to 4 times. However, their frequent visits to Sunshine Hospital have brought in the flow of people, and the higher the number of times, it has become customer stickiness. These customers will buy liquid contact lenses from their hospitals, even if the price is very expensive. But as long as they experience the benefits of this liquid contact lens, www.mtlnovel.com consumers will no longer be able to do without this magic glasses out. There are more frequent visits, and bald men will enter their hair transplant department. To loving aunts and aunts will go to their hospital to pull double eyelids and get hair removal. Anyway, Sunshine Hospital didn't have much advertising in the past 1 or 2 years, relying on this word of mouth. It has become popular all over the country. It is even called the most conscientious hospital in China by consumers. So even though they only have 50 branches, they still make a lot of money now. A net profit of hundreds of billions per year is definitely appropriate. As for Guan Zhenhai's salary, along with the increasing profitability of Sunshine Hospital, the tide is rising. From the beginning, I got hundreds of thousands of annual salary, and now it is also tens of millions of annual salary, and I can get hundreds of millions of dividends. Chapter 1371 Sheng Miandu latest website. So Guan Zhenhai really appreciates Xiao Feng's plan to set up an investment fund and encourage senior officials to buy shares. In fact, Xiao Feng had already meant to lead these people to make a fortune. In fact, the company has achieved the status it is today, and it is said that his Celebrity Chef Group and the Ninth Laboratory have already achieved fame. The profits that can be made every year are in the hundreds of billions. If the hidden costs are figured out, the net profits brought to him by these two companies will exceed 1 trillion every year. As far as Xiao Feng is concerned, by this time, money is already a number. And his subordinates, although they earn a lot every year, from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. But don't these people know how much money he makes as a big boss? Think about the big boss, who earns hundreds of billions every year, and he divides it into tens of millions, or even a little more, even if he can earn hundreds of millions. But compared to the hundreds of billions Xiao Feng made on the face, is their money a lot? Perhaps at the beginning, these executives would be grateful because Xiao Feng led them to make a fortune. But when the business gets bigger and bigger, these people will inevitably have a double heart. Don't doubt, why the concept of professional managers hasn't become popular in China is because people can control the greed in their hearts. Some people will say, why do professional managers in Europe and the United States do well? That's because on the one hand, their domestic laws are relatively mature, and professional managers don't dare to go too far. On the other hand, it is also because large foreign companies are generally listed companies. Even if the company makes a lot of money every year, it is the money of the shareholders, and the shareholders will divide the money every year. And these foreigners are very willing to help CEOs who can make money for them, and they are willing to let shareholders share their money. Take, for example, the great manager of General Electric, Jack Welch. In the beginning, he was just a professional worker, and later he became a worker emperor, and then he became a shareholder of the company. Speaking of Jack Welch may not be known to many people, so let's talk about two things that are easier for people to understand. For example, the two supergiants in the Premier League, Manchester United and Arsenal, and their two meritorious coaches, Ferguson and Wenger, are two typical examples. They were all part-timers at first, but later because of their outstanding performance in leading the team, they brought the two clubs that were otherwise unremarkable into Premier League giants, and even world-class giants. In order to reward the club's owners, these two meritorious coaches gave shares to them for their contribution to the club, and they also became shareholders of the club. This is the typical inspirational experience of being a boss by doing a good job. In Xiao Feng's case, such an experience is obviously impossible. It's not that he is too greedy for power and is unwilling to divide the shares of the Ninth Laboratory and the famous Chef Group to the top executives of these companies. To be honest, these senior executives are not as capable as the many recent recruits of the company. But the key is that they were the first batch of old courtiers who accompanied him to fight the battle, and Xiao Feng was naturally more willing to trust them. When he reaches his level, it doesn't really matter whether he is capable or not. More importantly, he is loyal. And old courtiers like Guan Zhenhai, He Xiaojun, and Zhu Jing are naturally the people he trusts most. For example, he often travels in and out of other worlds, and it takes several months after he left, and these officials did not take advantage of his absence to hollow out his company. It even guarantees the operation of the enterprise very well, although so far, he has infiltrated many cloning experts in several companies and key positions. It can also ensure that the company can operate normally when he is not in the company. But in fact, he was still more willing to trust these old courtiers in his heart. But the key issue is that now his two companies do not plan to go public, because the secrets involved in these two companies are too much to be disclosed. For example, the beef of the famous chef group has the problem of the source of special seasonings. These 2 points must not be made public. If the company is not listed, these 2 points can still be regarded as the company's core secrets. Only Xiao Feng knew about it. But once you become a listed company, you must make a financial report. When you make a financial report, you must write these clearly. The ninth laboratory is the same. For example, the history of his small molecule collagen must be made public. And these are not public, so Xiao Feng did not plan to list these two companies. But once the company does not go public, it is inevitable that these old ministers who follow him will be disappointed. After all, being a leader to achieve their level, although it is also a lot of money, but looking at other senior managers, if you can be a shareholder of the company, you can enjoy the company's dividends every year. And you can also earn a lot of salary. Do you think these senior managers will have two hearts? For 1 or 2 years, they can still maintain their loyalty to Xiao Feng, but what about 10 or 8 years later? If you still make so much for them, do you think they will get bored? Although they make a lot of money, compared to what the company makes, there are other companies in the society and their managers at the same level. They really don't make much. Xiao Feng knew the truth of Sheng Mis fighting against the mistress, so he had planned to find a good way out for them a long time ago. After all, for some things, it is most appropriate to make arrangements early when the wind is smooth. In order to avoid any accidents in the future, he and these old courtiers will also have a fight, or even tear their faces. That would be unsightly. Therefore, Xiao Feng's plan was still very early, and Guan Zhenhai is naturally very satisfied with Xiao Feng's plan. It seems that the boss doesn't always want to eat alone. Although this time the boss gave up only 40% of the equity, not too much. But Mr. Xiao also said that the reason why he retains so many shares is to prepare for future capital increase and share expansion. If this fund becomes bigger in the future, it is very likely that a specialized asset management company will be established. Until then, it is very likely that strategic cooperation capital will be introduced from outside. In the future, this fund is likely to become Abu Dhabi or a large asset management company like Berkshire Hathaway. Therefore, the boss must retain a little more shares to ensure that he can guarantee control of the company even after introducing more strategic cooperation capital in the future. Regarding this point, whether it was Guan Zhenhai, He Xiaojun, or He Fangzhu, they all agreed with both hands and feet. After all, they are very convinced of Xiao Feng's strategic vision. The most important thing is that they trust the mysterious scientific research team behind Xiao Feng more. The ninth laboratory and the famous chef group can go to this day. It can be said that they are inseparable from the mysterious team behind him. So they have absolutely no doubts about Xiao Feng's control of this investment fund. Moreover, they are all gearing up to take out all the assets, and prepare to subscribe for more shares in this fund. After all, Xiao Feng's management ability and vision are quite trustworthy for them. As for Guan Zhenhai, he is now even more eager to test Xiao Feng's fund, because recently he has too much money on hand. Although Sunshine Hospital may not be as well known as the ninth laboratory in the world, but in China, they are now definitely the rising star in the medical industry, and the best in the typical back wave. Although in the past year, they have transformed from a specialized hospital to a general hospital, but relying on several star departments in the hospital, they just spurred their fame. If you say that before, everyone still thinks that they are just a small hospital that can do medical and aesthetic surgery, treat burns and scalds, and sell glasses for myopia. Since Xiao Feng decided to place He Fangzhu in the new organ transplant surgery department in Sunshine Hospital, their status has changed immediately. Although they are private hospitals, they are now on an equal footing with the top public tertiary hospitals in China. For example, Rujin, Huashan, Sichuan Medicine in Xikuan, Kilu in Dongshan, Xiangyu in Xiangnan, Zhongshan and Yangqing and so on are among the top domestic hospitals. Sunshine Hospital is now fully qualified to challenge him. Even recently, because of Yifangzu, they have beautifully completed several hand exchange operations in Sunshine Hospital, which made them famous in the domestic medical field. Relying on the prestige of this new organ transplant operation, they have even faintly surpassed the posture of those hospitals. In terms of momentum, it is only weaker than the top domestic Beijing Concord. After all, the century-old history of Concord is not so easy to surpass, and their connections in China are also the deepest. In addition, Xishai is good at all kinds of intractable diseases, which can't be diagnosed by other homes, and can't be treated. You can try them at their homes. If their family really says no, they can only go back and prepare for the funeral. It can be said that this hospital is the last goalkeeper in the domestic medical industry. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. However, although the other party has a century-old academy, they are also fearless for the new medical force of Sunshine Hospital. After all, Yifangzu, as a new generation of surgical leaders, can be said to have created the 2.0 era of surgery. It can be said that his surgical philosophy will affect thousands of doctors in future generations. Although the domestic traditional medical profession is very uncomfortable with the rapid rise of Yifangzu and Sunshine Hospital, some people even started to talk rumors and rants, ready to see them making jokes. But soon they were severely slapped by reality. For example, the Cleveland Hospital in the United States, known for its cardiothoracic surgery, the Mayo Clinic, Johns Hopkins University, Harvard Medical School, and so on. They have already contacted Sunshine Hospital in various names and are ready to cooperate with them. Chapter 1372 Combination of Production and Investment. The latest website. These famous medical institutions, and universities, whichever is taken out, are not well known in the world. With their qualifications, if they come to China, they will be robbed by countless medical workers who want to enter the unit. Even the World Association of Cardiothoracic Surgery has set up a doctor training center in Sunshine Hospital. Starting from next year, all countries in the world can select a group of the best cardiothoracic surgeons to go to Sunshine Hospital to apprentice to Yifangzu. Learn this with him, the latest and top-notch heart transplant surgery. You said that the Sunshine Hospital has grown to the point it is today. What if those people feel sour? Some people originally planned to use a loss to provoke them. After all, the Sunshine Hospital's daily gains in Dujin has already made many people's eyes red. Originally, if this hospital only deals with burns, scalds, and medical beauty, then they will endure it, because doing these trades will make some money at best. But now they have entered comprehensive medical care in one step, and this first step is so beautiful, which makes many people feel unbearable. Because of their new organ transplantation technology, this represents the future direction. This means that Sunshine Hospital can not only make money, but also earn a reputation. This has made many people intolerable. Even before, there was a rumor that people hoped that the country would reorganize the Sunshine Hospital. To put it bluntly, this hospital was recruited. At first glance this may seem like a good thing, but in fact everyone knows what will happen if they do. Fortunately, the above is very clear. Not only did they fail to agree to the bad intentions of those with bad intentions, but on the important occasions and news in the country, they used Sunshine Hospital as a typical example of private enterprises entering the medical industry. Come for recognition. This is to rectify the name of Sunshine Hospital. So now Guan Zhenhai is very tough, and with the above endorsement, his status are now somewhat different from before. Although he may not be as famous in the business circle as He Xiaojun, as long as he is in the circle, no one dares to despise him. After all, everyone knows that the medical resources he controls are no joke. Everyone eats whole grains. Who can guarantee that there will be no illness in the future? And looking at the posture of Sunshine Hospital, they all wanted to use their superior technology to create an earth-shaking song title in the traditional medical world. They want to completely update the old medical technology in the past. Even in this posture, big men from all walks of life dare not defend him easily. In the past year or so, Guan Zhenhai has also received frequent invitations and has participated in various domestic economic forums. His social influence is even on par with He Xiaojun. But unlike He Xiaojun's straight man's posture, he is an old social fritters. He used to work in the top 3 hospitals before, and later worked as a manager in a private hospital, so his way of dealing with others is smoother and more likable. Because of this, he has made a lot of friends in the business world and is very popular. And in the past 2 years, Sunshine Hospital, under his leadership, can be said to be steady and steady, gradually getting on the right track. The foundation for each step is very solid. Originally, Xiao Feng planned to adjust his salary or dividends by the end of this year. But after thinking about it, it is still more appropriate for him to participate in this Quen Fund project at this time. Because to be honest, Guan Zhenhai's current salary is already the highest in the Sunshine Hospital system. Even in the celebrity chef group, he is second only to Xiao Feng and Kata Zijing, Xilin and other old officials who are engaged in fast food, are not earning as much as Guan Zhenhai. If he is asked to raise his salary, it is likely to break the salary balance within the celebrity chef group. And even in the Sunshine Hospital, there are probably many highly skilled specialist doctors who will be dissatisfied. If that happens, it is very likely that the entire group will have to adjust salaries. Although the celebrity chef group can afford it, Xiao Feng doesn't want to do that. If you do that, the company will be burdened with heavier operating costs. Now that the company is doing well, it is naturally understandable. But what if one day the company encounters a difficult situation? Will the employees' wages be reduced? It was impossible. At that time, he would be replaced by his boss and hired these employees to work. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Therefore, Xiao Feng would rather let them participate in the project of the Quen Fund, and would not easily break the company's internal salary balance structure. This Quen Fund is really good, boss. We should really support those young people who are creative and thoughtful in China. In recent years, the hospital has recruited huge schools every year. There are so many famous schools in China, and I sometimes pay attention to it. Our company's HR director personally visits those colleges and universities every year. We are not only recruiting young students who have just graduated. It is mainly aimed at those masters and doctors in colleges and universities. Not to mention, many masters and doctors are very thoughtful, and their creativity, I also think it is very good. It's a pity that we are a hospital, and we focus more on frontline work. And we don't have a dedicated scientific research team in the hospital, otherwise I really want to recruit them all. But as far as I know, Pfizer from the United States is doing very well in this regard. They also go to major hospitals and medical schools to recruit each year, and they also listen to the theories of those candidates. If they think these people's ideas are very creative, and they are very likely to come true, then they will recruit these people into the company, set up project teams for them, and make investments. If those people are not willing to join Pfizer, then they can also be pure investors and inject capital into their project team. Support them to continue their scientific research projects. If the projects are completed in the future, they can be sold to Pfizer or sold to other companies as a match. If the project team gets bigger and sets up a company, they can also help with packaging and contact a broker to help the company go public, so that they can make more profits. This is a very complete mode of combining production and investment. In fact, I have been researching it before. I originally wanted to start experiments in our Sunshine Hospital. Guan Zhenhai talked freely in front of Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun, and this series of theories popped out of his mouth, which really stunned Xiao Feng. He really didn't expect it. In his opinion, this was Guan Zhenhai who was an old in the world, but now he still has such a mature theory. Doesn't he seem to be a fool? Although he did not enroll in any MBA class like He Xiaojun, he can see that he has been charging himself during this period of time. Seeing Xiao Feng's surprised eyes, Guan Zhenhai smiled. Hey, isn't this recent time? I often visit the campus. So I often communicate with the group of experts and professors on the campus. This exchange with them has also brought me a lot of improvement, and it has made me burst out a lot of new ideas. When he said this, Xiao Feng only remembered. By the way, Benqing Medical University is a school that has suddenly exploded. Although the school has never taken the initiative to advertise for itself, there are foreign students who flock to the school, as well as several new ace majors in the school. This school has now become a must-have for college entrance examination candidates every year. There used to be such a jingle in the domestic college entrance examination before. What I said is to persuade people to study medicine and thunder. In fact, it is nothing more than to say that it is not easy to be a doctor in our country. But now with the emergence of Sunshine Hospital, the situation is different. Now many top students in the college entrance examination have changed their #1 volunteers to Benqing Medical University, because compared with other schools and majors, this school is really amazing. In particular, the admission scores of those majors are comparable to Tsinghua University and Peking University. And once you can pass these majors, it will be no different from entering a safe. As long as you can graduate with excellent grades, it is safe to enter Sunshine Hospital in the future. For graduates of Tsinghua University and Peking University, the starting salary for entering the workplace is around 6,000 to 8,000. As long as the graduates of these majors can enter the Sunshine Hospital, the starting salary is 12,000. The level of promotion and salary increase in the later period is even more unmatched by other schools and majors. Therefore, the Benqing Medical University is now nationwide, and it is very popular among the examinees. And now Guanzhenhai.mtlnovel.com is no longer the subject director of the year, and now he has been promoted to one of the vice principals of the school. It is said that the above is very interesting. I want him to be the president of this university after this term. But Xiao Feng guessed that if he asked him to make a name, he might be happy to let him go, but he would definitely not go. After all, the CEO of Sunshine Hospital is much more fragrant than the principal. But no matter what, if you still have thoughts about what he said today, you can see that his deputy principal during this period is really not in vain. He really learned a lot by dealing with the theoretical experts in the school every day. If he doesn't say anything, Xiao Feng really doesn't know that this type of combination of production and investment has already been popular in the United States. Think about it, too. Pfizer's so-called leader in the pharmaceutical field is naturally the most familiar with the rules in the pharmaceutical industry. Therefore, they are very accurate and thorough in seeing many projects in the medical field. Chapter 1373 Breakout of the Siege latest website. So when Pfizer invests in these projects, it naturally has more control than those outside investors. And what they have to do now is to make this mode of combining production and investment in China, and do it. What Lab 9 has to do now is to copy what Pfizer made in the United States. If this set is completed, it will not only be a matter of making money, but the most important thing is to enhance the company's position in the industry. For example, Pfizer. You have to know that this company has a huge influence in the beautiful country. It can even be said that wherever they go, they always have their own halo. People who are not in the medical circle may not know that the representatives of this company, no matter where they go in the industry, are the targets of others. Why is this happening? In fact, it is because they have done so well in the combination of production and investment. Not only do they develop new drugs by themselves, but while making money on their own, they also bring a bunch of younger brothers to make money. People in the circle are famous for being kind and charitable. As long as your company is creative and passes their assessment, you can get money from him. Moreover, the prices and conditions are very fair. This is much easier than going to venture capital to get money. Many pharmaceutical companies actually have a headache when they start, and that is how to get sufficient initial startup funds. Although in the beautiful country, there are many kinds of angel funds and venture capital. But unlike those companies engaged in the internet, those companies can easily get initial capital from venture capital. However, It is difficult for those engaged in medical research and development to obtain funds, because the risk of their research and development failure is too great, and venture capitalists are not willing to invest money for them. Moreover, the R&D cycle is long, and it is very likely to invest money in it for a long time. Therefore, ordinary investors are not willing to invest in such R&D companies. In addition, even if someone is willing to invest, the requirements will be very demanding, and they will require very high shares at every turn, or assign someone to the R&D team to mess around. What's more, they will directly ask to take away the results of research and development. Therefore, many people engaged in medical research and development do not like to deal with investors such as venture capital and angel funds, because in their opinion, these investors are robbers and liars. On the other hand, large companies like Pfizer, in their opinion, are much more kind. After all, first of all, everyone is a peer, and everyone understands the pain of developing a dog. The second is that Pfizer can better understand the value of the projects they develop, so the requirements will not be too much. Because of this, every year when Pfizer holds the Pharmaceutical Expo, countless small and medium-sized pharmaceutical companies, even research groups in universities, sign up to participate in the United States and even around the world, because this is a very good platform that Pfizer provides to everyone to show itself. Here, if your ideas and projects can attract Pfizer's attention and get their investment, then you are not far from success. Even if you can't get the favor of Pfizer here, you still have the opportunity to get the attention of other pharmaceutical companies. Even if you can't get investment from other pharmaceutical companies, at least you have the opportunity to get in touch with some maverick investors. We must know that in this business, there are always a few investors with very unique vision. If you can get their attention and investment, then you can also get the initial starting capital. This is the main reason why Pfizer has the status it is today. Now what the Ninth Lab and Xiaofeng have to do is to learn and apply Pfizer's set in China. We must know that China has always been very backward in the field of original research drugs. In the past few decades, they were mainly catching up. At that time, the main purpose of the major pharmaceutical factories across the country was to make the people in the country have medicinal use. In the past 2 decades, the basic drug needs of domestic residents have been met. However, many domestic pharmaceutical companies, with their backs on the big market, can easily eat food, so the pursuit of original research drugs is not so great. After all, the investment required for the original research drug is too large, the cycle is long, the investment is high, and the effect is slow. Any boss is reluctant to engage in such a project. Therefore, many parts of the domestic high-end drug market are basically monopolized by major pharmaceutical companies in Europe, America and Japan. Recently, the country has also noticed this problem, so it is also encouraging domestic pharmaceutical companies to start taking the route of R&D and innovation. So recently, major domestic pharmaceutical companies have also stepped up research in this area. In the domestic medical universities, there are still many subject projects, all of which are keeping up with the international trend, and are looking for the latest and most suitable R&D route. Even in China, a lot of small companies have sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. They are also engaged in research and development relying on internet thinking. In fact, these small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as the research groups in universities, are very worthy of investment, and they are indeed in urgent need of funds. However, I have never had a suitable channel to get funds. For example, the research groups in domestic medical universities rely mainly on school funding for their funding sources. To be honest, the funding of the school is really very limited to the dozens of project teams waiting to be fed. Everyone can get a little bit every year, and it would be nice to be able to guarantee not to starve to death. As for those small and medium-sized enterprises, the same is true. The people in the company are very creative, but in the process of research and development, a large amount of capital investment is required. And even if the data in the laboratory is successful, When the next step is to conduct in vivo clinical trials, these small companies will be blinded. Even if they can afford the initial cost, the cost of the later in vivo clinical trials is too high. Domestic clinical trials will take 5 years, and the data collection will basically start with thousands. Except for the large-scale pharmaceutical factories in China, only the national research institutes can afford this kind of consumption. For small and medium pharmaceutical companies, their work is basically over at this point. After all, they can't afford to go overseas to conduct clinical trials, although clinical trials in India and Africa are very cheap. But they don't have such resources, and they are not familiar with their lives, so they can't afford to invest at all. So generally at this point, the first choice of these pharmaceutical companies is to sell their research results. And their first choice is to sell to large foreign manufacturers, because it is true that these large foreign manufacturers will pay a good price. And these large foreign pharmaceutical companies, although they spent a little money when they got these results, but compared with what they got, the money they paid was just a drop in the bucket. Because these small and medium-sized pharmaceutical R&D companies in China have completed the most difficult early stage of a project, from creativity to later laboratory experiments, and laboratory data collection. In the end, all they have to do is to complete the clinical trial, and this step is nothing to them. Once you have completed the last step, you can apply for the new drug to be marketed. By then, this drug can bring them tens of billions of dollars in revenue in the global market. This is really not an exaggeration at all. And looking back, they will support their local media, saying that the people of each country have no sense of innovation. Anyway, such a thing is not a secret that cannot be said in the medical circle. However, Xiao Feng didn't know this when he didn't enter the industry before, but after learning about it, he would always feel sorry and distressed for those domestic companies. No way, who made us unconditional to reach out for them at that time. But now it's alright, their 9th lab is finally capable. Moreover, there are so many rich domestic capital and big bosses. In fact, many of these people also want to invest in the pharmaceutical industry. After all, aging in China is already very serious now. Everyone knows that the big health industry in the future is definitely promising. However, the barriers to entry in the field of medicine are not low. Not only do you have to be rich, but the most important thing is that you have enough knowledge in the field of medicine. Knowing that business can be done and that business is completely a liar, so you can avoid being deceived. For this reason, those big bosses and capitalists are very cautious about investing in small and medium-sized pharmaceutical companies. What the 9th laboratory has to do is to integrate the resources on both sides, and then make a connection for them. Xiao Feng meant to build a large-scale exhibition hall in the new Sports City section that is about to start construction. Usually, it can undertake various exhibitions, and when it is fixed every year, the 9th laboratory can also come forward to organize large-scale national medical fairs and medical equipment fairs. With the status of the 9th laboratory in the domestic pharmaceutical industry today, they exclaimed that the large domestic pharmaceutical factories and hospitals really have to give face. And they will definitely like it. There is such a platform that can give them the opportunity to meet the pharmaceutical companies and hospitals that are given by the whole country. At the same time, they will also give the national pharmaceutical companies engaged in original research drugs or pharmaceutical companies engaged in medical device development an opportunity. MTLNovel.com to allow them to show their creativity on this platform. If their creativity, accredited by the 9th laboratory, you can get investment from the Queen Fund. In addition, their platform can also help other capital interested in investing in pharmaceutical companies and big bosses, to find suitable goals for them. Anyway, Xiao Feng's original intention was to make money for everyone. As long as this combination of production and investment is done well, domestic pharmaceutical research and development will be on the road to prosperity in the future. And their 9th laboratory, and the Queen Fund, can rely on this move to establish their status in the domestic medical community in one fell swoop. The current domestic medical field can be said to be the era of coexistence of heroes. Established state-owned enterprises are still old and strong, and many new generation private pharmaceutical companies have also sprung up. And when this platform is completed, that is when the ninth lab stands out. Chapter 1374. If you have money, you can earn one, but if you have difficulty, you can carry it. Latest website. Many people may not understand why the ninth laboratory worked so hard to make wedding clothes. With their abilities and strengths today, wouldn't it be enough to make money safely and steadily? Why do we have to earn those fame? Actually, Xiao Feng didn't want to. However, if an enterprise has reached the stage it is today, it is no longer just a matter of the enterprise's own operations. It involves all aspects: social responsibility, social recognition, and social influence, etc., which are all problems. Especially what he values is social influence. In particular, he wants to make the ninth laboratory into a century-old brand like Pfizer, Moz, and Johnson & Johnson. If you want a company to survive for a long time, word of mouth is naturally indispensable. And look at the two giants in the internet field. Why do they have so much power to speak and live so nourishingly? Isn't they doing a good job combining production and investment? When I was growing up wildly, I also invested and supported many other internet companies. So now in most of the Chinese business community, as long as you look closely at the shares behind many companies, it's hard to miss these two companies. It is precisely because of this crazy investment in equity in the early years that they have a detached influence in today's domestic business circle. It can even be said that what they say is really comparable to a golden rule for many companies. And sometimes they obviously made mistakes, but they don't have to stand up and clarify things by themselves. A vote of the younger brother has already jumped out to protect the Lord, which also allows them to do more with less in the domestic business community. This is the advantage of being a real hero if you are rich. In the future of the ninth laboratory is destined to go abroad in a big way and enter the world. And as their strength increases, in the future, many foreign pharmaceutical companies are destined to be crushed and eliminated by them. This has smashed the traditional and powerful golden rice bowls in Europe and America. What do you think they will do then? It is certain to lift the table. By that time, they will use stricter sanctions than they are now. What to do then? Is it still a lone brother in the ninth laboratory, and he resists? That would be too awkward. By that time, if the ninth laboratory was around, an industrial cluster had already been cultivated. A whole industrial chain, from upstream to downstream, they can achieve full coverage. In addition, there are a large group of domestic and foreign brothers around him, and they come forward to be thugs. What will happen to you even if there are sanctions? It is not necessary for them to come forward in person, and their little brothers will take the initiative to jump out to help them block guns. Even some younger brothers are more able to transform into vicious dogs and take the initiative to help them fight. This is the benefit of raising a little brother. If there is money, everyone will make it together, and when there is difficulty, everyone will naturally carry it together. So this is the main purpose of Xiao Feng's early deployment of the Coin Fund. The idea that Guan Zhenhai put forward was very good for Xiao Feng. Don't tell me, this time I got this guy for a meeting, and I really got it right. Previously, he and He Xiaojun put together that the first thing that the Coin Fund must support is those in their company who have ideas and want to start their own businesses. After all, on the one hand, it is to know the roots of these people, and these people have a certain degree of technical strength, and they are reliable and trustworthy in their careers. The other is to select a group of people from their upstream and downstream industrial chains for key training. If there is no technology, give them technology and let them upgrade and transform. But now, after stopping Guan Zhenhai's words, they suddenly discovered that their situation was still small. Guan Zhenhai put forward this set of Pfizer's ideas, which is very suitable for their future development, and can even be said to coincide with the future development direction of their Coin Fund. They can simply move in and use it. Well, This way our strategic goals will be more clear. Very good. Let's follow Pfizer's method. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun both agreed with Guan Zhenhai's proposal. At this time, He Fangzhu on the other side also coughed dryly. The three of them turned their heads to see what He Fangzhu looked like, and they knew that he must have something to say. Well, Mr. Xiao, Mr. He, look, is it possible for our Queen Fund to relax some investment scope? Oh? Do you have any new ideas? Xiao Feng smiled and asked him when he arrived, but He Fangzhu nodded unceremoniously. Hey, it is true. In fact it is like this. While we are paying attention to the upstream and downstream industry chain, can we also pay attention to some outsourcing companies? Huh? Outsourcing company? Is there any outsourcing company in our 9th lab? Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard it, and then casually asked He Xiaojun. After hearing this, He Xiaojun also scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, how do you say this? I really forgot about it. It turned out that the 9th laboratory has developed to the scale it is today. Most of their experiments must have been outsourced. For example, in the High-Tech Park, several industrial parks close to Darksing Island, there are now dozens of data collection companies, large and small, and various laboratories. And these data analysis companies, and laboratories, basically rely on the outsourced tasks of the 9th laboratory to survive. Companies like the 9th laboratory have developed to the point where they are today, conducting countless experiments, data collection and analysis every day. If these experiments are all done by themselves, it will greatly affect their work efficiency and will greatly increase the cost. For example, when there are only 50 people in a research group, they want to achieve a goal. In order to achieve this goal, they designed 3 sets of experimental programs. Then they have to do all these 3 sets of plans, and then compare them to confirm that that set of plans saves time and effort, and saves costs, and continuously optimize the data during the experiment. Maybe the experiment will still fail in the process, so they will have to repeatedly examine and verify which step is the problem in the process. In this way, these 3 sets of experiments are likely to be conducted for a whole year, or even longer. However, if these 3 sets of experiments are carried out at the same time within the company, it will require very high labor costs and consume more resources, greatly increase the cost of the project, resulting in insufficient funds and other problems. So when encountering such a situation, the best way is to outsource the experimental steps. The whole experiment process was broken up, disrupted, and then subcontracted to different external laboratories and data collection companies. Let them complete different steps, and then aggregate the data at a fixed time. In this way, the 3 sets of plans can be carried out at the same time, which makes it easier for the project team to monitor the 3 sets of plans at the same time. They can even take out the different steps of the experiment in stages, carry out different combinations of experiments, and create credit for scientific research. This is the most commonly used method for collecting experimental and scientific research data in major pharmaceutical companies. This method is not only popular in the medical field, but also very applicable in other scientific research fields. For example, in the field of software engineering, the same is true. Big companies like Google and Apple feed countless Indian software development outsourcing companies every year. Even in China, there are many software companies that specialize in undertaking large-scale foreign data development. In Magic Capital and Beijing, there are many laboratories that are also alive by undertaking the outsourcing work of large foreign pharmaceutical companies. In the pharmaceutical field, it has done a good job in outsourcing, and Pfizer is still a typical example. For example, in recent years, they have made rapid progress in the research and development of tumor-targeted drugs. It is necessary to know that the development process of targeted drugs is very painful and long for many pharmaceutical companies. In the past, Large-scale investment in the long-term research and development of this drug was unavoidable. It is even possible that the leader of the project has already died, and the project has not yet produced results. He will have his apprentice to take over and continue to study this project. A project that lasts for 20 to 30 years is commonplace. However, in recent years, Pfizer has continuously made breakthroughs in targeted drugs, and successively launched several very successful drugs. The reason is that they redesigned the entire experimental process. The original philosophy of the pharmaceutical company was to let a project team continue to experiment until the final results were obtained. The main reason for not seeking outside help is the fear of leaks. But now Pfizer is designing several sets of plans for a project, and each set of plans is divided into sections. Black box processing is carried out, and then subcontracted. In this way, the subcontracting company has got the subject they are going to do, and they don't know what the results of the subject will be. They can only complete the experiment and collect data according to Pfizer's requirements like a screw. On the other hand, Pfizer will monitor in real time, collect data from all over the world, and aggregate it. Then, based on the data, make a judgment as to which step has a problem, and that step of the experiment needs improvement. In this way, the theoretical research of a drug can be perfected soon, and then the clinical trial phase can be quickly entered. And they also set up subcontracting companies in various places around the world. In this way, even if the beautiful country is here at night, their scientific researchers have already left work. However, the laboratories in Asia just happened to go to work at dawn, so the experiment didn't need to stop at all. They can collect the data from the subcontracting company in the US and send it to the laboratories in Asia for them to continue. Then when the day is over in Asia, they can send the collected data to Europe again. Chapter 1375. The sun never sets. Working mode. As soon as I go to work in Europe, I can send data from Asia and continue to experiment. By the time Europe is off work, the beautiful country has just started to work, and the European laboratories can send the data collected by them during the day to the United States. In this way, you can go round and round, and work around the clock without stopping. Make full use of 24 hours to carry out uninterrupted experiments. In this way, the work that would have taken 3 days to complete can be completed in 1 day. This kind of working mode without setting sun greatly improves the efficiency of the experiment. This is also the main reason why Pfizer has been able to make major breakthroughs into more targeted drugs one after another in recent years. This is a major breakthrough in the global division of labor. And don't look at their domestic quarrels, saying that they want large companies in their own country to bring job opportunities back to their own countries as much as possible. But in fact, giants like Pfizer will never bird the twittering politicians at all. In fact, the noisy guys also know that it is difficult for them to influence the judgment of these giants, but they still have to do what they should do. An important reason why Pfizer refuses to bring all these jobs back to China is that doing so will greatly reduce the company's operating costs. For example, in the beautiful country, if you hire a senior scientific researcher, such as a company like Pfizer, the scientific researchers they recruit must at least be graduates of prestigious Ivy League schools. For such a researcher, the starting annual salary after joining the company must start at $80,000, which is definitely higher than their local median salary. And after entering the job, as long as the performance is good, then there will be a salary increase every year. The salary increase is basically around 15% every year. After 5, 6, 7 or 8 years, the annual salary will basically be doubled. Moreover, at this time, many people have basically become talented, and it is the easiest time to produce results when they are around 30 years old. By this time, many scientific researchers will take up leadership positions, so his salary will rise to $200,000 to $300,000 at this time. If there are outstanding contributions, the basic annual salary will be about $500,000. If it is that kind of great ability, has published countless SCIs, and even applied for a few patents, then it will have to earn more. The annual salary of basic $1 million, even several million, is not a minority. So doing scientific research in a beautiful country, we see that their large companies invest very high in the field of research and development every year. But if we take a closer look at the cost they invested in R&D, we will find out they invest in the field of scientific research and innovation. In fact, the salary of personnel will account for half of the total R&D cost, or even higher. Generally, there are very few companies that can control personnel costs to 40% of project research and development. Basically, it is around 50 to 60%, which means that 40% of the funds invested in the project can be spent on experiments, which is not bad. Of course, except for those large-scale investments, such as large-scale projects that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, such as Musk's Falcon project. In other scientific research projects, especially medical research projects, a large part of the investment is actually spent on personnel expenses. Therefore, the scientific research in the beautiful country is indeed powerful, but the cost of personnel expenditure is also very high. But if they take part of their work to Asia and Europe, it's another matter entirely. For example, many large pharmaceutical companies, such as Pfizer, Merck, GlaxoSmithKline, and world-class pharmaceutical giants such as Johnson & Johnson and Bayer, have established laboratories in each country. And many of them are located in the magic capital. Even if it is a magic city, they recruit an experienced scientific researcher, and an annual salary of $150,000 to $200,000 is enough. If the skills are better, and the strength is stronger, giving an annual salary of $500,000 will be great. However, the difference between $500,000 soft sister coins and $500,000 but an exchange rate coefficient of more than 7 points. Moreover, the scientific researchers on the magic capital side are more hardworking, unlike the employees on the beautiful countryside, who don't work overtime at all, go to get off work on time and leave work on time every day. And when there are special reasons, you can do nothing about arriving late and leaving early. In addition, they still have 1 month of paid holidays each year, and you can't ask them to go to work at all. On the side of Demon Capital, that's another matter. You only need to pay a small amount of overtime to allow the researchers here to work overtime, and even to stay up late in order to match the time in the US. It is common here. And they don't have 1 month's paid vacation. Even if they take annual vacation, they can still get 3 times the overtime pay to replace their vacation. So for Pfizer's operations management team, no matter how you look at it, it is cost-effective to outsource part of the work. Moreover, the quality of the scientific research personnel in the Magic City is not low at all. Doing things well and knowingly, at the very least, is more reassuring than contracting to those Indians. Once there is some outstanding performance among them, they can also directly transfer this talent to the headquarters. Give them the same treatment as ordinary American researchers, and they are grateful that Dade is willing to serve the company. This kind of opportunity that only needs to pay a small favor to harvest global elite talents. How can you say that those big companies are willing to give up? In contrast, the laboratories in Europe are the same. They can put the laboratories in Portugal, where the cost is relatively low, or in countries and regions such as Eastern Europe. You don't need to give too high a salary to get the results they want. How can you say that big European and American companies are unwilling to outsource their work? If it is taken back, it will not only greatly increase their operating costs, but also greatly extend their R&D cycle. So in this regard, Pfizer's gang of beautiful countries will definitely not agree to take those positions back to China. And now, the 9th laboratory has basically learned this system of Pfizer, and many research groups have now greatly reduced the number of experimental projects in the department. Now the research group of the 9th laboratory, basically after starting the project, the first thing to do is the project test design. In order to get the results of the theoretical design, they will design several different experimental programs, then divide these experiments into various steps, and then subcontract them according to the different importance of these steps. Except for the most core key steps, which need to be carried out in the headquarters. All other experimental steps are outsourced. This feeds the High-Tech Park, close to Daxing Island, in 7 or 8 science and technology industrial parks, 30 or 50 data collection companies, and various laboratories. In fact, there were dozens of various industrial parks of this kind or that in the original high-tech zone. These industrial parks, as early as more than a decade ago, were still in various industries. There are high-end biochemical materials, as well as furniture processing, such as low-end industries. The dozens of industrial parks in the southwest are still very tall, mainly IBM, Microsoft, and the branches established by companies such as Hewlett-Packard in the beautiful country. And around these companies, there are nearly 100 various outsourcing companies, large and small, to undertake various outsourcing work of these companies. But since 10 years ago, because of the rise of the real estate boom, land prices here began to rise all the way, and those large and small enterprises have moved out one after another. The real estate developers who sold the park were then developed into large and small buildings. Since then, it has become another highland for housing prices and benching. Companies large and small fell down accordingly. Because of the continuous increase in housing prices, the employment costs here have also continued to increase. As long as there are no special tax concessions, many foreign companies that originally invested here have moved out one after another. This has led to this generation of industrial parks, which have also begun to appear vacant in large areas, and many small companies can't stick to it. Either change careers, or move to other places with those big companies. Mentalnovel.com Anyway, the days in the high-tech park during the time were very difficult. This situation was immediately reversed until the appearance of the 9th laboratory. Just such a company has fed the high-tech park. Although various preferential policies, such as various tax reductions and exemptions, have been given to this company above, and the exemption lasts for several years, even looking at the trend, the exemption will be lengthened. But the 9th laboratory will also come, although the tax is reduced or exempted. But they went to great lengths on Daxing Island, engaged in projects, and even built a crossy bridge by themselves with the help of an enterprise. These consumptions alone have greatly promoted the taxation and economy of the high-tech park. Moreover, their employees are also powerful high-spending people. Their eating and drinking in the high-tech zone has also greatly boosted the economy of this location. As for the various outsourcing companies that have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, let alone every year, just relying on the work leaked from the fingers of the 9th laboratory is enough for these outsourcing companies to eat their brains and their mouths filled with oil. For example, due to geographical and cultural constraints, the 9th laboratory cannot be like Pfizer. It is impossible to set up a laboratory in China, a laboratory in Europe, and a laboratory in the Americas to complete the 24-hour relay model. But we have a 996 overtime model in our country. For these outsourcing companies, as long as your money is in place, they will have employees, not to mention 996. It is 770. They are willing. Of course, the 9th laboratory will never ask for it, and absolutely not allow it. Their outsourcing company squeezes its employees so crazy. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1376 Retain Vitality latest website. It stands to reason that the 9th laboratory only needs to outsource the work. As for what those outsourcing companies do or ask their employees, they can't control it. As long as the outsourcing company is able to complete the tasks they require, and submit the data back on time, it will be fine. But as a large company, especially a company that has the ambition to become the first brother of the domestic pharmaceutical industry, they still know the word cherish the feather. Not only do they not squeeze employees themselves, even their outsourcing companies squeeze employees. which is not good, because the outsourcing prices they give are generally fair. It can be said that at least 30% of profit margins are reserved for these outsourcing companies. If an outsourcing company only uses the same batch of employees, and squeezes the employees frantically and asks them to work overtime, this is a bit too unreasonable in the view of the Ninth Laboratory. For a company that does not treat its employees as human beings like this, it is impossible for the Ninth Laboratory to cooperate with him next time, because in their view, such bosses are no different from those in sweatshops. You know that the experimenters in his company are not employees on the assembly line of the factory. These experimenters are also basic scientific researchers who have received university education. They majored in biochemistry and environmental materials. Probably because they were not at a prestigious university, not 985 or 211, so they could not enter big-name and well-known companies, but could only enter such small companies. But this does not mean that there will be no talents among these people. You have to give them a suitable environment. Maybe 10% of these people can grow up. At that time, the Ninth Laboratory also plans to recruit these people to complete the talent harvest. But you boss, at this time, all these people are used as donkeys, and they will all be used up in a few years. The aura is lost, and within a few years of work, you will become a screwdriver on the assembly line. He will only mechanically complete the experiment according to the requirements, without his own ideas and creativity. How can this work? In fact, this is also a common problem in many domestic companies. When an employee is caught, it will be used to death. This is very undesirable in Xiao Feng's view, and for He Xiaojun, the current helm of the Ninth Laboratory, it would be a crime to do so. So even though they outsourced projects, they also require outsourcing companies to be able to do round-the-clock uninterrupted work. But their requirement for outsourcing companies is that they will never allow companies to require unlimited 996 employees. The best solution is to work in 3 shifts and let these outsourcing companies hire more employees to complete the experiment and data collection. To know this requirement, it is not too much for these outsourcing companies, because the Ninth Laboratory pays per person, and they check regularly to see if you actually hire 3 shifts. Anyway, if you work in 3 shifts a day, the cost is still cheaper than completing the experiment in their Ninth Laboratory, or setting up a laboratory in Europe and the United States. Nowadays, many domestic companies like to talk nonsense about being in line with international standards every day. Then what kind of laboratories were established in Europe or North America? Sometimes Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun really can't figure it out. Are you so special? Have you cultivated the talents of your company? The local talents are reluctant to spend money, and it hurts to give parents a salary. But going overseas to hire that group of uncles is willing to spend money. You have to know that the salary of the group of European and American scientific researchers is several times that of domestic scientific researchers. Moreover, they are also covered by labor unions. As long as you hire them, you have to give them the local salary and treatment, and you must increase your salary every year. You must not be dismissed easily. You have to increase your salary every year and give them 1 month of paid leave each year. You are totally different from domestic employees. But please come back to this group of foreigners, and the contribution they made to the company is not as good as the contribution of this group of domestic employees. Therefore, it is inevitable that domestic employees will defect frequently. I won't say more about which companies like to do this. It's easy to be 404, and Xiao Feng absolutely does not allow the Ninth Laboratory to do such a thing. Not to mention that there are so many college graduates in the field of biochemistry and environmental materials every year in China, and they face unemployment and even change careers after graduation. We have spare money in our hands and recruit more domestic students. Isn't he good? If the children of his own family don't love them, they love the children of outsiders. If He Xiaojun dares to do this kind of behavior, Xiao Feng will definitely smash his head. Therefore, He Xiaojun's requirements for outsourcing companies are also very simple. First of all, it is not allowed to squeeze too many employees of the company, and the second is to recruit as many domestic graduates as possible in the field of biochemical and environmental materials. The top domestic graduates in the field of biochemistry and environmental materials, now the first choice after graduation, is naturally the 9th laboratory. After the 9th laboratory harvests a batch, some of the other people will choose to go to foreign companies, and the other part will choose to work in major domestic scientific research institutions, such as a certain research institute. Another part is to choose to stay in school for further study. This is already the greatest contribution that the 9th laboratory has made to the development of the country. It is necessary to know that in the past graduation season, the first choice of these famous domestic college students who graduated from the chemical and environmental materials major is to go abroad, going to a foreign university for further studies, and then naturally staying abroad, mainly staying in a beautiful country, to contribute to the development of a beautiful country. If you don't believe me, you can go to the major biochemical laboratories in the United States. The basic research is done in them. It can be said that most of them are ours. You can see this from the list of biochemical contributions published by Beautiful Country every year. Among the top 10 scientists, almost 5 of them are ours. Now the 9th laboratory has become the first choice for these students to graduate. They have done their best to help the country keep cutting-edge talents in the country. Moreover, with the training model of the 9th laboratory's internal transmission, the success rate of this group of people will definitely not be low. Although they did not go to the United States for further studies, in the 9th laboratory, they have leading cloning experts in this era to guide them on the concept. In addition, there are sufficient funds and inexhaustible experimental equipment. We must know that many scientific research elites are unwilling to come back after studying in a beautiful country. This scientific research environment is very important. So what is the research environment? With a salary of tens of thousands of dollars a month, they can lead a worry-free life so that they can concentrate on scientific research. This is the first condition to solve their most basic life problems. The second is that there is no intrigue environment, and there is no layman who can lead people out of breast cancer. This is absolutely non-existent in the 9th laboratory. It seems to be peaceful here, but the competition is also very fierce. All the project teams and the team leaders of the research team are almost all masters both internally and externally. That is, they must understand scientific research as well as management. Coupled with the existence of only Oxiao AI, every effort you make here will get its due return. Such things as being embezzled scientific research results will certainly not exist in the 9th laboratory. In addition, the most important point is that there are enough scientific research equipment and scientific research materials. As long as your authority level is sufficient, you can open it up. We must know that for scientific researchers, scientific research equipment is very critical. One of the main reasons why many scientific researchers are unwilling to come back when they go to beautiful countries is opportunity cost. To put it bluntly, in the beautiful country's laboratory, there are all kinds of equipment, and all kinds of consumables can be used at will. It's like in China, for example, in a scientific research institute, there is only one high-speed and high-precision optical electron microscope. Every day, the major project teams have to take turns to use, and even in order to use the time, everyone has to schedule. What other high-speed centrifuges, such high-precision imported equipment, have to queue up and even apply for a report. There are some more expensive consumables, even more so, you have to apply for a report. Nima, you must know the age at which a scientific researcher is most likely to produce results, that is, from 30 to 45 years old. In the American laboratories, there are everything like this equipment. In any ordinary laboratory, there are 3 such high-definition electron microscopes, and you can use them openly. As for the consumables for various experiments, as long as you register them, they can be used openly, and there is no need to make a report application. So they can do experiments whenever they want, and do them whenever they want. There are 3 sets of equipment, which can be used openly, and the chance of others producing results is 3 times higher than yours. And looking back at us, speed and efficiency are several times slower. In this way, after understanding the situation. mentalnovel.com, do you think those talents who are engaged in scientific research are willing to come back? And the most frightening thing about this kind of brain drain is that it lasts for a long time. For example, beautiful country has harvested our domestic scientific and technological elites, which have been quietly carried out for more than 20 years. You can see this by looking at the names of scientists on their artificial intelligence and life engineering contribution lists announced in the last 2 years. At the top of the 2 most important scientific research rankings, at least 5 of the top 10 are our domestic scientific research elites. And the emergence of the current 9th laboratory finally helped stabilize the situation in the country and retained such a breadth of energy. Especially in the past 2 years, the elites who graduated from the top domestic colleges and universities majoring in biochemistry and environmental materials. Now the first choice after graduation is to stay in the country and enter the 9th laboratory. Because the 9th laboratory now has scientific research conditions and environments that are not weaker than those of foreign countries, and even in some respects, the performance of the 9th laboratory is even better than those of foreign scientific research institutions. Chapter 1377 Invigorate Biochemical Ring Materials. Here, you never have to line up to use certain equipment, and there is no need to report when using various consumables. Moreover, the salary is not only enough, but it will also give you a house. It can be said that the wife is divided. It is almost all-inclusive here. It is precisely because the 9th laboratory now has a scientific research environment that is not inferior to that of foreign countries, and the treatment of its employees is not worse than that of foreign countries. Coupled with the company culture here, it can be said to be completely different from other domestic companies. So now this company has become the first choice for graduates of top domestic biochemical and environmental materials. In fact, people engaged in scientific research are very simple. Many people simply like to engage in scientific research, but our current living environment is too complicated. The society is too impetuous, housing prices are not low, scientific researchers also have to live. If they cannot meet their basic living conditions, then they must be distracted to find ways to make a living. In this way, naturally they cannot use their best in scientific research, and it can even be said to be a waste of their talents. And this is done much better in the United States, where there are various large and small laboratories, and scientific research institutions. As long as you have real skills, you won't have to worry about finding a job in such a place. Moreover, the salary that can generally be earned is definitely not low. Although there is no guarantee that every scientific researcher will become a millionaire, it is absolutely okay to ensure that they have nothing to worry about. In addition, the minds of scientific researchers are relatively simple. They all prefer to focus on scientific research, and do not like to participate in some messy things, such as office politics. But this aspect is precisely the place where our domestic major institutions have the most slots. In foreign scientific research institutions, it is basically relying on strength to speak. It cannot be said that there are no related households, but at least the situation of forming gangs and ranking in seniority is not as serious as ours. And they rarely have laymen leading experts, because their companies are basically capitaled. The purpose of capital is very simple, that is, for the benefit. Whoever can bring them benefits, they will choose who. There is no question of position. In this way, their workflow is much simpler. Researchers only need to step by step every day to complete their own work. The relationship between colleagues is also very simple. It is the relationship between colleagues, and there is no need to squat and form cliques. Anyway, as long as you can complete your work on time with quality and quantity, it is your greatest contribution to the company. This kind of tonality is also the favorite environment of scientific researchers. It is simple and straightforward, and there is no mess. On the other hand, in our country, it is really hard to explain in a word. This is another main reason why we cannot retain talents. There is a third point, which is the opportunity cost issue just mentioned. Because of insufficient money, equipment, and other resources, many of our scientific research institutions cannot provide perfect working conditions. Naturally, the ratio of scientific research personnel's results is not as good as that of the beautiful country. And these problems do not exist in the 9th laboratory. Here, the working environment is very simple. As long as you finish your work on time, no one will bother you. You don't need to specialize in research and worry about complex social relationships. In addition, it can provide scientific researchers with sufficient living security, so that they can live a decent life without being distracted. The third is that it can provide scientific researchers with a perfect working environment. If there are no conditions, they can even create conditions. Just ask such a company, who would not like it? However, the problem now is that the top talents in China are indeed attracted by the 9th laboratory. But what about the graduates who are not the top biochemical and environmental materials? We must know that in China, there are still many non-985, 211 colleges and universities, and hundreds of thousands of biochemical and environmental materials graduates are required to graduate every year. Many people said before that the biochemistry and environmental materials are all dismissed majors because it is difficult for graduates of these majors to find jobs after they graduate. But why our country lags so much behind the international top level of science and technology, in fact, is lagging behind in terms of biochemical and environmental materials. Basically, it means that materials science is too far behind. For example, machine tools. Why the Japanese and German machine tools can be the best in the world. In fact, it is the leader in materials science. To put it bluntly, it is leading in metal smelting technology. For example, their cutting tools can cut more than 1,000 man-hours, and can guarantee no deformation and high precision. However, the tools we produce work for 100 hours, there will be problems such as deformation, reduced accuracy, and so on. For example, Japan's carbon fiber, thermal insulation materials, and American DuPont's quick-drying fabrics. These materials are all indispensable to modern clothes, building materials, or various mechanical tools. Because of the use of these materials, other people's machinery and equipment have the characteristics of long life, high precision, and good durability. And we produce the same product, the lifespan is a third of others, and the accuracy is ridiculously low. The root of everything is the gap in materials. As for materials, in fact, they mainly come from the disciplines of chemistry, smelting, biochemistry and so on. However, there are not many companies in our country who are willing to work basic materials. Because, like medical research, this material science is an industry with a long cycle, a large investment, and a very high risk. If you win, maybe you will take the entire industry, but if you lose, you may have invested tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars in the early stage, and it will be lost in a few years. Therefore, major domestic companies are more willing to find the next outlet and be a pig standing on the outlet. I don't want to be down-tooth, and be a down-tooth scalper. And now the emergence of the 9th laboratory can be said to have become a benchmark in this field. The country has also seen the leading role of the 9th laboratory in this regard, so it has repeatedly provided them with various conveniences and supports. Previously, I have repeatedly told many companies that we must be down-tooth, engage in scientific research and innovation, so that the country can complete industrial upgrading. But what about the following companies? Most of them are violations of yang and yin, and they are joking in their mouths, but very few are really willing to chew on hard bones. Because everyone knows that real scientific research is a chore. The investment is large, the cycle is long, and there may not be results. With that time and strength, it's better to build a few buildings to make a lot of money. How fragrant is that? I have also seen this problem above, so I only used financial means to squeeze water and guide investment. But the results have been poor. It was not until the appearance of the 9th laboratory that it was a relief to the above. Look, it's not that we can't do it. We can also have a truly top international technology company, and other companies are also seeing the ninth laboratory. After the country and even the world is crazy for gold, many of them are stunned. It seems that doing scientific research is not a bad thing, although the investment is large and the cycle is long. Once a good thing is really produced, what about the winner-takes-all industry? Can you make money when you lie down? Therefore, in recent years, many major domestic companies have begun to transform, set up their own laboratories, and start investing in real scientific research. On the benching side, there are many flexible people who have established various laboratories and data collection companies, specifically looking for the ninth laboratory to undertake their outsourcing work. There are also many of the founders of these companies, who simply left the ninth lab. They are well aware of the pain points of large companies like the ninth laboratory, so they have also worked the needs of the ninth laboratory. And companies like them, although they can't like the ninth laboratory, frantically harvest the talents of the top domestic colleges and universities in the field of biochemistry and environmental materials. However, they have absorbed many graduates from general colleges and universities in the field of biochemistry and environmental materials. In this way, it provides a new way for domestic graduates in the field of biochemistry and environmental materials. In the past, students who graduated from these majors rarely found good jobs in large companies because their academic qualifications were not strong enough after graduation. So every year when graduating www.mentalnovel.com, a small part of them go back to take the civil service examination. Most of the rest will switch to other jobs, and most of them will do sales. In the end, everyone is gone. And now these various large and small laboratories have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the studio provides them with a very good job opportunity. Perhaps here, they did not earn as much as the ninth laboratory, or the laboratories of other large foreign companies and large state-owned pharmaceutical companies. But here, they can at least find a professional counterpart to ensure that the theoretical knowledge they have learned in school can be put into practice. So when the experience accumulates to a certain level, some outstanding people will stand out. For example, some people may use their outstanding work results to switch jobs to a large company or the ninth laboratory. Some people with flexible minds may add a sudden burst of inspiration based on the knowledge they have learned and then jump out to start a business. In this way, the entire domestic circle of basic materials science can be revitalized. Unlike before, many graduates of these majors directly give advice to new students and sisters, which is to persuade them to leave and change careers. As a veteran scientific researcher, He Fang Zhu is naturally aware of our scientific research shortcomings and pain points. The most lacking thing in China now is companies that are down to earth and work hard in the field of biochemical and environmental materials. The reason why I propose to let Mr. Xiao pay more attention to those companies that undertake our outsourcing orders. In fact, the purpose is to cultivate many of these companies. As long as these companies can grow, we will have more help in the future. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1378 Super Dad. How can a small biochemical and environmental materials company grow up? First of all, he must have a market to survive. This point depends on the ninth laboratory. In this field, they have become a super invincible dad. To put it bluntly, if they want, they can milk hundreds of small biochemical and environmental materials companies. The start of these biochemical and environmental materials companies almost always starts with outsourcing them. Just like Foxconn, it started by doing OEMs for Intel, and then later doing OEMs for Apple. They used to be an assembly line assembly factory, but they worked hard and they had enough financial resources, so they began to research and dare some projects on their own. For example, many people don't know that Foxconn is still a very famous computer motherboard manufacturer in the electronics market. This computer motherboard can only be made with considerable technical content. In addition, they are fed up with bringing Sharp now, and relying on the low price strategy. Sharp has begun to come back to life in the LCD screen market. At present, the first thing that domestic small and medium-sized biochemical and environmental materials companies must face is to survive. They only have a husband who survives, and then they have the opportunity to grow up to become Foxca. And their survival is naturally inseparable from the support of the ninth laboratory. To put it bluntly, they rely on the ninth laboratory for milk. And such a company is not the same as Foxca. Foxca is an assembly plant with assembly lines. What they need is a lot of labor, no brainy workers. Just train enough workers who can sit on the assembly line. And these outsourcing companies in the ninth lab recruited college students in biochemistry, environmental materials. College students who can do experiments in the laboratory and master the most basic scientific knowledge of biochemistry and environmental materials. Even if these college students are not graduates from prestigious schools, but as long as they are given the right environment and good opportunities, who can guarantee that there will be no sparks in their minds, maybe someone will complete the transformation from quantity to quality in a certain day, directly coming to a blockbuster. And such a person, even 1 out of 10,000 people, is enough to support the domestic scientific research field of biochemical and environmental materials. After all, we only have hundreds of thousands of graduates in this field every year. As long as there are enough leaders in this field, there will be a steady stream of people investing in this industry and field in the future. Just like the programmers of previous years, it is a hot job. It is precisely because a large number of people in the front have tasted the benefits in this field, so that countless people in the back began to apply for this major and enter this field. However, the consequences of a swarm will result in the end of evolution. Now many people have said that the number of programmers in China is only 5 million, but our current programmers are 10 million, and every year, the number of new graduates is increasing by 1 million. It can be seen that in the future, the programmer industry is destined to be sad. Regardless of how programmers can earn a high salary of 2 to 3 million yuan, in a few years, when the market is severely overpowered, what price will those black-hearted capitalists offer you? However, the most critical problem in the domestic software industry is not actually the internal volume caused by overstaffing, but we have no innovation! The important thing is said 3 times. We have no innovation, no innovation, no innovation. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at our current domestic Meteor apps. Except Douyin and Manzu, these 2 entertainment short video softwares are the first of our own research. For other various shopping platforms, spelling software, which idea is not borrowed from foreign countries. In addition, the most critical foundation is that we have not developed our own software ecosystem. To put it bluntly, it is all our software, from programming tools, to computer languages, to computing logic. In fact, they are all rooted in the original theories of the Americans and originated from the C language developed by others. So if we really want to make a breakthrough, then we really have to build our own ecosystem like Company H. This is just the beginning, and the ultimate goal is that you can come up with a Chinese network that is compatible with Western networks. If you really do this kind of development, then there can be a market that can accommodate more than 10 million programmers in China. Even more than 10 million is not necessarily enough. Tens of millions can be accommodated. The aspect of biochemical and environmental materials is completely different from the aspect of software development. As long as it is a high biochemical and environmental material company, it needs to do experiments. As long as conditions permit, it can be an uninterrupted experiment 24 hours a day. In this case, a large number of grassroots scientific researchers are needed. Major companies do not necessarily have very high entry requirements for these researchers, as long as they have a formal university degree, as long as they can understand the basic knowledge of experiments. Their first job is to complete the experiment in accordance with the steps designed by the experiment designer and record various data at the same time. And it is such a simple job that can accommodate hundreds of millions of young graduates. After a period of growth, There will definitely be a few of these graduates who have become talented. As long as such talents can continue to emerge, then Xiao Feng and the others will have achieved their goal. Some people continue to make breakthroughs in the field of biochemical and environmental materials and start their own businesses. Although some of them will be eliminated in the big wave, but if they grow up, even if they will not become towering trees in the future, they will bring earth-shaking changes to many industries in our country. So, the first thing we need to do now is to let these outsourcing companies survive. In other words, we can cultivate more outsourcing companies, which can also greatly reduce our operating costs. He Xiaojun agrees very much with He Fang's statement. The company recruits top talents, but the cost of using these top talents is also very high. Salaries and benefits, plus they have to do various experiments. If they are allowed to rotate around the clock for a long period of time, the overtime pay alone will greatly increase the company's operating expenses. Not to mention that you have to guarantee their logistics. Food and drink are also a big expense, but if some unnecessary trivial work is outsourced, it will not only feed a large number of outsourcing companies outside, but also reduce the company's operating costs. At the same time, let these senior researchers focus more on their experience and focus on the core technical fields. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Therefore, from the manager's point of view, He Xiaojun is very in favor of outsourcing part of the basic experimental work. At the same time, we must also select those with high ambitions and good foundations from these outsourcing companies, and carry out key training. If they do have some ideas and want to make innovative breakthroughs in certain fields, we can also provide financial and technical support. Once such a company grows up, it will also become a big help for us. I have to say that He Fang's proposal is very good. It can be regarded as an opening for He Xiaojun. In the past, he did not pay much attention to outsourcing work. I just think that outsourcing part of the non-core business can greatly reduce the company's operating costs. But now hearing what He Fangzu said, he suddenly realized the importance of outsourcing. In the past, he felt that by outsourcing a lot of work to a company, and then letting the company recruit more people and implement 3 shifts, he could complete uninterrupted experiments and data collection. But now it seems that it is better to divide these tasks into 3 and then subcontract them to different outsourcing companies. In this way, more outsourcing companies can be supported, and then from these outsourcing companies, we can select the objects suitable for the key training. After all, if all these outsourcing work were subcontracted to a company, then the company would be too full. In this way, he will lose his sense of crisis and feel that he can make a lot of money by just undertaking the outsourcing of the 9th laboratory. So what kind of research and development is he doing? There is no motivation to make progress. However, if the original project package is directly divided into 3 parts www.mtlnovel.com, subcontracted to 3 different companies. Although the connection may be a little troublesome, in the face of the powerful 9th laboratory, these are nothing. When the 3 companies are not full enough to eat, the 3 companies will have a serious sense of crisis. Smart bosses will try their best to save themselves, and will rely on the company's existing foundation to find ways to engage in R&D and innovation. As long as their ideas are good enough, the Quen Fund can give them financial support. Even if it fails, it's just a matter of tossing about it. The 9th laboratory will not die, and will give them more subcontracting projects to ensure that they survive. In this way, presumably those companies will also be willing to let go. Anyway, the 9th laboratory will help them find the way. With such a good Chinese dad like the 9th laboratory, they can confidently and boldly innovate. If 1 or 2 of them can develop 1 or 2 important new materials, it would be a lucrative business for them. As for the other veteran pharmaceutical companies and research institutes in China, if you see that the laboratories and scientific research companies of these grassroots teams have made breakthroughs, they will be ashamed and courageous, right? At that time, there may be a virtuous circle in the field of biochemical and environmental materials in China. This is what Xiao Feng most hopes to see. Well, This idea is totally possible. Anyway, all the capital money is used, and their money need not be used in vain. Instead of letting them take the capital market to cut leaks, disrupt the domestic financial order, it's better to let us guide and invest their money in the right place. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1379. Come as you say. Speaking of these domestic capital, it really is. Xiao Feng didn't know how to describe it either. Venture capital, private equity, trust, etc. Various financial terms seem to have suddenly appeared in the domestic financial market in the last 10 years. If 10 years ago, ordinary people had heard about the financial sector the most, that is, banks, stock markets, and funds. However, in the past decade or so, the country has gradually opened up the financial market. A large amount of international hot money began to quietly enter the domestic financial market in various ways. At the beginning, in the early 2000s, their pace of entering the domestic market was still very clumsy, with an obvious taste of temptation. The most typical case is that the Tangchun Yaipin, a luxury mansion by the Mojupur River, was priced at 130,000 yuan when it went public, which caused an uproar in the country. You know, that was the age of 1 or 2,000 per capita monthly wages. A mansion of 130,000 square meters is simply unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. What is even more unimaginable is that such an expensive mansion was quickly swept away. Later, people learned that the people who bought these luxury homes were wealthy businessmen from Southeast Asia. In fact, it now appears that those investors are just the vanguards of foreign capital. And how is it now? The mansion that was 130,000 square meters back then has now risen to 400,000 square meters. No matter how you look at it, they have earned it. After that, the domestic internet field began to flourish. From the earliest Big 3 to the current era of Big 2. From then on, Hongshan and Chengxing began to form and surface. These venture capitalists seem to be domestic companies, but in fact, almost all of them are backed by overseas capital. Later, foreign capital even went straight into battle, such as DCM, IDG and so on. These companies have also made a lot of money by relying on the big wave of the internet in the past few years. Of course, there are a lot more ruthless quietly lurking in the stock market to make waves, crazy cutting leaks. In fact, these capitals are not unaware of the benefits of investing in industry. As long as you bet on the right treasure, your current investment may be returned to you 10 or even 100 times in the future. The problem is that these capitals are fanatical and short-sighted, and for areas they are not familiar with, they dare not enter easily. After all, no one is a god. If you want to make a steady profit without losing money, no one can guarantee. But now that there is such a leader as the Ninth Laboratory, it is different. Xiao Feng and Xiaojun were very trustworthy of the vision of the experts on their review committee. But if it is the companies and technologies that they value, it will definitely explode in the future. So they don't mind when they arrive, and lead those capitals to play in the domestic real industry. After all, many physical industries in China are very short of money. It can even be said that life is difficult. Therefore, what the Ninth Lab will do this time is a bridge between them, so that funds can be well connected with the entity enterprises. This is of great benefit to both of them. At the same time, it can also be reduced. Those capitals are running around in the domestic financial market, affecting the normal domestic financial order. By the way, speaking of good projects, I actually have one in my hands now. I don't know if you are not interested in Mr. Xiao. Everyone has just finished discussing how to make the Quen Fund bigger and stronger, and how to lead those outsourcing companies to make breakthroughs in the field of biochemical and environmental materials. Suddenly, a good project popped out of Guan Zhenhai's mouth, and everyone was really taken aback. Xiao Feng also knows Guan Zhenhai. This guy doesn't look at the usual joking, but at the critical moment. He is not a person who only talks. He said that a good project is naturally a really good project. So he said, "Hey, You guys really come here, then you might as well talk and listen. At this time, Hixia-jun and Hifangzu also pricked their ears, and they were all interested in the project that Guan Zhenhai was talking about. Hey, in fact, the project I am talking about today really has nothing to do with the mainstream business of our 9th laboratory and Sunshine Hospital, because this project involves the mechanical field. Xiao Feng laughed after hearing this. You are a hospital, why do you think of setting foot in the mechanical field? Hey, it's not me doing it, but one of my old classmates. That's it. After moving the headquarters from the 9th laboratory to Darksing Island, there used to be the tall tower on the right side of the Twin Towers, and the 30-story office above was abandoned. When Xiao Feng bought the Petronas Twin Towers, the upper part of the tower on the left was used as the headquarters of the Celebrity Chef Group, and the lower part was used as the hotel. On the right side of the tower, the top was the headquarters of the 9th laboratory, and the bottom was given a few floors for Sunshine Hospital. 2 buildings, each with 68 floors. To be honest, there were still many floors that were vacant. However, due to technical safety considerations, Xiao Feng did not rent out the vacant floors of the building. He could afford it anyway. Then the tower on the left, with the continuous expansion of the Celebrity Chef Group, plus the hotel business is getting better and better, the 2 sides continue to expand. The 68-story building was gradually filled. The building on the right-hand side, after the 9th laboratory was moved away, was empty for dozens of floors. Fortunately, the business of Sunshine Hospital had already started at this time, and as the number of departments continues to increase, the floor space they require is also increasing. More and more floors were requisitioned by Sunshine Hospital. At present, the 68-story building has been occupied by them with 30 floors. Recently, Guan Zhenhai has the intention of continuing to expand a few floors. In the process of continuous expansion of Sunshine Hospital, Guan Zhenhai discovered a problem. That's the problem of using the elevator in the building. Because the flow of people in the hospital is very large, and there are patients coming in and out every day, the elevators are used very frequently, and it can even be said that they operate at full capacity 24 hours a day. Even at night, it is often used non-stop. As a result, the elevators in the building began to be overwhelmed. Originally, these elevators only needed to be maintained once a year in accordance with the normal maintenance rules. But now, because of excessive use, maintenance is required almost every 6 months, and even recently, it has reached the point of maintenance every 3 months. This situation makes the logistics of the hospital miserable. Because the maintenance was not timely, the elevator failed during the day when they went to work in the hospital, which caused personnel to be trapped. This also caused a lot of complaints to the hospital. The section chief who managed the logistics was also called to severely criticized by Guan Zhenhai. It is no longer a day or 2 days for people to be trapped because of the fault. If it is usually a common patient, it is better to talk to the doctor. But if the critical moment is to wait for the emergency patient, he gets stuck in the car. Or maybe the doctor who was preparing to go to a certain floor and launching the first aid was stuck in the car. What can I do if the patient missed the best treatment time? Life is a matter of life. If someone takes advantage of the problem, wouldn't the golden signboard of Sunshine Hospital be discredited? But the chief of the logistics department had no choice but to have a lot of bitterness with Guan Zhenhai. Now there are tens of thousands of patients who come in and out of hospitals every day to seek medical consultations, and patients who come to consult medical and aesthetic surgery. These people go in and out of every floor almost day and night from morning to night. There are a total of 6 elevators in the building, and the hospital has high floors, and many departments are very scattered. This is very unfavorable to the healthy use of the elevator, and now almost every time you get on and off the elevator you have to queue up. Moreover, such overloaded operation greatly reduces the service life of the elevator. At this time, Guan Zhenhai also realized why large foreign hospitals don't like to work in high-rise buildings. He also thought that the Twin Towers had a superior geographical location and a beautiful environment, with a square outside and the sea in the distance. Such a good environment is also very conducive to the rehabilitation of patients. Now it seems that I was still sloppy. It turned out that convenience should be the first issue that the hospital should consider. So he agreed very smoothly www.mentalnovel.com to build the second branch of the Sunshine Hospital headquarters in the Sports New City area. However, the main problem facing the Twin Towers is that the elevators in the building are very unusable, and they often fail. Even he has instructed the personnel of the logistics department to contact the personnel of the elevator company every other week, and at night when there are few people, they will come to regularly maintain the elevator. Only in this way can the normal operation of the elevator be guaranteed. According to the feedback from the elevator company, many parts of this elevator have accelerated aging due to long-term overload use. No matter how they maintain it, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no problems during use. In this way, this problem became Guan Zhenhai's heart disease. He was worried every day for fear of something wrong with the elevator. At present, the most effective solution is to change the elevator. To be honest, when the Twin Towers were being built, the contractor, in order to save on contracting, purchased the elevators that were not a very good brand. It is a domestic joint venture brand. If the building is used as an ordinary office building, it can be used for more than 10 or 20 years. But if it is used as a hospital with a particularly large flow of personnel, it will definitely not be enough. But now Sunshine Hospital, the daily flow of people is extremely large. If the elevator is replaced at this time, it will inevitably affect the normal operation of the hospital. Maybe it will irritate the family members of some patients. After all, waiting for half an hour, and still can't get on the elevator. There are certainly many people who can't help but feel emotional. That is to say, when he was having a headache for this problem, Guan Zhenhai met an old classmate of his. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1380 gap, 1000. His classmate is his high school classmate. After the college entrance examination that year, he was admitted to the medical school. As for his classmate, he passed the mechanical engineering major of Harbin Institute of Technology, which was very popular in that time. Later, after the old man graduated, he worked in a central enterprise for a period of time. Later, I went to work in the south again, working in Magic City and Yangqing. And his main business is the elevator. The company he first worked for was Mitsubishi Elevator, which Moto cooperated in Japan, and then went to Yangqing, where he went to Otis, which cooperated with local and foreign companies. Both of them are elevator industries. Therefore, we can say that we have a good understanding of this industry. Later, because of the outbreak of the domestic real estate boom, his very mindful classmate simply went out and did it on his own. At the beginning, I acted as an agent for several elevator manufacturers and recommended their own elevators to real estate companies across the country. Then I quickly accumulated my first pot of gold, and then I started to invest in some real estate projects, and then went to buy some real estate projects myself. He soon became a small worthy billionaire. But his classmate is also very discerning. As early as a few years ago, I realized that the real estate market might be changing, and many small and medium-sized real estate developers might not be able to afford it. So I chose to quit early, and after more than 10 years of fluttering, I also saved hundreds of millions of dollars. According to common sense, he has already achieved financial freedom, and he can choose to retire early and enjoy a life. But Guan Zhenhai said that his old classmate just couldn't stay at home. In addition, I always liked to tinker with machinery in the early years. After I quit the real estate industry, I kept wondering what I was doing. But after choosing, no suitable investment direction was chosen. He doesn't know much about investing in e-commerce, and now that e-commerce competition is so fierce, it is a bit unwise to enter. He didn't know much about going to other industries, so he finally chose his own line of business and chose to re-enter the elevator industry. But this time, his friend is not planning to act for someone else's elevator, but to develop and build the elevator himself. Well, in our country, The real estate industry has been so developed and prosperous in recent years. Don't we have our own elevator in China? When Guan Zhenhai talked about his friend, he planned to make a major breakthrough in the field of domestic elevators. And it seems that he has to devote himself to it. Xiao Feng, He Xiaojun, He Fangzhu and the others were all stunned. They haven't paid much attention to this field before, and they really don't know much about the domestic elevator industry. At this time, Guan Zhenhai couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard the questions from several big guys. Hey, I didn't know before, but after I got on the line with my old friend, I learned that our domestic elevator industry is so much worse than others. Hearing what he said, Xiao Feng and the others couldn't help but become more curious, especially Xiao Feng. He really didn't know that he had so many talks about the elevators he took almost every day. Oh, how bad is it? Come and listen. The smile on Guan Zhenhai's face at this time can be said to be very bitter. He glanced at Xiao Feng, then said, Mr. Xiao, you may not believe it. The gap between our domestic elevators and foreign elevators is even worse than that of automobiles and chips. For example, for automobiles, many of our domestic brands can produce their own engines and transmissions. The level may be only one level worse than those of the major international manufacturers. Speaking of chips, although we are about 5 generations behind the world's top-tier chips, we can produce them somehow. But when it comes to elevators, the gap between us and foreign countries is 100%. There is almost no one in China that has assets. WTF. What? No. When Guan Zhenhai said so, the other 3 big men present were all dumbfounded. Earlier, they heard what Guan Zhenhai said was so evil. They thought that our domestic elevators and foreign brands are only inferior in quality. But now that Guan Zhenhai said so, they knew that our elevators were actually so much worse than others abroad. 100%. This is unimaginable, especially in China, which is known as the entire industrial chain. This is incredible, right? Hey, how do you say this? Don't look at the elevators installed in the building, it looks like a very inconspicuous device. But in fact, the technical content of this thing is quite high. The previous elevator was purely mechanical. To put it bluntly, it relied on the control panel, and then added the car, counterweight, and gear reducer. The working principle is very simple, that is, after a person enters the elevator, press the floor. Then the computer program in the chip behind the control panel will assign instructions to the counterweight box according to the floor and the weight of the person entering the elevator, and then the counterweight is allocated. When finished, pull the elevator up. When the floor is about to stop, there will be a gear reducer to stop and decelerate. The process seems very simple, but the internal program settings are actually very complicated. Moreover, this kind of equipment has very high requirements for the steel cable towing the car. It must use steel cables made of special steel. A steel cable made of ordinary steel, after a certain amount of repeated use, will experience serious wear and corrosion. So the elevators in the early years actually had very high requirements for materials. Guan Zhenhai began to explain the common sense of elevator to everyone. Of course, this is also to recommend his friend to these big brothers. So he works so hard. And his knowledge about elevators was also explained to him by his old classmate after many contacts with his old classmate. Otherwise, how could he know so much if he was the one with a scalpel? But the 3 big guys on the opposite side didn't hate his popular science. Because of the different majors, everyone didn't understand this knowledge before. But now after listening to Guan Zhenhai's popular science for everyone knows that there is so much high-tech on a seemingly inconspicuous elevator. At this time, Xiao Feng also thought of his friend, Wan Gongzi's father. It is said that this big man, when the domestic real estate industry is in full swing, has already begun to plan ahead and intends to change his career, because as a business tycoon, his forward-looking vision is naturally unmatched. As the saying goes, when everyone else is caring, you have to know fear. At that time, this big man had already realized that the sky is not good for 100 days. And there is no reason for flowers to be red. Although the current domestic real estate market is so hot, the real estate economy is not sustainable for such a long time. Sooner or later he will end. When he quit, at that time, the big man was already thinking about something else. When choosing a new investment industry at that time, the big man chose to invest in elevators. Because he is in the real estate industry, he naturally knows how bad our country is in the elevator field. It can be said that domestic elevators, from escalators to box elevators, almost all need to be imported. In his view, this is a big market. And you must know that there are so many high-level people in the country every year. How many elevators do you need? And so many elevators, future maintenance, and replacement of parts are all money. Therefore, making elevators is an industry that is very worthy of long-term investment and management. So this big guy planned to enter the elevator industry. It's a pity that the research team he sent only went to investigate this industry for a while, and then was dissuaded, because the research report given to him by this research team shows that with the current domestic technology, he wants to make a breakthrough in the elevator field. That is almost impossible, because of the technological gap between our domestic elevator industry and foreign companies. It is almost as far as the Earth to the Moon. Although this is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to show how big the technological gap between us and foreign countries in the elevator field is. And that big man did not make up his mind, because investment in the elevator industry is destined to be an industry with large investment, long cycle, and not necessarily results. Therefore, as a business leader who prefers to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, he chose to give up. Of course, this is also www.mcnovel.com. When he was chatting with Mr. Wan before, Mr. Wan talked to him. Without mentioning it, when his father gave up the industry, Wan Gongtsai just shook his head for a while, feeling a pity for it. Because it was a pity that this opportunity was missed back then. If his father could really seize the opportunity, if his father was really willing to spend money on this project, he would really be able to make a breakthrough in this field. So their family to this day, even if it can't become another H company, at the very least, it is another company like Gree and Haya, because his father never thought that later in the domestic real estate industry, he would be so crazy. Because according to their real estate company, their own statistics, between 2008 and 2018, the most glorious decade in the real estate industry, the average amount of domestic elevator imports from abroad is about $200 million each year. In the most glorious 1,216 years, the average annual import of elevators from abroad, worth about $300 million. In other years, the average import share was around $150 million. Even in the worst years, the average annual import of elevators from abroad is about $100 million. Maybe many people hear this amount of money, and they will say, what is the money? If the real estate developers open a market at random, don't they have to make billions? Then you are too naive. Even if it is a large company like Yeeda, what is his net profit after 1 year's time? You look at his report. It's only a few $100 million. Although there is definitely a tax avoidance hedge, in fact, his real net profit scale is not too much. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1381. No flow. For a company like Yeeda, its annual profit can easily start at hundreds of billions of dollars. This profit scale looks really scary. Looking at his size and trillions of market value, this looks even more scary. But these are not the most critical. The most critical is that you have to look at his net profit. Whenever you see the net profit attributable to shareholders on the corporate statement, everyone will feel, how is this possible? How can a large-scale enterprise with trillions of assets and hundreds of billions of annual profits only have such a small net profit in the end? For example, the company's net profit in 18 years did not exceed $1 billion. Does this look pretty scary? In fact, if you analyze it carefully, this is normal, because the company has a large patent scale, and the operating costs are naturally scary. In addition, they still have countless loans from the bank, which leads to their scary capital costs. As long as you look at the report, you can find that their annual personnel expenses, as well as the interest returned to the bank, are astronomical figures. So in the end, their net profit will naturally be pitiful. Of course, whether there are tricks or not, those without accounting skills will naturally be confused, and even if you have professional financial knowledge, I am afraid it will be equally confused. After all, the finance department of such a large group is full of talented people, so naturally it is not vegetarian. But having said so much, I just want to make it clear that, in fact, his annual net profit is actually not high for a large enterprise with assets of trillions. On the other hand, those companies that operate elevators, regardless of their annual imports, are only more than $2 billion. But in fact, their net profit can be as high as 90%. To put it bluntly, for those foreign companies that have mastered core technology, the cost of manufacturing these elevators is actually not much money. But as long as it is imported into the country, the price can be increased tenfold immediately. At this time, Guan Zhenhai on the other side was still talking, and at this time Xiao Feng also recovered from the distraction just now. Before this, it was also some introduction of Guan Zhenhai to the elevator industry. It reminded him of the time when he and Mr. Wan had eaten together and chatted with him before. Mr. Wan told him about some classic investments that his family has missed over the years. In fact, it was young Master Wan who poured bitterness on him and sold him miserably. At that time, Wan Gongzai's family was indeed a bit difficult. It had been struggling in the traditional real estate industry, and the competition was getting fiercer. And their family is always looking for a new breakthrough direction, but after several trials, they feel that there is no good direction. And young Master Wan had more contact with Xiao Feng, and realized that this guy is a very thoughtful and creative person. So I always hope that Xiao Feng can give him a hand. So during that time, he played the emotional card with Xiao Feng a lot. So during that time, in order to draw the feelings between each other, Wan Gongzai often mingled with Xiao Feng. I often invite him to dinner every 3 to 5, and at the table at every turn, I will tell him some interesting things about the rich circle, or just introduce how their family came here step by step. How difficult is it now? Anyway, it was both close to feelings and selling miserably at any time. Fortunately, Xiao Feng stretched out his hand afterwards. So now, Lord Wan, he is standing up again. The Penglai Pavilion app he currently runs is now the hottest software in the country, although it has not yet been officially launched. But it is already the goal that all capitals at home and abroad are chasing frantically. Now only after the A round of financing, the valuation of this software has exceeded 100 billion. If this is melted in so many rounds, it is estimated that it is possible to break the trillions. Obviously everyone knows how powerful the Huago pharmaceutical market is. As long as Mr. Wan does it well and his #1 app in the pharmaceutical sector surpasses the #1 financial giant that is about to go public recently, that's all possible. 2.1 trillion may seem scary, but after all, it is a financial group. For Penglai Pavilion's app that directly connects doctors and patients, and cancels the hospital's prescribing link, it is nothing at all. Now Penglai Pavilion's users have exceeded 300 million and went straight to 400 million. And until the 1980s or so, the elevator industry carried out another update iteration. The permanent magnet synchronous elevator that entered the market this time was also due to the advancement of material science. People found that a permanent magnet motor was placed on the elevator shaft as the elevator drive system, which was far greater than the ancient mechanical counterweight. The elevator is much more convenient. So within a few years, this permanent magnet synchronous elevator began to become popular. Almost all of high-rise buildings now use permanent magnet synchronous elevators. This elevator has several advantages. One is that it is fast, the other is that it has a low sound, And the third is that it consumes very little energy and occupies a very small area, because it no longer needs a counterweight box like a traditional mechanical elevator, so its floor space is much smaller than that of a traditional mechanical elevator. Because of the characteristics of the permanent magnet motor, it occupies a very small area and has a large power. Unlike traditional elevators, which require a turbine and a worm, it occupies a large area and is bulky. So this kind of permanent magnet synchronous elevator, once it came out, it was widely welcomed by all kinds of businesses, and it quickly gained popularity. At present, there are 8 mainstream world-famous elevator manufacturers on the market. These 8 are also mainly divided into Japanese and European and American departments. Among them, Japanese are Mitsubishi, Toshiba, Hitachi, Fujitec, and European and American ones, Otis, Thyssen, Schindler and Kohn. And these elevator companies occupy more than 80% of the elevator market share worldwide. MCOW hiss. Hearing this data, Hixio-jun and Hifangzi, who were sitting, couldn't help but breathe in air. Nima, this monopoly share is too terrible, right? 8 factories have carved up almost the world's elevator market. Thinking about it, the products of their 9th laboratory, no matter how good their health products are, even if their cosmetics are infidelity, I can't say that it accounts for 80% of the world's market share. In fact, they have not even managed to occupy 8% of the world's market share. But take a look at these other companies. Together they occupy 80% of the world's market share. This Nima. No wonder Guan Zhenhai said before that the gap between our elevator technology and foreign countries is almost 100%. Now it seems that it is really so much worse. On the contrary, it was Xiao Feng, because he suddenly remembered the conversation between him and Mr. Wan about the elevator industry, so he didn't feel too surprised. Think about it, too. The old man of Wangongcai was so rich and powerful, but after understanding the depth of the elevator industry, he retreated. From this we can see how big the technological gap between us and others is. What about our domestic market? As a manager with a very strong patriotic feeling, Hixio-jun couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, Guan Zhenhai shook his head with a wry smile. Our domestic elevator market is basically monopolized by these 8 companies, and they occupy more than 80% of our domestic market. Some high-end buildings, such as landmark buildings in every city, buildings that are several hundred meters high, use almost all imported elevators. The other thing is that the high-end residences in every city, those high-end flat floors, are also imported from their elevators. Even our twin towers are all Mitsubishi elevators. As for the elevators used in other ordinary residences, they are basically joint ventures between them and domestic companies. For example, Otis in Yangqing, Mitsubishi in Magic Capital, or Thyssen in Golden Collar, etc. It's just a joint venture product, but it's actually assembled in China. The key parts and components are still produced abroad, and they won't be brought to China at all. Hixio-jun really felt very frustrated when he heard Guan Zhenhai say that. With such a large domestic market, hasn't even a domestic elevator company even been there yet? Well, Mr. He, I know what you are thinking. Guan Zhenhai's so fine guy.metalnovel.com. Seeing Hixio-jun's expression, he knew what Hixio-jun was upset, and quickly explained to him. We also have some elevator factories in China. For example, there are some local elevator companies in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Dongshan, such as Giant. But to be honest, the technical strength of these companies is very average. They can only produce some ordinary escalators, but it's about the same. But they often have trouble. As for some of the box elevators they produce, it's really hard to describe. In the early years, some small and medium-sized real estate developers used their products in order to save costs. But then I found out that their elevators often had problems of this or that kind. If you call them, they have a good attitude. I will send someone to fix it for you, but you can't fix it. Moreover, these are some of the key parts of their elevators, all of which are purchased from abroad. Grass. After hearing what Guan Zhenhai said, Hixio-jun couldn't help but explode. Their 9th laboratory is now the top high-tech enterprise in China, So even if he meets a foreigner, he will hold his head high. But those foreigners, when they saw him, they nodded and bowed. So he is used to it. He originally thought that, as a major manufacturing country, we should have everything we have in China. Even if it is not comparable to the top international standards, it should definitely be enough. But he did not expect that in the elevator field, there is such a big gap between us and foreign countries. The domestically produced products actually slacken the straps as soon as they come up, let alone second rate. Listening to Guan Zhenhai's words, compared with other products, ours is simply not popular. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 1382. Great deal. Hey, I really don't accept it. Logan, looks like you know the elevator industry very well. Come on, you can tell us again, how is our domestic elevator industry worse than others abroad? Hixia-jun was rather unconvinced. Since the 9th laboratory became famous, he has become the #1 in the domestic business community, and he often attends various business forums and expositions. They are all high-level business leaders in various fields. Although everyone does not have a boundary in the industry, they often eat together, chat and beat up. And every time we chat, everyone will more or less mention the current situation of their own industry. And he heard almost all kinds of good news from those big guys. For example, we have made a breakthrough in a certain field, or we have scrapped the original foreign overlord in a certain field. So he really didn't expect that we are so much behind foreign countries in an inconspicuous elevator field, and it is really 100% so scary. So the more he thought about it, the more he felt unconvinced. At this time, Guan Zhenhai smiled and said, "Boss, I think everyone is also very interested in this project. As for me, in fact, I only learned about this field from my old classmates. My old classmate also contacted us because the elevators at our hospital headquarters often had problems and needed maintenance. His main project now is to act as an agent for the sales and after-sales maintenance of some foreign brands of elevators, and he is also developing elevators by himself. The reason why I mentioned my friend this time with all the bosses here is also because we talked about the Queen Fund. I remembered my friend's project. I think his project is very worth investing in. Speaking of it, as for the bosses, if you want to learn more about the elevator industry, then I don't think so. I save a bureau and let's have dinner together. I also call my old classmates, and we all eat and talk together. If you have any questions you don't understand, you might as well ask him directly. After all, he is more professional in this area, and he knows a lot better than me. I'm afraid I am half a bucket of water. If I explain it to you, everyone is not satisfied. What Guan Zhenhai said, everyone thinks it is really okay. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with today. And the main purpose of the Persuasion Fund is to encourage people to pay more attention to industry. It's more real than going to the finances in a swarm, or doing webcasts to bring goods. As for the elevator project that Guan Zhenhai introduced, to be honest, Hixia-jun and Fangzhu were not very interested when they first heard it. After all, this belongs to the category of mechanical manufacturing, which is not related to the biochemical field where they are located. But now, after listening to Guan Zhenhai's rough description, they became interested. It turns out that we are so far behind foreigners in this field. From this point of view, this field seems to be really promising. Neither of them are fools. Knowing that in this elevator field, the gap between us and foreign countries is not terrible. If we can catch up, how big is the domestic market? What about foreign markets? According to the urination of our domestic businessmen, if these international giants can be defeated in China, then it is time to enter the international market. When the time comes, the pattern of the 8 companies monopolizing the international market will all be broken. Once our Huaga meat grinder enters the market, at least half of it can be torn off from the international market. So everyone nodded in agreement, and Guan Zhenhai happily went out to call when he saw that everyone was saving face. As soon as his friend heard that it was a few big men in benching who were interested in his project, he was immediately excited. Not only excited, but also a little nervous. Therefore, Guan Zhenhai didn't ask Guan Zhenhai to invite this meal, but his friends did it. However, it was not arranged elsewhere. Instead, a large package was ordered in the restaurant of the Penivera Peninsula Hotel. The current Penivera Peninsula Hotel, relying on the support of celebrity chefs and Sunshine Hospital for a few days, has now become a famous 5-star hotel in Benthan. Although the floor is not like Hilton or Karbinski, it is a building. But Sheng is in a good location, and life is very convenient. There is everything to eat and play around. Coupled with the support of the celebrity chef group, this hotel's catering is also very unique, because some of the seasonings produced by the celebrity chef group are supplied to their family. The food at their hotel is definitely second to none in the hotel circle of Benthan. It is also because their tastes are very unique. So although the building of this hotel is not as elegant as other high-end hotels, it is still the first choice for many diners. Guan Zhenhai, Li Xizu knows that this hotel is a subsidiary of the celebrity chef group. Therefore, it also means to borrow flowers to offer Buddha, so I specially booked a VIP room here. For dinner, there were only Xiao Feng, He Xiaojun, He Fangzhu, and Guan Zhenhai, plus this few people like Li Xizu. When Li Xizu saw Xiao Feng and the three of them, his brains were all dead. Even if he is older than Xiao Feng and the others, but when it comes to the status of the rivers and lakes, then he is much worse than Xiao Feng and the others. Among these people, He Xiaojun is now the most famous. After all, the 9th laboratory is now the leading high-tech enterprise in China. The name of this company will appear on CCTV News almost every other time, and it is also the company that young people like to talk about most in China. Their various products are closely related to the lives of ordinary people, so they are very popular among the people. Then the second most famous is He Fangzhu. This is a great in China's science and technology circles, who is likely to win the Nobel Prize at any time. Some time ago, because he was not nominated for the Nobel Prize this year, it caused an uproar both domestically and internationally. Even internationally, doubts about the fairness of award selection have been aroused, and the Dean of the Royal Academy of Sciences hurriedly came out to explain. After some explanation, the international scientific community has basically determined that He Fangzhu's Nobel Prize will not run away next year. This news is incredible. We must know that since the founding of our country, only 2 people have won the Nobel Prize. One is the literary prize winner, and the other is Mr. T, who invented artemisinin. But the influence of these 2 people, to be honest, is definitely not as great as He Fangzhu, because the new organ transplantation technology he invented is really amazing. It can be said that it has directly promoted human shell surgery by an era. So this guy is destined to be written into the history textbook. Therefore, in the past 6 months or so, he has been frequently exposed in major news media at home and abroad. So Li Xizu naturally recognized him. As for Xiao Feng, his reputation is much lower than that of He Xiaojun and He Fangzhu. Although the celebrity chef group is now a big and well-known large enterprise in China, but who made him the chairman of the board to be too low? It can be said that there are very few news media in China that can interview him. All applications for interviews will be rejected at the president's office of the celebrity chef group, and he has never attended any domestic business forums or programs. Many domestic business leaders have heard of his name, but they have never seen him, because of his very low exposure rate. His popularity is not high, so in Li Xizu's view, his status in the arena should not be that of Xiaojun and He Fangzhu. But as an old businessman, he noticed something was wrong not long after today's dinner started, because this Xiao Feng is the youngest among the few people, and in his opinion is the least famous, but in fact this little brother is the best, because although he rarely speaks, He Xiaojun and President He, as well as Dr. He Fangzhu and Dr. often look at President Xiao when he speaks. It seemed that every time he said something, he had to look at his attitude first, for fear that that sentence would be wrong, and it would annoy this manager Xiao. At this time, Li Xizu can also see it. Until novel.com. It turns out that among these 3 people, Xiao Feng is the real backbone. At this time, Xiao Feng also took a bite of the fish, then put down his chopsticks and asked Li Xizu his thoughts. Mr. Li, I heard Lao Guan introduced you before. Knowing that you are now doing research and development of our domestic elevators, several of us are very interested in your project, so we have today's bureau. But we don't know much about the elevator industry, so I asked, where is the technological gap between us and the major international giants? Before coming, Guan Zhenhai had already greeted him. As long as he performed well today, he would be able to get financing. So before Li Xizu came, he had made perfect preparations and even memorized a lot of information. And he has been in this industry for decades, so he knows elevators very well. When Xiao Feng asked at this time, he was able to answer with his mouth open. In fact, the gap between us and foreign countries is mainly concentrated on three core components. One is the traction machine, the other is the control cabinet and the inverter, and the other is the door machine. In these three aspects, we can say that there is an all-round gap between us and foreign countries. Xiao Feng nodded. Then can you tell us in detail? Okay, I will show my ugliness. Li Xizu is not polite. It seems that several big guys are really interested in this field. First of all, let's talk about the traction machine, which is actually a permanent magnet motor. Our permanent magnet motor has a big gap with foreign countries in terms of basic materials. For example, the loss of magnetization of the permanent magnet materials used in the motor. The life of foreign traction machines for more than 10 years is not a problem. But ours will not become a problem after 2 or 3 years. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1383 Lost Money latest website. Don't tell me, this Li Xizu really didn't hide it. He went straight to the core problem when he came up. Speaking of planning to invest in this Li Xizu, Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun, naturally, would not be foolish to wait all afternoon. In the afternoon, they naturally arranged for someone to check some information about the elevator industry. As a boss, this is the most basic quality. After all, they are planning to invest in a new field this time. It is impossible for them to have a black eye and just spend money to go in without knowing anything. You have to know the general outline of the industry before you can make your own judgment. And the staff of the president's office for the two of them are not vegetarian. And the monthly salary of tens of thousands a month is not for nothing. Although the industry is far apart, for these business elites, they also have their own friends and contacts in this circle. And they also have their own channels, such as classmates in the university. And they also know how to search for useful information on the internet. For example, the industry reports that are released every year in China are available in almost any industry. The same is true for elevators. Every year, the Elevator Association summarizes the development of my country's elevator industry and makes a plan for the future industry. It's just that such industry guidelines are sold on the internet at a clear price. They are specifically provided for industry insiders to inquire and reference, or those who intend to enter the industry from outside, can also buy such industry reports to understand the industry overview. And such a report is very useful to Xiao Feng and the others, because the data inside is very informative and reliable, and there are many key points, and there will be no concealment. This is the time to show that knowledge is money. In fact, there are such annual reports in all walks of life. The price of such an industry annual report ranges from 6,000 yuan to tens of thousands of yuan. For example, the price of this annual report of the elevator industry is about 10,000 yuan. This is still the case when the elevator industry is an unpopular industry. If it is a popular resource-based industry, such as petroleum, lithium mining and other industries, the price will easily start at 30,000. The staff of Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun's president's office immediately won the annual report. Then, a lot of accurate data and many key points were condensed from it, and they were directly summarized in their hands. This is the advantage of being a boss. If not, it might take a day or two for the two of them to read such a report as thick as several hundred leaves. Refining the key data from it, and the main points. I'm afraid it will take another day or two. But as a big boss like them, time is money. How can they spend time on it? So this kind of work, naturally, it is done by the staff of the president's office. So before dinner on this day, in fact, the two of them have already understood the general situation of the domestic elevator industry. And this Lee Kuo-su didn't let them down either. He didn't conceal anything when he came up, directly pointed to the core of the problem. At the root of everything, it is the reason why our domestic materials science is not good enough. In fact, it is said that this permanent magnet synchronous elevator, the principle is very simple. It is a traction machine based on a synchronous motor above the elevator shaft, which pulls and lowers the car. But the permanent magnet placed in the rotor is actually a piece of permanent magnet alloy. And the quality of our domestic permanent magnet alloys, isn't it enough? It's incomparable with Europe, America and Japan. Especially for the mainstream raw iron bronze permanent magnets, our smelting technology is still far from the international top. This involves the technology of powder metallurgy. The quality of the permanent magnets we make is much worse than those produced in Japan and Europe and the United States, especially for this kind of rotor material to be used in elevator traction machine. The requirement for permanent magnet is even higher. Need more resistance to create a side? It is corrosion resistance. And to deal with various complex environments, maintain long-term high-intensity work without demagnetization. This is a very difficult task. We also have a few elevator manufacturers in China, such as Giant, etc. They can also produce elevators by themselves. But their elevator, in the previous real estate boom, it has not been widely accepted by major domestic real estate developers. Why? Is it because the quality of their elevators is not good? Among them, the traction machine is a very important problem. The pulling force is not strong, and people will be trapped in the elevator every 3 to 5. Although they often find them to repair, but the repair is not good. So the reputation of domestic elevators will not work over time. We have previously established a joint project team with the University of Science and Technology to conduct research on special metal metallurgy. Not long ago, we finally made a breakthrough in this project, and our laboratory qualification rate has reached 100%. Recently, a mass production experiment is underway. Once this step is successfully completed, then we can truly overcome the problem of the tractor. When Lee Kuo-su said this, he was not polite, even with some pride. And Xiao Feng and the others did not expect that the seemingly inconspicuous boss Lee would actually know about the cooperation with the University of Science and Technology. Knowing the combination of scientific research and practice, it seems that boss Lee's level is much better than many other domestic bosses. Then the intellectual property of this kind of permanent magnet. He Xiaojun is very worried that once they invest in this project, there will be any disputes over this intellectual property right later. In fact, many domestic industrial bosses are not ignorant of the result of combining scientific research and practice. In fact, many bosses have also formed laboratories jointly with universities and worked on some material projects together. But the problem is that once results are produced, how to distribute the results becomes a problem. Before this kind of project, most of the bosses paid the money and the school hired people. Before, it was generally said that 1.5 people were good, or they were allocated on a pro rata basis, and so on. However, once the results are produced later, once some people realize that the results can bring huge economic benefits, then these people will have crooked minds, or they want to divide more, and the greedy ones will directly kick the investors away. Or it is a lawsuit, and if they fail to win in the end, then they will play tricks and secretly sell the results to a number of companies. Anyway, such a thing cannot be described in detail. This is also the main reason why many businesses are unwilling to easily cooperate with schools. This is also the main reason why our combination of production and investment is so far behind the beautiful country. And this Lee Kuo-su is very good. He has already made preparations in this regard. Not only did he sign a complete contract, but he also personally participated in the entire experiment. After all, He also graduated with a mechanization major in his early years. He also has a deep understanding of scientific research projects, and the experimental data is half of them in the polytechnic side, so even if someone repents, they can't do things lightly. The first problem is solved, and the rest is the control cabinet for the second problem. In fact, this so-called control cabinet is basically the computer system control when the elevator goes up and down. Everyone knows that when the elevator goes up and down, the required speed is different. Also, how many people and how many people are in the elevator, the speed at this time is different. For example, the elevator starts from the first floor, and several people come up, and several people go to several floors. The elevator control system will allocate a torque according to the weight in the elevator and refer to the original setting data. When there are a lot of people, it will give instructions to the motor to make him spin faster and have more power to pull the car up. When we are about to reach the floor where the guests need to go, we will issue instructions to start braking and slowing down when there is still a few meters away. Wait for one person, and then according to the quality in the car again, and then according to the original set parameters, give instructions to the traction machine. Lee Xizu is worthy of being an expert, and just a few words clarified the key to this control panel. Xiao Feng and the others didn't know that the seemingly simple elevator control panel actually had such complicated operation instructions in it. And we turned out that the weak is the system programming. The best in this area in the past was Japan's NEC, or Omron, or Germany's Infineon, a company that started with industrial software. We bought the system from them before, or the purchased system comes with a control system designed by these companies for them. If there is a problem with the system, people will ask you to change the motherboard. Although this is not very expensive, it can be painful. The elevators of those domestic elevator manufacturers often fail to repair if they are broken, and many of them are because the control system www.intelnovel.com is poorly done. But in this regard, you don't have to worry about it. Since I plan to enter this industry, I have set up a team to develop our own electronic control system. We didn't do well in this area before, mainly because of the lack of talents. But now that there are so many talents in domestic software, as long as we are willing to be serious, these will not be a problem. Say everything is rooted. This is the problem of big data accumulation. Speaking of this, Guan Zhenhai next to him couldn't help but come out and hold it. Hey, bosses, don't look down on Mr. Li's understatement. He has already lost money in this regard. In order to accumulate the data on the up and down of the elevator, he specially built a building, installed the elevator, and let his fellow programmers toss about. It took a full year to solve the problem. After hearing what Guan Zhenhai said, Xiao Feng and the others were all taken aback. This Lee Xizu was really willing to pay for it. Chapter 1384 The Importance of Big Data Accumulation. Latest website. Xiao Feng and Xiaojun's eyes on this Lee Xizu have also changed a little. The scrutiny from the very beginning turned into a little appreciation. After all, they are also in business. I also know that in such an impetuous domestic environment, what is most lacking is an entrepreneur with a spirit of death like Lee Xizu. Ha! I didn't expect it. It turns out that President Lee has such a big feeling, so he is so willing to pay his blood. Xiao Feng knew that Guan Zhenhai would not deceive himself, so when he heard that President Lee was so willing to spend his money, he couldn't help but change his attitude. At this time, Lee Xizu, who was opposite, blushed. Hey, Mr. Xiao, don't listen to Mr. Guan. Actually, I am not that noble. It is mainly a real estate project that I invested in before. When halfway through, the main investor broke the capital chain and ran away. There is only that large piece of construction site left, and a dozen unfinished buildings. Hey, I can't tell. I also invested some money in this project. As a result, the main investors ran away. I couldn't get my money back. In the end, I had to come back to a mortgage building. The building was not finished, and because of the incomplete property certificate, I couldn't sell it. It just so happens that my new project is to study elevators, and I simply leave it to the programmers to toss. After all, these so-called control systems, in fact, say 1000 to 10,000. In terms of routes, it is a matter of experience and data accumulation. Xiao Feng and the others didn't expect that Boss Lee was so honest and humble, and he didn't follow Guan Zhenhai's words to brag. But the more he was so humble, the more they couldn't help but look at this guy. Yes, we are also in industry, so why don't we know that? In fact, many projects rely on the accumulation of data and experience. He Xiaojun obviously felt very touched by Li Xi's words. They do medical research and development, of which the most boring, but also the most basic and most critical task, is data accumulation. When you have done an experiment countless times, you have accumulated thousands of sets of data. In the end, you can select the data that best meets your needs from the thousands of data, and then look at the comparison of the experimental usage. Finally, to determine, in the end, a new drug, what kind of weight ratio is the most appropriate. The same work is also applicable to industries in mechanical engineering. Take the automobile industry, for example. When it comes to automobiles, many people know that a car needs three major parts: an engine, a transmission, and a chassis. Especially the chassis, it is even more mysterious. There are three elements involved. One is the physical structure, the other is the chassis material, and the other is tuning. The physical structure is easy to understand, such as what structure your front suspension and rear suspension use: McPherson independent suspension, double wishbone independent suspension, multi-link independent suspension, or pallet truck suspension. These different physical structures will affect the driver's driving experience and the control accuracy of the car. There is also the material used, such as stamped thin steel plate or aluminium alloy cantilever. These unsprung qualities will affect the driving experience of the whole vehicle. The most mysterious thing is that the chassis has been adjusted. It can even be said that chassis tuning is the most critical part of the driving quality of a car. For example, many domestic cars are copying German cars, and even the chassis uses exactly the same physical structure and materials. And some materials are even better than German cars. The Germans use single-layer stamped steel plates for the rear suspension, but our domestic manufacturers give you aluminium cantilevers. But when the car finally drove up, everyone's feelings were true. The materials used in your domestic car were kind, and there was no German car with a clear sense of road and light operation. When crossing the ditch, the whole car is very relaxed, and it does not drag. And our domestic car, even if the materials are kind, can pass you a speed bump. It can throw you up. Moreover, after 2 years, the chassis of some domestic Li-made cars became loose, which made people lose confidence in driving. And what is reflected here is the gap in chassis tuning. Speaking of tuning, in the final analysis, that is how engineers design the car chassis when layout. How far is each cantilever and at what angle? When the screws, how much torque should be used? Twist a few turns, and then loosen the buckles. As for why this is done, it is entirely due to hundreds of years of data accumulation and the experience passed down from generation to generation of engineers. In this respect, we are far from it. It can be said that our modern car started only 2 decades ago. In this regard, we are still a long way from others. At present, in terms of chassis tuning, the Germans are the best, then the Americans, and the Japanese. If the Japanese are really good at car engines and transmissions, we have to admit this. But in terms of the high-level sense of car driving, the sense of luxury, and the general handling, Japanese cars do have a certain gap between German cars and American cars. No way. This is the knowledge that needs long-term accumulation of big data to accumulate. In the car, there is another very important point, which is the matching between the engine and the transmission. The best at this point are the Germans and the Japanese, but the Americans are a little far behind in this regard. To put it bluntly, the same 1.4T engine, the German engine, can produce the maximum torque at 1,500 revolutions per minute. Our domestic 1.4T engine basically needs to reach more than 2,000 revolutions before it can explode the maximum torque. This is the gap in training, And it is also the gap brought by long-term experience and accumulation of big data. In terms of engine and transmission tuning, the Japanese can be said to be the best, especially Toyota. Toyota's fuel economy is smooth, and the Honda engine's on-call power is a must. This is also the main reason why their two cars are more popular than German cars in the used car market. On the other hand, Laum is not even worse in this regard. For example, the general-purpose engine, 2.0T head-home version, can achieve 285 power, and the torque is even more terrifying. The transmission can also be made with 9-speed and 10-speed. Looking at the book data, it can definitely crush German and Japanese cars. But when it comes to actual combat, it gets diarrhea, whether it is Ford or GM. Regardless of how scary his engine data is, their transmission gears are a few more than those of German and Japanese. But once the car is on the road, you will find that it can't do the Germans at the start, and the fuel consumption can't do the Japanese. That is, in the middle and late stages of straight acceleration, you can feel the surging power of the engine. But in the urban area on weekdays, any driver can drive like that. This is the gap between engine and transmission, matching and tuning. At the root of these talks, they are actually the advantages of big companies in terms of big data and experience accumulation. Engineers in Japan and Germany have accumulated experimental data from generation to generation, and then passed these data down. Then there are engineers who, based on these experiences and data, have updated and iterated generation after generation to create today's Japanese and German car companies. On the other hand, our domestic car companies are really far worse in this regard. For example, many of our domestic car companies will also be equipped with 6-AT and 8-AT transmissions developed by Toyota's Queen A and Seiki in their main models. This transmission looks very high-end, but in actual use, you will find that their matching and smoothness are even not as good as the domestic 7-DCT transmission. The parameters of the engine seem to be very high, but after matching it with the Japanese transmission, the best power of the engine cannot be released at all. Frequent frustrations when driving. As for fuel efficient, it is even more so. This is because many of our companies have no patience in data accumulation and are too impetuous. They are introduced from others and used directly. Looking back at this point, BYD did a very good job. The main point of the transmission is basically the transmission control program of the TCU. When they were reversing the Volkswagen dual-clutch transmission, they dared to bite the bones. After understanding the principle of Volkswagen's dual-clutch, he smashed himself, built dozens of units, and then ran wildly on the track day and night. Record various data matching the transmission and engine, and finally, according to their insiders, a car has been running for millions of kilometers on the track day and night, and dozens of cars have run down like this to get sufficient data. In the end, they designed their own TCU system, which was the first domestically produced automatic transmission. It is also after BYD has truly conquered automatic transmissions that those international transmission supporting manufacturers have truly opened the door to domestic Li-made cars. Getrag, Aeon Seiki, ZF, and Bongus began to supply domestic brands. If in the past, people didn't like you at all, even if they knew to cooperate with you to make money, they wouldn't provide you with supplies. Because as long as they monopolize the automatic transmission www.mentalnovel.com, they can guarantee that their car companies can make more from China. The same goes for the elevator industry. It is said that the elevator control system is a big problem, and it is true, because you need to design a variety of different solutions according to the various use scenarios of the elevator. To program the design, for example, the elevator carries one person up to the top floor, and the elevator is full of 13 people on 13 different floors, or on different floors. Some people want to go upstairs, and some people want to go downstairs, and at this time the elevator happens to be in operation. How to do the elevator, and which group of users should be satisfied first, all need to be set by the system. Just for different floors, different numbers of people, and different user needs, there may be hundreds of thousands of permutations and combinations involved. And these needs, when you set up the system, you have to take care of. Chapter 1385 Rise to the Challenge latest website, especially when two elevators cooperate with each other, or 3 or even 4, 5 or 6 elevators cooperate. How do you meet the different needs of different floors and different people? At this time, you need your elevator and have a very powerful control system. In the past, because elevators started from Europe and the United States, they first accumulated considerable experience in elevator use. When entering the permanent magnet synchronous elevator, it can be said that the elevator industry ushered in a revolution. And this time the Japanese happened to catch up with this good time. The key point is that the electronics industry in Japan was still very developed at the time, so they did exceptionally well in terms of electronic control systems. In this regard, you may wish to take a look at the landmark buildings in major cities in China that are often hundreds of meters high. It can be said that most of the elevators used in these buildings are Mitsubishi high-speed elevators, because in this regard, they are indeed the best. Speed, accuracy, stability, safety, and other aspects are integrated. The Japanese elevator is indeed what we need to look up to now. And if you want to catch up in this area, then you need people to continue to experiment, and then accumulate data. Finally, according to those data, to optimize the tuning to get your own control system. In this regard, few domestic elevator manufacturers are willing to spend their money on research and development. Because of this situation, if you want to engage in research and development, first you have to be willing to take out a building. Let your system research and development team guard a few elevators every day, constantly up and down, and operate the elevators according to different situations. During this period, 3 costs will be incurred. One is electricity bills, one is personnel expenses, and the most important one is site costs. After all, not any elevator manufacturer is willing to build a building for constant experimentation. Not to mention really taking out a building, just let them come out with a simple shelf to conduct experiments. They are not willing to. This point is mainly related to the thinking and concepts of domestic manufacturers. After all, the factory itself started from accepting foreign orders, and there were no R&D personnel at the beginning. Boss. Most of them were just the earliest courageous people. Is the policy support? When I was at home, I also caught up with the good times. That's why I started my own factory. But later, you said you want them to engage in R&D? Are you telling them about the investment required for R&D? Most people retreat. And like Leaks' head Iron, finally persisted. Really not many. Of course. Thanks to his unique conditions, there is actually a building in hand, although it is deserted, but it is used to experiment with the control system personnel, accumulate data, and finally the programming is just right. And in order to complete this project, he also let those programmers under his staff. It was a full year to play in that building. Although it's not as exaggerated day and night, but working overtime every day has become the norm. Finally, relying on the hard work of his hundreds of technicians, it took them more than a year to really come up with a set of their own elevator control system. Speaking of this time, Li Xizi was also full of pride. When Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun heard this, they couldn't help but express their admiration for Li Xizi from the bottom of their hearts. This is the domestic industry, the most lack of death spirit. Now every day, the above advocates major enterprises to carry out industrial upgrading and transformation, and enter the mid to high-end industrial chain to produce higher value-added products. But there are many companies that lack motivation, even facing various preferential conditions given by the state. They are unmoved. This is related to their way of thinking of business owners on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is because these companies lack this spirit of death. Before the reopening, it can be said that all kinds of goods are scarce in China. At that time, as long as you have the courage, dare to start a business, you can start a factory. And as long as you can make products, your products will not worry about selling. because our domestic market is really too big. And the product does not need to be so sophisticated, as long as it can be used. So the companies that started at that time, it can be said that they made money while lying down. Because of the help of the state, there was no competition from foreign companies, so it was easy for everyone to make money at that time. But now is different, when some industries have reached the limit of traditional fields. At this time, it is time for everyone to climb upward. At this time, you need your business owner willing to invest, willing to endure hardships, and willing to give it a go. Because the upper reaches of the entire industrial chain are almost controlled by the world's biggest names in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea. They have all kinds of advanced technologies and materials in their hands, as well as numerous patent blockades. It must be very difficult to grab a bite of food in their hands. But hasn't any developed country in the world developed in this way? As long as your country still wants to strive for the top, and want to make progress, you have to eat the hardships at this time. No matter how hard the bones are, you must chew. The current domestic problem is that those business owners are unwilling to bite the bones. Because it was too comfortable to lie down and make money before, now let them suffer hardship, they naturally refuse. Of course, this is also human nature. After all, you can earn more from buying a house than you can earn from working in the industry for a year. Who wants to bite the bones? Therefore, the more at this time, the more precious it is that industrialists like Li Xizu are more precious. It can even be said that what is most lacking in China now is this kind of entrepreneurs and doers who dare to face difficulties. In fact, at this time, Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun were already very inclined to invest in this Li Xizu. Well, it seems that you have already studied this elevator almost. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun exchanged glances, then smiled and said to Li Xizu, "It stands to reason that as long as Li Xizu is not stupid, he should be able to guess what Xiao Feng and the others mean, and they are about to let go." To put it bluntly, the two of them have been fooled. As long as he climbs along the pole and picks it up, he will probably get the investment of the two bigwigs. But no one thought that this old man would be so tough. No, so far, I am still short of the final crucial step. When he said this, even Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun were taken aback. "Hey, buddy, true and sincere, hey." "Well, how far is it?" "It's the door system, the inverter." Xiao Feng and the others could only follow Li Xizu's words and ask. At this time, Li Xizu, who was still optimistic, began to look sad at this time. "Mr. Xiao, Mr. He, you don't know. In fact, other aspects of this elevator can be solved well. But this system is the most troublesome. This is mainly related to the large gap between our domestic precision ranging system and foreign countries." Speaking of the door system and the frequency converter, it actually means how far you are from the floor when the elevator closes and starts to pull upwards. You must have an automatic identification system on your elevator doors to identify the special signs of each floor, and then change the instructions of the control system. For example, if you are going to the 10th floor, the elevator must be very fast in the initial stage. But when you reach the 8th floor, your elevator will start to slow down and brake. Because if you don't brake early, the car will most likely rush to the 11th floor due to inertia. So the main function of this door system is to judge the braking distance, and then make the elevator stop accurately on the floor where it should be parked. The inner car door of the elevator must be accurately connected to the elevator door on the outer floor. This set of mechanical actions seems very simple, but for domestic elevator companies, it has always been a problem. The difficulty lies in the control. On the one hand, it is precise docking. On the other hand, it involves the continuous frequency conversion of the car's speed in the air. This frequency conversion is equivalent to a car's transmission. You have to upshift at the most appropriate time, and then downshift at the most appropriate time. This will ensure that your car will not rush to the upper floor due to inertia. When going downstairs, it will not be unable to stop the car due to inertia. Eventually, the passengers in the car will fall and cause accidents. In this regard, it has been monopolized by foreign elevator manufacturers before, and we have not overcome it. In fact, almost all of the three key components of the elevator I mentioned need to be imported in China. As for those domestic elevator manufacturers, they actually import these key components and come back to assemble them. For example, the Magic Capital Mitsubishi, Yangqing Otis, Yangqing Panasonic, etc., are almost all assembly plants. In fact, not many have domestic independent intellectual property rights. When Lee Xizhi talked about the current situation of the domestic elevator industry, he was also a little embarrassed about not entering. To be honest, he was first in the elevator industry, but our country has just experienced the best golden 20 years in the real estate industry. And these 2 decades www.mentalnovel.com are not the golden 20 years of the elevator industry. But in the past 2 decades, our elevator industry can be said to have not made any progress or progress at all. The elevators from Japan and Europe and the United States have been bought in our country for 20 years. Over the past 2 decades, the amount of elevators we have introduced has been in the hundreds of millions of dollars each year, and at most, billions of dollars have been introduced a year. Although it seems incomparable to the value of introducing chips, it is the most basic and related to the equipment for the national economy and the people's livelihood. The core technology is still firmly in the hands of foreigners, which is very uneconomical. In the past, Xiaofeng and others didn't know the situation in this industry, so they didn't have much judgment. But now it's different. After hearing Lee Xizhi talk about this, they have basically made a decision. They voted for this project. Chapter 1386, promising the latest website. Then where are you in this part? Now that he has planned to invest, He Xiaojun naturally needs to be concerned about Lee Xizhi's research and development progress, and Lee Xizhi did not conceal. Well, I have already recruited another project team before. In this door system, I have carried out research and development for materials and inverters. Now it has entered the second stage, which requires a lot of testing. When talking about this, the expression on Lee Xizhi's face looked a little embarrassed. Because the previous investment was very large, my liquidity has basically been exhausted. And I have another agency business to do, and some of the liquidity in that business can't be easily moved. So now, in fact, Xiaofeng and the others have basically understood that when this is said to be the case, this President Lee can hold on to this point, and he is almost exhausted. It might be that he invested all the wealth he had accumulated over the past 2 decades. Therefore, he was naturally looking for foreign investment before, and it is for this reason that he may have approached Guan Zhenhai before. After all, Guan Zhenhai, as the CEO of Sunshine Hospital, is really the owner of absolutely no money. If Guan Zhenhai's investment can be obtained, then Lee Xizhi's project will definitely survive. Well, then, Mr. Lee, how much investment do you need? Well, for this project, I still need 100 million. If tens of millions will do. Speaking of this manager Lee doesn't seem very confident anymore. Obviously he hadn't dealt with too many investors before, and he was quite familiar with dealing with people in the bank. But it is precisely because of the nature of his private enterprise and the projects he is currently doing that banks are not very optimistic about it, so he can't borrow money from the bank. That's why he thought of the way to raise money from the society. But what he didn't expect was that he had the idea of raising money. His old classmates actually brought in such a few big men to him, regardless of the fact that the few descendants present here are very young. But speaking of strong strength, anyone can form a crushing situation against him. So at this time, asking him to ask for financing from these big bosses, he really didn't know where to start. As for how much money can be raised from the hands of several bigwigs, he doesn't know, because Guan Zhenhai didn't give him a thorough understanding before. And Xiaofeng and He Xiaojun were taken aback when they heard it. Originally thought that President Lee would cost several hundred million. No matter how he thought of it, he just wanted 100 million. But think about it again. After all, what industry Lee Xizhi is engaged in? It's not as profitable as their pharmaceutical industry. It's not like they have become giants now, and they talk about 1 billion to tens of billions of business. So it is inevitable that I suddenly heard someone mention asking for 100 million, and I felt a little uncomfortable. 1 billion now? For Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun, it's really drizzle. But just as they just agreed, He Fang's next to him suddenly spoke. Mr. Li, the investment is fine, but I have a few questions. I would like to ask you to answer them. Oh, what's the problem? Just ask. At this time, Li Xizu is already excited. It seems that they are really not bad for money. 100 million, for them, is really as simple as pulling root hair from their feet, and seeing that they can have money, then he naturally has a spirit of 120,000 points. Huh? What I want to ask is, when the domestic real estate boom was in the ascendant before, it's true that you used the elevator. As long as you can do it, you will definitely not worry about sales. But now the cycle of the domestic real estate industry, obviously it's coming to an end. At this time, we will build elevators. Can you be sure? This industry is not a sunset industry. Hey, don't tell me. He Fang's questions are really just asking the point. Before that, Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun had heard that Li Xizu was engaged in research and development on his own and was still filling the gap in the country, so they didn't think much about it, and decided to invest in a few words. But they forgot the key point, that is the rate of return of this industry. After all, the Queen Fund they want to do is not an industry that can invest in a hothead. They must be responsible to all investors. As for He Fang's question, it can be said that he asked Li Xizu's area of expertise. We must know that in the early years, he worked as a technician in the elevator company, and later he acted as an agent for various elevator brands and did sales. Later, when he became bigger, he began to participate in real estate. Although it was just a small mess, he was considered an insider. So he has a very high knowledge of this industry. Hey, in fact, Dr. He, you have an idea. In fact, for the elevator industry, this is far from the end of the industry. I have some data here. Let me tell a few bosses. As of the end of last year, the number of elevators per capita in our country was 24 per 10,000 people, which is less than half of that in developed countries. You have to know that in developed countries such as Europe, America, Japan and South Korea, the number of elevators per capita is about 50 per 10,000 people. This means that our country's elevator market is far from being saturated. Although this cycle of our real estate industry is coming to an end, in fact, in other areas, we still need a lot of elevators, especially the public service area. For example, in recent years, our country has insisted on leading the development of the Southwest. You must know that most of those provinces are mountainous areas. If you want to develop and build roads in mountainous areas, the second problem you have to face is all kinds of slopes up and down. For example, our 8D magic city Shuangqing. One of the biggest problems in that city now is the need for various public elevators. Because their main city is located in the hilly area, they need a lot of such public service measures. Not only up and down escalators, but also car elevators that go straight up and down. And there are many cities like Shuangqing in all parts of the country. Moreover, in recent years, the country has also put forward various plans for ancient tourist towns. The ancient towns in these plans must maintain their original appearance, but they are basically in the mountains of Yunnan, Guizhou and Sichuan. And in these mountain nests, if they are not people who really like climbing, there are basically not many people who are willing to climb. When going uphill and downhill, elevators, escalators and other facilities are also needed in the scenic area. There is also the rise of various hotels in our country in recent years, which has also created a large demand for elevators. There are still many old communities in the city center that need elevators. So in terms of new markets, we still have a lot to do. After all, he used to be an elevator sales agent, so Li Xizu is very familiar with this market, and he is even more sensible. After talking about the new market, talking about the old market. The real estate boom in our country should have started 20 years ago. The developers at that time, to be honest, in terms of materials. Li Xizu wanted to say something but stopped. and gave everyone a look that you all understand. Indeed, Xiao Feng and the others all understood. For example, the building where Xiao Feng's company was located when he was working in Beijing. The building was not long ago. It was built around 2000. The outside looks very new, and the interior decoration is pretty good. But if you want to talk about the elevator inside, then Xiao Feng really wants to greet the building developer, his old mother and the women in his family. There are only 6 elevators, but 2 of them often break down. The other 4 also often have problems, such as sudden slides during the time of going upstairs. I dare not say that it happens from time to time, but they will also cause moths every 3 to 5. As for what traps people in the elevator, it is even more troublesome every month. To be honest, that elevator is also brand name, German. But as long as you have used it, you will know that it must be the manufacturer, the most product, because the price must be the cheapest one. In the summer, there is actually a different air conditioning in the elevator, and there is no ventilation equipment. Every time I sit in the summer, I feel hot and sweaty, and the most disturbing thing is the slow speed. 20 floors, I can climb for 2 minutes. Every morning when you come to work, there will be long queues at the elevator entrance, so every morning Xiao Feng has to leave home 20 minutes early to ensure that he will not be late. If you are trapped in the elevator, it will be bad. Not only will you be deducted because you are late, but what is even more hateful is that if you have 3 urgency at this time, it will be bad. Back then, Xiao Feng had heard that there was a buddy from a company downstairs. When he went to work in the morning, he originally thought that the fertilizer would not flow out of the field. I also want to donate my inventory to the company's toilet. Unexpectedly, when I entered the elevator in the morning, I was trapped inside. In the end, I had to solve it in the elevator. At that time, there were a dozen people from different floors of the company who were going upstairs together. That's really a sad story. Therefore, Xiao Feng still understands the unspoken rules Li Xizu said, and he has even experienced it personally. The elevator used at that time www.mentalnovel.com has been used for 20 years and it should be replaced. Even the elevators in some buildings have been used for 10 years, and they should have been replaced. Otherwise it is really easy to cause safety hazards. For this part of the market, we are very confident to compete with those foreign companies, even joint ventures. First of all, compared with pure imported elevators, we have a price advantage. Now one step is purely imported elevators. The price of an ordinary 20th floor is basically about $40,000. If it is higher, it will double. The price of our self-produced product is definitely not that high, and the performance is not bad at all. Secondly, with those domestically assembled joint ventures, we have technical advantages. Because of those foreign devils, the elevators they are willing to get to assemble in China must be technically lagging behind the ones they produced abroad, or even more than that. Chapter 1387 Routine Process. The latest website, speaking of the future of the elevator industry. This Li Xizu is eloquent. It can be seen that he really has a deep understanding of this industry, and also very optimistic about the future development of this industry. With his explanation like this, Xiao Feng and the others believed it 10%. Indeed, the elevators in many cities in our country have reached the end of their lives. For example, when Xiao Feng used to work in Beijing, the elevator used in the building where the company was located, the designed lifespan is 30 years. But Xiao Feng estimates that it will be Amitabha Buddha within 20 years. And he suffers deeply from the elevator in that building. And this is not an exception. Think about how many buildings have been built in China over the years, and how much do domestic developers do in order to save money. Even cement and reinforced concrete dare to make low marks. Not to mention elevators. One of his classmates used to be a real estate supervisor. Before Xiao Feng had a family, he would gather with his classmates every year when he returned to his hometown, and this classmate would advise everyone not to buy a house from a small developer almost every time he meets, because these small developers have limited strength and are able to win real estate. They have basically exhausted all their vitality, and because of their lack of reputation and strength, the land they took was definitely not good. Therefore, the price will not be too high. In this way, in order to ensure as much profit as possible, these small developers will naturally take care of various consumables. Let's not talk about the well-known reinforced concrete, just talk about the elevator, which is definitely shady. His classmate revealed to everyone that in order to save costs, those developers bought some violating elevators. For example, when undertaking construction, in the bidding document, they will list elevators of certain brand. These elevators, at first glance, are also the elevators of domestic mainstream joint venture brands, such as Otis or Panasonic. But in fact, they will not purchase brand new elevators at all, but go back to a certain place in the south to purchase a batch of second-hand elevators. After some refurbishment of these elevators, they crashed into the building. In this way, when the house is handed over, because everyone is a layman, they don't pay much attention to elevators. And because it has just been refurbished, this elevator is also suitable for use. But once a year or two passed, the elevator problems began to increase. If you use a brand new elevator in the residential area of other people's home, the label is higher. As long as the elevator is properly maintained, it will not be a problem for 10 to 20 years. However, in the communities developed by these small developers, the elevators used basically waited 2 or 3 years, and the elevators began to frequently explode various problems. After 4 to 5 years, big problems are prone to occur. Usually, the transportation speed is slow, or the transportation is stopped at all times. This is a trivial matter. It often traps people in the elevator or even slides. Therefore, in such a community, generally after 5 or 6 years, the residents will be intolerable to use the overhaul fund to start replacing elevators. And Lee Xizu, who knows how deep the industry is, thinks this will be their opportunity. Our elevators, I'm not bragging, as long as those difficulties are overcome. In fact, foreign elevators are not a big deal. I believe our technology is not much worse than them. Maybe in terms of high-end elevators, such as high-speed elevators of hundreds of meters, there is still a gap between us and giants such as Mitsubishi and Nissan. But in the ordinary household field, I don't think we are much worse than them. Compared with the elevators produced by these giants and joint ventures in China, I think our elevators must be much better than these elevators. Because I have worked in these joint venture elevator factories before, and I know how these foreign companies fool us. These domestic joint venture elevator factories are basically assembly plants, and they don't have any of their own technology. And because the core technology of this elevator is actually not much, so these foreigners, guarding us are like guarding against ghosts. It can be said that we don't take any technology from us. Almost all core parts are shipped from abroad and assembled in China. Our domestic factories also produce some of the most low-tech cars and the like, and even the steel cables for lifting the cars are exclusively purchased from abroad. Moreover, this group of foreigners is still very bad. Their top technology elevators are all imported, and they won't be assembled in China at all. So the elevators produced by these domestic joint venture elevator factories are actually some second-rate or third-rate equipment. To be honest, our current technology is much stronger than their second-rate and third-rate elevators. For example, speed, silence, safety, etc. I think what we do now is not worse than them, or even better than them. After we overcome the last door system problem, we have the existing technology and can break their price monopoly. At that time, grab some market, that is more than enough. Speaking of future marketing in the elevator field, Mr. Lee is very confident. It seems that they are really not aimless. They have already thought out all the routines from production, to marketing, and sales. Well, very good. He Fangzhou was also very satisfied with Lee Xizu's answer. At this time, Lee Xizu was obviously talking about the rise, and he didn't mean to break at all. It is not enough for us to occupy the market of ordinary elevators. Our goal is destined to go to the world. We not only want to seize the market of those joint ventures at home, but also the high-end market controlled by foreign companies, because that is the most profitable place. According to our association's understanding, Last year alone, more than 3,000 elevators were imported in China, and the average price of each elevator was about $50,000. The total market share is about $150 million. It seems that the market is not big. The profits can be as high as $100 million. In other words, the net profit rate can be as high as 66%. Speaking of this data, Lexus eyes are shining. Xiao Feng's business is now bigger, and they basically have no idea about a small goal, even if the unit of this small goal is US dollars. But for small and medium-sized business owners like Lexus, such data is definitely an astronomical figure. If they can grab all of this market share, then their elevators can definitely become the light of domestic products. It can even become a brand such as Jerry and Midi in the elevator industry. And, by that time, our next goal is to go abroad into the world. What Lexus said at this time was that his eyes were shining, and his mouth was foaming, although he was a little bit self-satisfied. But Xiao Feng and the others didn't think this person was bragging or presumptuous. They even think that for such business owners, we should have as many domestically as possible. You should have this kind of ambition, instead of lying in the traditional and acre of land, relying on policies and outlets to make money. Only if you really have the capital to wrestle with foreign companies, and if there are more such companies, our domestic companies' backs will be straightened. And this is exactly why Xiao Feng and the others founded the Queen Fund. It is to support small and medium-sized enterprises with clear goals, lofty ideals, and down-to-earth capabilities. Very well, President Lee, we voted for this project. In this way, you will find us in 2 days. He Xiaojun was a little excited, but as soon as he said this, he glanced at Xiao Feng again. Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Mr. Lee, I am very optimistic about your project, but we still have to follow the normal process. In this way, I will ask our people to send you a form, and you will prepare some materials according to the form. Then you are submitting an application and a feasible report to our team for review. In 2 days, we will send a research team to visit your company first. If the results of our research team's research are probably consistent with the situation you described today, then you will get our loan next, and you will contact our project manager for the specific details. Speaking of fund operations, Xiao Feng knows more than he Xiaojun and the others. Of course, this is mainly related to his previous, most of the time, Jesse and Pablo's cloning financial experts. The Southern Cross Bank, which Jesse is now in charge, has a lot of business in the South American continent. Among them are similar funds, lending and other businesses. And the entire business process, Jesse also described it to him. And when he was fighting with Wang Gongcai before, Wang Gongcai also told him how to operate the specific fund company. In terms of business, the process is similar to that of a bank. The first is that the company must prepare materials, such as the original and copy of the business license, as well as the legal person's ID card, background checks, the company's organizational structure, and the operating conditions, including the last 3 years of financial reports and so on, and their loan application, and feasible plan. www.mtlnovel.com. The loan team will have a general understanding of the company based on these information. Of course, it is impossible to just sit here, listen to your company's boss bragging, and directly lend you 100 million. That's really trivial. After collecting the materials, the general fund company will do some background checks. The first is to check whether the company is operating normally and whether there is any violation of regulations or illegal records. Then there is a background check on the boss to see if this person is old and whether there is any legal dispute. Then, based on their financial report, they have a basic judgment on the company's operations. The last is to personally go to the company to investigate and see if the company's operations are consistent with the data reflected in their financial reports. If it is true, it proves that the company is qualified and compliant, and it has not lied. Based on the company's industry and its competitiveness, it is sufficient to lend the company. Chapter 1388 Impetuous latest URL. The whole process seems simple, But in fact it is not simple at all, because there are too many companies that defraud loans. So we must strictly control the research in this area before making loans. Many companies will blow their own business to the top of the list, how good they are in the industry, and how high their annual profits are. Now the loan is either to expand the scale of production, or to reverse the loan, or to store the means of production. Anyway, everything looks normal, but once you release the money, the situation will change immediately. When the time comes, the loan cannot be exchanged, or the company leaders run away with the money, even more often. So even after today's contact with this Li Xizili, everyone had a very good impression of him. But Xiao Feng still insisted on following the normal process at this time. However, this Li Xizili was not angry, because he was also an old man. He is well aware of the status of these young people sitting with him today. He Xiaojun will not say anything. He is now in the business circle of the country, and he is no weaker than the two Malaysian business tycoon. The background is even more unique. His corporate strength is extremely strong, but he is not high profile. It's not like the two horse bosses, who often show up and talk. But if he said a word, it would definitely be spitting a nail. As for this Dr. He Fangzu, it is even more remarkable. Although he may not be well known in the business world, but his social status is definitely not low, as long as people who don't lack the root strings know that in the future, he will definitely win at least one Nobel Prize. What is this concept? Although many people in China say that the Nobel Prize is a tool of the West, and it is not that important. But that's just gulp. If we really win the prize, they will definitely take it out and blow it up. After all, we have only won 2 Nobel Prizes until the founding of the country, and one of them is still a literary prize. Looking at Japan next door to us, there are already dozens of awards. Although the award of this award is indeed affected by political factors, you can't deny the status of this award in the international scientific community. And if He Fangzu becomes the 3rd Nobel Prize winner in China, then his status in the domestic academia will naturally, needless to say. As for Xiao Feng, who seems to be the most inconspicuous, not to mention, although he is sitting in these 3 places today, he doesn't talk much. But Li Xizili could see that he was the backbone of the 3 people opposite. The Celebrity Chef Group in China is now a well-known giant crocodile-level enterprise. Although it is not high-profile, it is also the light enterprise of domestic products in the hearts of Chinese people. An enterprise that can sell Chinese fast food all over the world and truly export its culture has a group like Sunshine Hospital. This company is now the most important sweet and pastry in the city and the province. My son, Li Xizili dare not say how influential the typical ground-mounted gun has a nationwide scope. But in Benthan, in the province, he can guarantee that a word from the Celebrity Chef Group is even more useful than many other words. Today, the 3 of them all agreed to lend themselves to the loan, and then it's okay to go back and wait. A small goal is really nothing to the 3 of you, even the most inconspicuous. He Fangzu, it is said that he often flies all over the world to make flying knives, and the appearance fee for a flying knives is 300 watts starting, and it has to be US dollars. This year till now, the surgery fee alone has already taken more than 1 small goal. So today, even if I didn't get the loan from these big guys, even if I could get to know them, it would be a great victory for Li Xizili. The next few people only talked about Fenaiyu and didn't talk about other things. A meal was quickly gone. Li Xizili was very polite to test the big guys whether he wanted to go entertaining after dinner, but was rejected by the big guys. Li Xizili and the wise choice left, while Xiao Feng took He Fangzu, He Xiaojun, and Zhenhai directly upstairs to his mansion in the sky on the top of the building. Old Ho, you can go to the capital as soon as possible to get the fund license. It really doesn't work. You can buy one. If you want to play finance, you must have a license, and the company must be at the level of the 9th laboratory. If you want to enter this field, you must go to the center for filing, otherwise no one in the province will dare to approve them easily. After all, their every move now attracts the attention of many people. Don't look at the singing and dancing on the market now. There is a lot of praise for the ninth laboratory everywhere. But once you make a mistake, believe it or not, all those scumbags will immediately jump out, point fingers at you, and judge you as Mr. Moral. Therefore, it is best to report to the above and obtain the above support for this matter. In fact, to say hello to the above is actually to send a signal to the financial market first. We are going to play finance too. Although we are not listed and cannot pay dividends to everyone, we can take everyone to make money together. As long as you set this tone well, you will immediately have countless friends. And here Xiang Hixiao nodded after hearing Xiao Feng's words. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. Leave this to me. Hixiao now is an out-and-out business tycoon in China, and so many domestic fools also participate in the forum. He didn't participate in vain. Having attended various meetings again and again, he can now be said to be friends all over the world. And besides many of his friends who are the same business leaders, there are still not political elites. So going to the capital to apply for a financial license is not an easy job for other companies. But it is not a difficult task for a big man like him. Well, in addition, we need to form a team as soon as possible to take care of this fund. In this regard, I will arrange some backbones to come over. Xiao Feng is well aware of the power of such a fund, although he does not intend to absolutely control the fund. More than half of the profits should be shared out, but he still wants absolute control of the fund. After all, he doesn't value the profits, but he still values how to distribute the profits. At that time, it is very important to give more to whoever gets less. Well, don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I know what to do. Hixiao nodded seriously. At this time he also lost his usual joking. The position of the leader is the same as it is today, and he can clearly distinguish what kind of words should be said on what occasion. Usually he and Xiao Feng are friends. It doesn't matter if they laugh. But once Xiao Feng gets serious, they are in a superior-subordinate relationship, and they can't mess around at this time. The rules that should be talked about must be talked about. Next, Xiao Feng and Hixiao discussed some questions about how to manage the company, and then they separated. Tonight Xiao Feng lived in the mansion in the sky on the top floor, and Zuzuki and his son lived upstairs. Since coming back, he has been with the mother and the son. During this time, he has enjoyed a lot of family happiness. At 10 o'clock the next morning, he arrived at the president's office downstairs on time. The fast food chain that started at the beginning has developed into a large-scale group. Every time he comes to the company and sees some new changes in the company, he still feels a sense of accomplishment in his heart. As soon as I sat down here in the president's office, several senior executives from the company came to report on their work. Thinking about it, this is normal. He would disappear for a while to another world every year. And now after returning, I often have to go to the United States or South America to deal with the mess of things over there, and there is not much time to return to China. Naturally, this group of executives must be more active to show up in front of the boss. Yesterday, I thought of the issue of setting up a fund. When I think about the current celebrity chef group, there are also many veterans who have followed him since they started. For example, Zhu Jing, Xilin and others. These people should also be rewarded. Xiao Feng simply asked Zhu Jing to tell everyone to come together to have a meeting and tell them about the establishment of the fund. Everyone at the meeting heard that the boss and the boss of the 9th lab were working together to establish an investment fund and would give everyone a certain amount of shares. Naturally, they all cheered. After all, although everyone now earns tens of millions of dollars in annual salary, the fact that the company is not listed is also a headache for many people. You must know that although the Celebrity Chef Group is not a high-tech enterprise like the 9th Laboratory, it is also worth a huge unicorn in China now. Now in China alone, they have more than 6,000 stores, of which more than 1,000 are directly managed. Internationally, their total number of franchise stores has exceeded 15,000. Of which there are more than 1,000 directly operated stores. Just relying on the current scale and reputation, as long as they are listed, they will be a restaurant chain giant that is no weaker than the Golden Arch, Caffeine Cuisine. I don't know how many people covet this kind of enterprise outside. Even within the company, people are impetuous, with a variety of different voices. Employees, from high to low, are waiting for the boss to announce that www.mtlnovel.com will list the company. After all, once the company is listed, the company will go up and down, and I don't know how many people will directly realize the freedom of wealth. It's a pity that this is just the wishful thinking of the employees. Xiao Feng, as a big boss, never had the idea of listing the famous chef group. It's not that he is too conservative and stubborn, but because the group's supply of many raw materials can't stand scrutiny. For example, the source of beef, and the mushroom powder with special seasoning. Once the company is listed, you must disclose the source of these raw materials in a briefing or financial report. By that time, those who have been staring at you with a magnifying glass will surely turn over the information you have announced. If you really don't match up, then Xiao Feng's secret can't be kept. So Xiao Feng never planned to list the famous chef group. Chapter 1389 Cheer Up, latest website. But now the celebrity chef group is getting bigger and bigger. At present, there are 6,500 branches in China, among which 5,500 are franchised stores and 1,000 are directly operated stores. The profits that can be brought to the company every day are quite amazing. In terms of franchise stores, an average single store can bring more than 10,000 profits to the company every day, while direct sale stores have even more, with an average net profit of 20,000 per store. However, in the first half of this year, the company's catering operations received a strong impact from the pandemic, and its turnover experienced a significant drop. The sales volume of foreign franchise stores is almost the same. Even in some developed countries and regions, daily turnover and profits are more than 2 to 3 times higher than those in China. However, this year, they have also received the impact of the pandemic, and their turnover has dropped significantly. But even so, in other catering companies, almost into a full loss. The days of their celebrity chefs were not as sad as they thought. Under the impact of this pandemic, many catering companies have closed down one after another. Even those big-name companies with strong capital are spending the winter frugally. But the life of celebrity chefs is much easier than that of them. Although it is not possible to eat in, takeout has ushered in an outbreak. In particular, they now have their own takeout delivery system, which avoids being snarled by those takeout platforms. Moreover, the successive launch of various discount activities can give consumers a lot of benefits, but they not only make money, but also earn enough attention and reputation, especially on several other food delivery platforms. During this pandemic period, not only did they not reduce the burden on merchants, on the contrary, he tried desperately to bear the burden on the merchants, and at the same time, he drank enough of the blood and sweat of the delivery staff. Celebrity chefs create their own takeaway delivery system, which reflects the full benefits. They deliver meals quickly and with guaranteed quality. The most important thing is that the price is still cheap, there is no smoke, and in the end, all consumers will pay for the price increase. This also makes them, like Golden Arches, one of the few catering companies that performed brightly during this pandemic. Moreover, their central kitchen distribution business model has also withstood the test during this pandemic, and has even given many domestic catering companies a well-known development direction. The unification and standardization of taste and hygiene have actually become a general direction for the development of domestic catering companies in the future. So the celebrity chefs quickly got through the difficulty in making fast food. At the same time as the domestic ban was lifted, their business also ushered in a crazy rebound. Even the business quota, in May and June, ushered in a period of huge explosion. Even business capacity has more than tripled compared to the same period last year. Xiao Feng is also very responsive to the popular sentiments and has adjusted the wages of many employees within the company. But some time ago, some moths turned out. For example, it is the troublesome guy who specializes in the rich list in China. I don't know why I am eyeing the celebrity chef group. In this year's ranking, I put the Celebrity Chef Group on the domestic rich list. He even ranked Xiao Feng directly into the top 50 in China. Although this action is not big, it is already very intriguing. In fact, about this guy, many people in China have said that this guy is a disgusting porcelain snake. Because our Chinese are different from Westerners. Our traditional concept is to make a fortune in a muffled voice, not to reveal the wealth. And what we pay attention to is alok. Westerners didn't understand this truth very well at the beginning, so their concept of wealth is the opposite of ours. They are very high profile, such as the Rothschilds of the last century, which were once very high profile. By virtue of being tied to the empire of the sun never set, they became the wealthiest family on earth that year. But what happened? After World War II, it was smashed. And after that time, many wealthy people in Europe and the United States also understood the truth about the undisclosed wealth, so they began to live in seclusion behind the scenes. For example, the Morgan family, Rockefeller family, Mellon family, DuPont family, etc. in the United States have all begun to retreat behind the scenes. If you look at the annual Forbes rich list in the United States, you can't see the names of these rich families at all. The top ones are all up-and-coming stars who started playing on the internet, like Mr. Damon, and Google's brothers, or Musk, Bezos and others. Either it was Buffett who played finance, but before the Second World War in the last century, those old-fashioned families who were dominating the US were all gone. Is it really because they fell after the storm? Obviously not. For example, the Morgan family seems to be silent, but they are still the crown kings of Wall Street. Their influence can be said to spread all over the United States, from east to west, and even many Silicon Valley companies now have their shares behind them. The Rockefeller family is no different, seemingly silent, but they are still the most powerful and influential top-class family in the United States. Mellon may be a bit worse than them. As for DuPont, it is not much better than the previous two. So now even the rich families in the United States are paying attention to Lok, and the domestic rich are even more so. Everyone originally wanted to make money quietly, but a foreign devil came out to touch porcelain everywhere. I will give you a ranking every year, and when this list first appeared, it was even called the cut-off list, because all celebrities on the list have to be cautious, because they always live under the magnifying glass of others. If you don't make a mistake, you may have a big somersault. The facts are also true. In fact, many of the top 10 leaders in the rich list a few years ago are now bankrupt, or people just went in. Therefore, many people in the domestic financial circle hate this snake. He even spends money to buy Ping An every year, so that this guy does not put himself and his company on the list. And this time, this guy, who didn't know who ordered him, put the Celebrity Chef Group on the list without saying hello. There is even a serious analysis of the asset scale of the Celebrity Chef Group. We must know that one of the main reasons why Xiao Feng insists that the famous chef group is not listed is that there is no need to disclose the financial report, and there is no need to ask a third-party company to conduct an audit. At the beginning of each year, we must audit the state, because this involves tax reporting reasons. At other times, they do not need external personnel to come to the company to audit. But the key is that a lot of information is still leaked out by those people, such as some data during the audit. This allowed the guys behind the rich list to master some data, and after reading the profit indicators of the Celebrity Chef Group, the guys were even more eye-catching. Recently, various short videos, as well as from the media, have frequently used Celebrity Chef Groups to talk about things. Fortunately, the Sunshine Hospital has an independent financial system, and it has not been incorporated into the manufacturing side of famous chefs, because Xiao Feng is considering whether to separate Sunshine Hospital in the future. So some of the data that has flowed out now are all about celebrity chefs making fast food. Now, for their domestic part alone, their daily gross profit is as high as 70 million yuan. Such data. At the same time that countless people's eyes fell to the ground, they were almost bursting out. The gross profit per day is more than 70 million. Even if the net profit is 30%, it is also more than 20 million. 365 days a year. How much does it cost? The domestic net profit alone would have to exceed 7 billion. This has not yet been calculated. What about the company's overseas profits? Who has let overseas companies operate independently now, and their performance has not been consolidated? But think about it, they have more than 1,000 directly operated stores overseas, and almost all of them are opened in the most developed cities and the best locations in the world. There are more than 15,000 franchise stores. Think about the lifestyle and consumption habits of those foreign devils. Then their overseas net profit scale is at least 2 to 3 times that of domestic ones. In other words, this celebrity chef group, just relying on fast food, can make a net profit of about 28 billion yuan in a year. Nima, think about Harrah's net profit in 1 year. The annual shopping festival seems to be very lively, but is it actually? The scale of marketing every year seems scary, but after deducting all kinds of expenses, the platform can earn a few billions. So this celebrity chef group is amazing. For some reason, such an unhealthy trend has been blowing up on various platforms recently. Everywhere is talking about the data leaked by the celebrity chef group. To be honest, at first, Xiao Feng took this seriously every day. But when this trend intensified, he realized that something was wrong. This is obviously going to kill. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth with hatred for the guy who touched the porcelain. The company's finances have always been controlled by Katya. Moreover, after the introduction of the smart Xiao AI, the risk of financial data leakage has been eliminated. Of course, it is not ruled out that before using xiao.metalnovel.com someone leaked data. However, counting now, the biggest leak may be the external financial company audited at the beginning of the year. In fact, the celebrity chef group does not need to be audited every year, but it is because it is joining overseas. In order to facilitate entry and exit abroad, Xiao Feng registered a company in Karapag and packaged the celebrity chef group under that company's name. Now that it becomes a foreign company, it must be audited every year. The audit originally found a similar company, and they can do it themselves. After all, they don't need to be too serious. As long as they don't evade taxes, they won't say anything. However, now that the company has achieved such a scale, and the people are watching it, the audit company is assigned by someone else. In this way, it is not easy to deal with. In all likelihood, data is leaked from them, and you can't investigate this. This gave Xiao Feng a headache. Chapter 1390 AP's latest website. The problem now is that the company's profitability is now being publicized. The domestic capital saw the celebrity chef group making money so much, and binching, which had been calm before this, began to surging again. Recently, many large domestic capital companies have come to visit the terminal to test their tone. These people have all been blocked by Zhu Jing, and Xiao Feng made it clear to her that the company does not intend to go public. So although some of the upper management of the company are not very happy about this, they still have to implement it according to Xiao Feng's will. After all, the company still has the final say. However, within the company, some voices began to be heard, which was a bit impetuous. These voices say everything, of course. The most common ones are the boss stingy or something. In the short term, Xiao Feng can ignore this phenomenon, but in the long term, it is absolutely not good for the company's development and future image. You know that the strongest fortresses often collapse from the inside. Therefore, Xiao Feng must first appease the emotions within the company. To be honest, the salary level of the celebrity chef group is really not low anymore, because it is a catering company, not a high-tech company like the Ninth Laboratory. The personnel employed do not have high requirements for academic qualifications and professional skills. Therefore, it is impossible for them to pay too high a salary. Everyone in the circle knows that fishing for hot pot in the sea can provide high salaries for employees, but that is only aimed at a few managers. For example, the manager of the store, as well as the team leader. As for the ordinary waiter, the basic salary is actually only 4 to 5,000 yuan. It's just one floor higher than an ordinary restaurant. The salary level made by celebrity chefs is actually similar to that of fishing in the sea. Of course, they don't care about the standards of franchise stores. They will only set a basic red line. Others are determined by the franchise owner's preferences and their local consumption levels. However, their direct operated stores and the group headquarters implement uniform standards. The salary levels given by the store manager and the group leader are quite high. As for ordinary store employees, they are also divided by a rank. The grade is the salary grade set according to the years of service in the store and the usual performance score. To tell the truth, their wages are indeed incomparable to those high-tech companies with a monthly salary of more than 10,000. But they are definitely higher than those of the same type of catering company where the shop is located. The most important thing is that their salary is not low, but their usual benefits are not bad. For example, on New Year's and holidays, the company will say something. It doesn't count to send things, but also issue various shopping cards. Every mid-year and year-end, bonuses will be given. This welfare package, to be honest, is quite okay for workers who simply sell their physical strength. Just say that they provide 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund for every employee. You can go to other catering companies to see how many provide 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund for the waiter. As for the benefits and year-end bonuses, don't even think about it. But even with such benefits, many people still feel dissatisfied. This makes Xiao Feng very upset. Are these ordinary employees complaining? It's okay now, but this trend must be stopped. Otherwise, if these cool words spread to the society, it will definitely have a very bad impact on the company. When the time comes, their company's good reputation may be labeled as a bad black-hearted capitalist or a conscientious company. Don't think that those people can't do it. Now I don't know how many people are waiting for you to fall in with their notebooks, but if you want employees to stop such behavior, there must be enough executives, that is, middle and high-level managers. That is to say, we must first win over company veterans like Zijing, Xilin. But what is the best way to win over them? That is to give money. Bundle everyone's interests together. To be honest, Zijing and Xilin are no longer the housewives and real estate agents. Both of them have grown to bring well-known domestic entrepreneurs and senior managers with the development of the celebrity chef group. For example, Zijing has been awarded the title of Red Flag Bearer and Outstanding Entrepreneur by the city many times. Even Xilin often appears on TV news programs, although their popularity and rank are not as high as He Xiaojun from the 9th laboratory. But in the domestic migrant work circle, their reputation is also loud enough. After all, the current celebrity chef group is the big brother of the domestic catering industry, and the only chain Chinese fast food company that is exporting overseas. Therefore, the senior managers of several celebrity chef groups are now relatively well-known executives in China. For executives like Zijing and Xilin, the current salary level is no longer the same as the monthly salary of 10,000 to 20,000 when the company first started. Basically, it is calculated based on the annual salary. Now the company implements the method of rotating governance. The salary levels of Zijing and others have already exceeded 1 million. With various holiday benefits and year-end dividends, they can earn more than 10 million in income from the company every year. This income level does not seem to be low, but in fact, compared with the same level bosses of the same type of company in the world, this salary level is really not high. Even compared to domestic corporate executives at the same level, their income is not high. The most important thing is that the company does not intend to go public, which will bring them a greater blow. After all, once the company goes public, these executives will naturally be billionaires by then, and achieving wealth freedom is not a dream. But now the company does not plan to go public. Although their respective salaries are not low, although they also have dividends on dry shares, this is not the same as the sense of security that the shares will bring to them when they are listed. Therefore, the company's executives will inevitably have some lack of motivation now. What Xiao Feng has to do now is to give them enough benefits. Although the celebrity chef group cannot be listed, the Queen Fund in the future can. Moreover, the Queen Fund is destined to be bigger and stronger in the future, and it is impossible to just share the benefits for the senior officials of the 9th laboratory. The executives of the Celebrity Chef Group will naturally become the beneficiaries of the first wave of dividends. Soon Zhu Jing, Xia Lin, Shang Zhenai, Kata, Xia Hongtao and many other executives were called to the president's office. Then Xiao Feng informed everyone present that he wanted to establish a Queen Fund. As long as those present here are not fools, they all understand. This is the big boss giving everyone money. Everyone who persuaded the industry fund to be able to hear clearly, plus the unclear relationship between the boss and the 9th laboratory. Although this fund is a science and innovation fund led by the 9th laboratory, and it has a strong nature of venture capital. But the possibility of this fund is very large. The most important thing is that this fund is currently called a fund, but once it becomes bigger and stronger in the future, it may become a group. And this group, according to the boss, is destined to go public in the future. For such a fund, there is hope, and everyone has been working with the boss for so long, and they are not stupid, and their vision is different from before. This fund, no matter how you look at it, is a big deal. Perhaps among these middle and senior managers, there are those who don't know much about finance, but they all have a consensus, that is, they all trust the boss. I think the boss took Xia Lin, Zhu Jing, and Shang Zhenai, plus a Kata, and 4 veterans to create the foundation to this day. Such a boss, if they hadn't followed the boss step by step, they would never believe that they could have today. So when Xiao Feng said today that he would take everyone to make a fortune, a few of you can believe it without any disagreement at all. Xiao Feng has allocated a share of dry shares to everyone, and then told them that they can subscribe for some shares at an internal price. As a result, no one thought that Shang Zhenai was the first to stand up. This honest middle-aged man took the lead. Boss, I subscribed for 40 million. I bought all the net worth, not for anything else, just because I believe in you. Everyone present was stunned. No one thought that this middle-aged man, who was not willing to talk, would actually show such a great spirit this time. Xiao Lin and Zhu Jing stared at Lao Shang with eyes wide open. Then Xiao Lin licked his lips. Okay, Lao Shang, I didn't expect you to be so kind. Haha. I also subscribed for 40 million, stud. The boss is giving us money for nothing. This opportunity is not miss. I subscribed for 30 million. Lao Shangxilin expressed her opinion, and Zhu Jing also expressed her position. In fact, she is the highest paid among Xilin and others. But she bought 10 million less, which is also related to her cautious personality. Not to mention that she is still single with this child. It was Katia, who blinked with his big, flickering eyes. I subscribe for 1 billion. I go. Upon hearing this, the cigarette that Xiao Feng had just picked up and put in his mouth fell on the table. 1 billion? Where did Katia get so much money? Although he has a leg with Katia, but he has never given Katia so much money, so where did her money come from? Soon Xiao Feng thought of his cheap brother-in-law Pete in Russia or .novel.com. It is very likely this guy. Recently, the business in Russia has grown and the funds are abundant, so suddenly Xiao Feng remembered his ocean fishing company in Russia, and it seemed that he hadn't paid attention to it for a long time. I don't know how the industry there is doing now. It seems that after today's meeting, he has to go to Katia to have a good talk. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room also tended to be a bit weird. Obviously, all the veterans present were shocked by Katia calling out 1 billion. Everyone has worked in the Celebrity Chef Group for a few years, and that's what they are worth. But Katia's wealth is many times that of everyone. However, thinking about the unclear relationship between her and Xiao Feng, everyone agreed to be silent. Chapter 1391 The Golden Sign That Resounds as Tough latest website. Ahem, Director Katia, it's really. Katia was so bold that Xiao Feng was caught off guard, looking at the other supervisors in the room. Zhu Jing looked at her nose, her eyes caring, as if she didn't hear or see anything. Xiao Lin looked up at the sky, with an expression that I knew nothing and saw nothing. As for the honest man Shang Zhenai, He was holding the big tea mug at this time, covering his face and pouring it fiercely, as if he didn't know anything. As for the other supervisors, they were either scratching their ears or scratching their cheeks. Anyway, everyone looked innocent. But the more they pretended to be like this, the more it made Xiao Feng feel that these guys knew something. As a result, he could only cough awkwardly. This Katya was really true. Foreigners just go straight. If you want to subscribe so much, you don't know to tell me in private. Everyone seems to think that I let you subscribe so heavily. Xiao Feng was also a bit big at this time. Originally, he thought about the Queen Fund. When it first started, everyone would inject capital together, and it was enough to invest 3 to 5 billion yuan. The total scale is controlled at around 1 billion, and it is enough to try the water. As for other gaps, he does not plan to go to the bank for financing. These days, if companies want to raise money from banks, it is really too difficult. Unless you are a state-owned enterprise, it is difficult for ordinary private companies to borrow money from banks. Of course, this is only for ordinary private companies. For the Ninth Laboratory or the Celebrity Chef Group, such a situation does not exist. As long as they speak, there must be countless banks, crying and crying to grab their loan quota. That's right, come and grab it. After all, these two companies have tens of billions of cash lying in the bank, so there is no bank, and they are worried that they will not be able to pay back the money. As for the fact that a Queen Fund that they have jointly developed is short of money, it is not simple. As long as you two companies are either, you can give a guarantee, not to mention 1 billion, that is, 10 billion, and banks can also lend to Queen Fund. Unfortunately, Xiao Feng and Xiaojun did not plan to borrow from the bank at all. Relatively speaking, the bank's interest rate is still a bit high. Even if because of the reputation of the Ninth Laboratory and the famous Chef Group, the bank's interest rate for Queen Fund will be adjusted up or down based on the benchmark interest rate. But even if it is adjusted down again, it will be difficult to break through 4 points. So they might as well issue corporate bonds. Issuing corporate bonds is another matter. With the strength of the Ninth Laboratory and the Celebrity Chef Group, they will have absolute bargaining power when negotiating with the issuing agency. At that time, the interest rate can definitely be set low enough, and it is not impossible to be lower than 4. But then someone will ask, are you kidding me? The rate of return on your corporate bonds is lower than that of the bank's wealth management products. Who will buy them? If you think so, you are so wrong. Not all rich people who have spare money invest out to make money, and some people actually do it to preserve value. As long as they don't lose money, that's okay. Long periods and low interest rates do not matter, as long as they are stable and safe. This is true in China. What financial institutions' wealth management products can do? Even the financial products of banks sometimes have risks, and this is the corporate bond guaranteed by the famous Chef Group and the Ninth Laboratory. This NEMA is now the hardest and most gold-containing two-sided golden sign in the country. When someone issues corporate bonds to you, this is obviously to give you money, although the interest rate is a bit lower. But unlike other investment products, their company's corporate bonds can be said to be an uncompensable business, and their security can even be said to be comparable to treasury bills. What do you want with such a hard financial product? The most important thing is that as long as you can buy their corporate bonds, you can even take these bonds and go to the overseas market for secondary financing. Be aware that there are a lot of low-cost funds overseas, such as sovereign funds and pension funds in certain foreign countries. They require a rate of return, even as long as 1 point is fine, but their only requirement is safety. Even Japanese banks have negative interest rates, which shows how cheap foreign money is. But even so, it is even more difficult for many domestic companies to obtain low-cost funds overseas, because although their money is cheap, they will not lend it to you for no reason. They ask you to provide a reverse guarantee. The conditions for reverse guarantees recognized abroad are also very simple. First, your company must be reviewed by a foreign audit company, and then provided to a rating agency to rate your company. The higher the rating, the greater the chance of getting money. The second is that you have to provide a reverse guarantee. And the most popular guarantee measure is generally the guarantee letter issued by the China Development Bank or the Export Bank. But how can these two banks be handled by ordinary private enterprises? People usually deal with state-owned enterprises and central enterprises, and private enterprises. Unless you are those two internet giants, or a giant like a well-known domestic real estate company, people are not even willing to catch you. And if you have corporate debts from the Ninth Laboratory and the Celebrity Chef Group, it's another matter entirely. You must know that these two companies are now more than just in the country. It is the same in the international community. Chinese fast food made by celebrity chefs, now foreigners say it is good. Chain stores have opened all over the world, all over Asia, Africa, Latin America and Europe. And there are chain stores in almost all continents of the world. Although the number of stores may not be as many as Golden Arches, when it comes to fame, it is definitely a rising star in the fast food industry. What's more, they focus on the best taste and the most healthy concept. In addition, every place they go to, they implement a localized management method and insist on introducing food that caters to local tastes. So now they are highly praised by everyone. Even in America, where the fast food chain is the most competitive, they can gain a firm foothold and have a place in the catering industry. As for the Ninth Laboratory, let alone now the golden sign of the world's best biochemical technology company has steadily fallen on them. Their cosmetics, health products, and newly developed drugs are the most popular products on the market. Now they are a model of global high-tech biological companies. The biochemical and environmental materials graduates who graduate from the world every year are the companies most want to go to. Some people are kneeling to make money, and some people are standing to make money, but they are still making money lying down. Such enterprises have long been coveted by Western capital. But these two companies just didn't go public. Are you irritating? It is a pity that the two companies are not American companies. If they dare to be in the US, there are 10,000 ways for Americans to force them to go public and share the benefits for everyone. But now the shares and dividends are not available, but fortunately, they finally made a point. That is the corporate bond. Although the interest rate of this bond is a bit low, it is for those overseas funds who only want stability and want to ensure the safety of funds. This is more than 3%, and even a return rate of 4 is good. What's more, their bonds are short-term. The shortest half of the year, the longest is only 3 years. This rate of return is actually quite good. Therefore, if domestic companies get the corporate bonds issued by them in the 9th experiment, they will go to overseas markets to raise funds. This time even if there is no guarantee from the China Development Bank and the China Development Bank, there is no rating agency such as Moody's to give a rating. As long as they pledge the corporate debts of the Ninth Laboratory and the famous Chef Group, they would definitely be able to get overseas low-cost funds. This is the absolute value of hard currency. So from the time when he wanted to create the Queen Fund, Xiao Feng has never worried about the fundraising issue of this fund. For other funds, part of the money may come from the shareholders' own funds, and the other part must be borrowed from the bank. In this way, their costs will be very high. But for the Queen Fund, which has not been formally established, they never have to worry about money. Therefore, Xiao Feng's initial thought was that although it is not bad for money, it is necessary to control the size of the entire fund. After all, the fund is newly established, and the personnel are newly recruited, although there are cloning financial experts sent by him. However, it will take some time to run in. When the company's internal structure is stable, the personnel cooperation is completed, the rules and regulations are also perfect, and the scale is expanding and the speed is speeding up. But how can I think that Katya will start directly with 1 billion yuan? This Nima, she gave out 1 billion. If you add the 400 million you want to give, there are 200 million from He Xiaojun and He Fangzhou, plus 50 million from Guan Zhenhai, and other Ninth Laboratories and Celebrity Chef Groups. To get management's capital www.mtlnovel.com. How can we still have another 300 million? Moreover, The group of high-paid physicians at Sunshine Hospital were said to be boiling after hearing the news, especially the doctors from Japan and Southern Dynasties in the hospital. These two groups are very gamblers. It is said that after Guan Zhenhai went back yesterday, they convened a meeting and told them that Mr. Xiao would set up an investment fund for the science and innovation sector, and that he would still cooperate with the 9th laboratory. In addition to giving everyone dividend shares, he also gave his family a certain amount of subscription. It is said that someone flew to Japan last night to apply for a loan. No way. Who made the Bank of Japan have negative interest rates? If this is to add all the funds together, Nima, this coin fund will start at almost 2 billion. This is really better for people to die than people to shop around. Chapter 1392 Hot Topic Latest website. In China, it can be said that any financial institution, even those venture capitalists with overseas background, may have a headache in terms of funds. Especially at the beginning, when the wheel of capital has not been turned, funds are often very tight. After all, compared with bank funds, their own funds always appear to be abnormally insufficient. But as far as the Coin Fund is concerned, they have no troubles in this regard. The initial registered capital of other financial institutions may sound scary, and it can be more than 1 billion at every turn. However, the actual startup funds that have arrived in the account can be tens of millions, which is already good. But before they started, they had already raised almost 2 billion in initial funds. If you wait until the 9th laboratory and the famous Chef Group, if they are issuing corporate bonds to supplement capital, their startup capital can easily exceed 3 billion in minutes. With this money, 30 projects like Lexus were invested. So at this time Xiao Feng was also a little embarrassed. Looking at Kata, she didn't seem to realize that she had invested a lot of money. Why isn't it enough? If there is a subscription quota, then I can subscribe for more. Katya didn't look like a joke. Xiao Feng could only express his embarrassment with a dry cough. Nima, it seems that his cheap brother-in-law, Peter, seems to be a good messenger in Vladivostok. Did you make less money? Although he pays Katya a lot of salary, Katya also gets the most dividends from the Celebrity Chef Group every year, with an annual income of 100 million, which is more than enough. But you have to say, she can easily come up with 1 billion or even more now. If there was no Peter's money in it, Xiao Feng would not believe him if he was killed. But this can't be said on the table now. He should wait until the meeting is over before he goes to Kata to ask. Very good. But that's it for today. I am very grateful for everyone's support. The specific subscription amount has been recorded by the secretary. Then everyone will wait for the fund to be established before subscribing. Of course, the specific subscription amount will depend on the constitution of the fund and the allocation quota. Of course, I will try my best to get more quota for everyone. Everyone is the old courtier who has followed me for the longest time. Don't worry. This fund, I dare not say that it is profitable, but I can guarantee that he will not lose. Although Xiao Feng is the boss of these people, but this mental work still needs to be done. Some things need to be said. Give them money and let them remember who brought them these benefits. So when is it time to sell favors? It must be sold, so that your subordinates will remember that it was his boss who gave everyone the life and status of today. Haha. As long as it is a company that Mr. Xiao checks, we can absolutely trust it. Mr. Xiao says he doesn't pay, then he can't. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. We just like the feeling of being in the same boat with Mr. Xiao. As soon as Xiao Feng's words fell off, there were naturally a few people in the room who wanted to see come out to flatter. Xiao Feng waved his hand with a faint smile on his face. Well, let's not talk about this. Next, let's talk about the company's future development and operation. Big bowls of meat, big pieces are called gold, and the benefits that should be given have been shared. The next step is to return to the topic naturally, that is to appease the impetuous emotions of the company's current internal employees. During this period of time, What kind of rich list deliberately jumped out to do the ranking? Under the circumstances of fanning the flames, the celebrity chef group that has always been very loc, now it has become a very popular term in the domestic business circle, especially in this era of self-media and short videos flying all over the sky. In short videos, there are countless short video broadcasters who do financial news. There are also many small broadcasters who are not very good at self-made content, but like to keep up with the hotspots of the times and to keep up with the popularity. So recently the name Celebrity Chef Group can be said to be used in short videos and self-media fields, especially after being ranked in the top 50 of the rich lists silently. Many people are shocked. Nima, this one who buys fast food, has now broken into the top 50 of the country's rich list. Moreover, according to the designer of the rich list, this is still because the Celebrity Chef Group cannot obtain detailed operating data and does not count their overseas revenue. In addition, the Sunshine Hospital under the name of the Celebrity Chef Group, because their finances are operated separately and are not consolidated, so they have not exhaustive grasp of the financial data of the Celebrity Chef Group. But even so, this company now only relies on more than 6,000 domestic stores, and only does central distribution and some direct operated stores, and its profitability can squeeze into the top 50 domestically. This Nima, if the profits of their overseas branches and the profits of Sunshine Hospital are also included, this company can make their bosses into the top 10 of the domestic rich list every minute. Moreover, the boss of Xiao Feng Xiao is very loc, never attending any business banquets, and even leaders at all levels in the province cannot see him in their company, and his own photos rarely flow to the outside media. Anyway, he is a mysterious, ruthless man. In this way, Xiao Feng and his Celebrity Chef Group have attracted the attention of countless short video broadcasters and self-media. Recently, there have been hot search lists about the Celebrity Chef Group and short videos on his news almost every day. The most popular economic broadcasters and short videos almost all took out him and his company and talked about them again. There are even some people who have specifically shed light on his company and the experience of making a fortune that year. In the end, someone really found a photo of him before he got home. That was when his first store just opened, and when he invited internet celebrities from all over the country to help hype the internet celebrities, he took photos with those internet celebrities. Although there are only a dozen of them, they have caused a huge sensation in the internet circle. Who could have imagined that the boss who founded such a giant fast food chain company was such a tall and handsome young man? Isn't this Nima a natural material for the owner of the pond? Why is it so loc? It is precisely because of the high enthusiasm of his topic that during this time, the enthusiasm between him and the Celebrity Chef Group has continued to ferment. The official WeChat account of the Celebrity Chef Group continues to increase its attention, and the number of fans has exceeded 50 million. Every day, countless people rushed to their official WeChat account to leave a message and let Xiao Feng show up and interact with the fans. But the more popular our company is now, the more we must be careful, because this is precisely the time when companies are most easily overwhelmed. After all, we still have more than 5,000 franchise stores. Directly operated stores, we can ensure that the quality of employees will not go wrong. But no one knows the situation of franchised stores. If someone is grieving and defame the corporate brand image, the damage will be immeasurable. So recently, Kobayashi, you have to increase your patrols nationwide. As soon as it is discovered that there are franchised owners who have tampered with our operating procedures and articles of association privately, or modified the ingredients privately for profit, we must immediately rectify them. If the circumstances are serious, you can directly announce the termination of cooperation with them. Moreover, employees' emotions must be soothed. Those who should raise wages must raise their wages. Don't always draw cakes for employees. People come to you to make money, not to talk about feelings. As long as the money is in place, not talents can eventually become talents. Xiao Feng talked about the management experience. Indeed, There is a mailbox for employees' complaints and opinions in their company. Who is dissatisfied with the company's articles of association, or dissatisfied with a certain company leader, or the employees of the franchise store who are not satisfied with the owner of the franchise store can report anonymously at any time. Moreover, once the content of the report is verified to be true, the employee who reported the report will receive sufficient cash rewards. If it is an employee of a franchise store and the report is successful, then he can also get the opportunity to be transferred to a direct store. To know the employees of their directly operated stores, that is equivalent to a direct line. All kinds of salary and benefits are definitely higher than those of franchise store employees. And if you perform well in the front line, you will definitely have the opportunity to be transferred to the group headquarters. Therefore, Xiao Feng is not too worried about his usual supervision of franchise stores. But at this time, especially when their group is very popular in front of the media, Xiao Feng felt that this was precisely the time when they were most worthy of their vigilance. After all, business competition tends to do everything. Don't look at the fact that famous chefs have become the first brother in the domestic Chinese fast food chain industry. But their brother's status in the rivers and lakes, but walked out of countless corpse mountains and blood. During this period, I don't know how many peers went bankrupt because of failed competition. There are also countless capitals, because they can't take advantage of them and they are eyeing them. Novel.com. They have always kept a low profile before, which is equivalent to lurking in the bushes, so they can quietly make money and enjoy them. But now that they can be exposed under the searchlight, countless people with unpredictable hearts are staring at them with a magnifying glass. Therefore, at this time, they are not allowed to make mistakes. Mr. Xiao, I have an idea. Zijing, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly interjected. Oh, what? You say? Mr. Xiao, the short video media is very hot now, and the traditional media propaganda caliber is not as powerful as before. Do you think we should also try to enter this field? Xiao Feng listened for a moment. Huh? What do you mean? Chapter 1393 Internet Celebrity Era. The latest website. How can you register an account on a short video site and do live broadcast too? Zijing said that Xiao Feng had vaguely guessed what she meant before. But after listening to her, she still looked confused. What is going on? Let's do fast food, but unlike those who bring goods, how do we do live broadcast? Seeing Xiao Feng's stunned expression, Zijing finally put on a slightly meaningful expression on her face. There seems to be something the boss doesn't understand. It is true that Xiao Feng really doesn't understand the benefits of this short-lived video broadcast. In fact, short videos have risen rapidly in recent years, and Xiao Feng is naturally aware of this trend. A few years ago, this video really recorded a good life, allowing many ordinary people to share their life experiences. Or maybe it is the author of some special industry, leading everyone to get familiar with a strange field, so that ordinary people also quickly increase their knowledge. The short videos of those 2 years were indeed very good. But since the second half of last year, the wind direction of this short video began to change. The first 2 years were still recording the good life, but by last year, the capital had already begun to sharpen its sword, intending to realize the flow. Then, starting from the second half of last year, on major short video websites, there have been various internet celebrities of all sizes, and they have started to bring goods to various companies and enterprises madly. By this year, this trend has become more and more crazy, so that Xiao Feng has the illusion that every time he clicks on those software, he has entered a TV advertising platform. But he can understand why those anchors are so crazy to bring goods. After all, the life cycle of an internet celebrity is about half a year. If you make enough money within this period, you will lose the investment. So those internet celebrities, once the fans have accumulated to a certain level and have viscosity, they will start to bring goods, which is understandable. So starting this year, he has rarely opened those entertainment software to kill time. But now, listening to Zijing say that letting them take care of the goods themselves, this makes him a little strange. has the strength of celebrity chefs. Now they still need to go to the short video platform to engage in the routine of online celebrities and goods. In my opinion, Mr. Xiao, there are several advantages to doing this. The first is that we can give some internal employees a chance to get ahead, give employees a breakthrough event, and then improve the cohesion of internal employees. Zhu Jing seemed to be very concerned about this matter. Xiao Feng nodded and motioned for her to continue. Because the staff made by our famous chefs, with the power of more than 1,000 directly operated stores, most of the staff we recruit have college degrees. Of course, many of them are not 985 or 211. They are graduates of double non-schools and non-popular majors. These graduates are actually very difficult to find jobs in society, and it is just right to come to us. Although the starting point is very low, it is all about serving dishes and washing dishes, but our salary is not low, and there are certain opportunities for promotion in the future. But the problem is, our promotion opportunities are still too few. We recruited these employees, although most of them graduated from double non-university colleges, but after all they have received higher education from a university, and they must have better quality than those non-university graduates. Moreover, their expectations for the future are higher than those of ordinary employees. After all, not everyone is willing to settle for a lifetime, so we have to provide them with as many opportunities for success as possible. And this short video production, I think it is a good breakthrough. On the one hand, you can exercise the content creation ability of these people, so that the knowledge they learned in the university will not be wasteful. On the other hand, we can also make a group of truly talented people stand out, and we can make them into internet celebrities. In this way, these people can help us promote the company and our products online, allowing us to save a lot of advertising costs. Xiao Feng listened carefully to what Zhu Jing said. After listening, he also expressed his surprise. In fact, when celebrity chefs made fast food, when the shop first began to explode, most of the employees recruited were women in their 30s and 40s. Because nowadays, not many young people are willing to go to fast food restaurants to serve dishes and wash dishes. Even if they do, most of them are short-term jobs. After all, the technical content of this job is not high, and the future promotion opportunities are also very limited. Therefore, those who can persist for a long time are the relatively old ants. But the problem is that with the continuous introduction of various new products, the menu styles of fast food restaurants continue to be varied. This requires a certain amount of memory and the ability to operate mechanical equipment proficiently. In this regard, those ants who are not well educated are not quite competent enough. So the company has begun to recruit management trainees on a large scale, and this group is mainly college students. At that time, I saw that the salary offered by the celebrity chef group was very good. And there was also this very good opportunity for promotion. They have recruited many students from Shuangfei colleges and universities, and after these people have grown up, they have also given the celebrity chef group a very good reputation in various universities. So they later recruited more and more college students. But the problem now is that their business, especially the fast food department, is destined to be a place with low technical requirements. Therefore, the space left for talent growth is very limited. Those young people who want to be promoted in the future will have very few chances to succeed when their predecessor does not move. So how to stabilize the military spirit of these people? At this time, Zhu Jing's thoughts provided them with a good idea. Let employees try short video production. The company can set up a company by itself, conduct audits throughout the company, and then find a professional team to train them on packaging. Even this team can be selected and recruited from within the company. At that time, as long as there are so many popular ones, you can continue to promote your own goods on the short video network. In this way, it can also greatly save us the cost of publicity. Mr. Xiao, as the company grows bigger and bigger, now our annual advertising costs are also rising. Last year alone, our advertising investment on various media platforms reached more than 3 billion. According to the current trend, our investment may be even higher next year. Now it is no longer an era where the aroma of wine is not afraid of the deep alleys. Even if the famous chefs are well-known fast food companies in China, they must continue to advertise on major media platforms. Why do you want to do this? To put it plainly, is to brainwash the subconscious minds of our customers. Let everyone remember the celebrity chef's manufacturing firmly, so that they won't forget it. After all, this is an era where the average eyeball economy is only 7 seconds. In other words, a very general advertising video. Generally people will forget him after 7 seconds of watching it. Because of the advent of the internet age, all kinds of spam messages are updated almost continuously. People don't remember at all, and they don't want to remember an advertisement. So even if your celebrity chef's meals are cooked well, if you don't advertise for a period of time, your image in consumer psychology will be downgraded. On the contrary, if during this period, your competitors, such as Golden Arch and Kaifeng Kai, continue to advertise during the time period when you are not advertising. When the consumer sees more, when he wants to eat, he first subconsciously chooses Golden Arch and Kaifeng dishes instead of making them by famous chefs. So, this is the main reason why you have to keep advertising without interruption, even if your reputation is strong, because as long as you dare to stop, some consumers will really forget you in a few months. In addition, there is another problem, which involves the issue of coffee positions. Now it is made by celebrity chefs, and it is already a big brother in the domestic Chinese fast food industry. But if you just keep your status in the arena and are not willing to pay for it, what will people think of you? Just an old man. You see, people's Golden Arches and Kaifeng Kai are both willing to put advertisements in the prime time periods of various platforms. People's strength is not bad for money, and people feel that they have strength at first glance. And why don't you vote for celebrity chefs? Isn't the strength enough? In this way, in the eyes of some people who are afraid of watching the excitement, it is easy to breed this kind of cognition. Then when they choose to eat, they will weed you out. Don't really think this is an exaggeration. In fact, this is really the marginal effect that the advertising industry has been emphasizing. Different people will have different understandings and ideas when they see the advertisement, and thus have different social reactions. This is part of social psychology. And if you don't even put ads, what do you think others will think? Therefore, the advertising costs of the Celebrity Chef Group have been increasing year after year. As the company grows larger and more famous, this has become the most important part of their group's expenditure. Novel.com. And with the shortcomings, the rise of video platforms, those traditional media platforms, are now declining. So Xi Jinping, at this time, advocated entering the field of short video. This idea is very correct. And the most important thing is that there is really a lot of demand for goods on the celebrity chef manufacturing side. It turned out that during this period of time, the R&D department on Duman Island has also developed many new products based on the group's supply of goods. In the past, the ocean fishing fleet from the Sea of Okhotsk brought back a large amount of fish to the company. On the one hand, it has added a large number of fish and meat fast food products to the company. On the other hand, the company has also begun to produce a large number of canned fish. Moreover, these canned fish are sold in their stores, and this product has been well received once it went on the market. And now, their product line is much richer than before. Chapter 1394 Fight for the right to speak in public. Opinion strength does not allow me to be local to find the latest chapter. For example, the turkey raised by Wangongzai, except for part of it, became their fast food products after being delivered. Another part is to bring instant chicken meatballs and snacks such as chicken sausages. Such products are placed on the shelves and sold together with the previous canned fish. It can be said that these products are very popular. The most important thing is that they are not expensive and the taste is right. In addition, these products are really very conscientious. The Celebrity Chef Group does not add a lot of additives and preservatives to these products like other companies, because the mushroom powder that Xiao Feng brought back from another world has the effects of seasoning, fragrant, and antiseptic. Coupled with their laboratory on Daxing Island, they have recently developed a series of new product packaging. With the support of these technologies, without using traditional preservatives that are harmful to the body, the shelf life of their snacks can be as long as 12 months. Such products are also very popular in their stores. Some customers, when ordering a set meal, they also like to add a can to themselves to ensure their protein intake. Some customers even bought 10 or 8 cans at one go after the meal and went home to eat. Slowly, now they sell all kinds of snacks produced by celebrity chef groups in more than 6,000 chain stores in China. It is these snacks that greatly enhance the competitiveness of celebrity chefs while also greatly increasing their net profit. These products are sold individually. It seems that the unit price is not high, and the net profit is not high. But if you have been selling it for a long time, that's another matter altogether. Now these snacks have become a beautiful scenery in their store. Just like the dessert station of Golden Arch, like toys, it can bring more income to Golden Arch than selling fast food. Although these snacks and snacks made by celebrity chefs cannot bring them such high profits, the profit rate can reach 50% of fast food sales. This is also the central kitchen of the celebrity chef group, another big profit point. In Zhu Jing's view, at this point, there is still huge potential to be tapped. After all, I have recently been to Mendao, but I have tinkered with several new products. For example, self-eating instant meals, and instant small hot pots. Although similar products have long been sold on the market, but few restaurants can match the tastes of celebrity chefs. The most important thing is that the prices of these fast foods are not expensive. Even if the price is not cheaper than other brands, the quality is much higher than that of other competitors. Other people's self-eating rice, the dishes are very pitiful, called Yuxiang shredded pork. But there are few shredded pork in a box. But their home is different. Yuxiang shredded pork rice, that is Yuxiang shredded pork rice, not only has enough shredded pork in it, but the most important thing is that there is really fish in it. How about this kind of meal? Don't you like that? In fact, their self-eating rice and self-eating small hot pot have been available long ago. But back then, they were always bought in the Yida Mall next to the headquarters, a local specialty center in Benching. There was no large-scale distribution of goods to the market. At that time, it was because of the immature technology on the one hand. On the other hand, it is because the material cost is relatively high. However, after the shipping channel in South America was opened up recently, this procurement cost has been greatly reduced. In addition, in their Food Research Institute on Mayman Island, they have also developed a new packaging method, which greatly reduces the cost of transportation and storage. So their self-eating fast food, these have begun to spread on a large scale. But at present, they are only sold in more than 6,000 branches across the country. At present, the sales performance is not bad, but it still fails to meet the desired expectations. In Zhu Jing's view, this is mainly due to insufficient publicity. However, if you put an advertisement specifically for this sample, it is a bit unworthy. But if they have their own internet celebrities, they can sell this product through live internet celebrities. In addition, if you can cultivate your own internet celebrities, you can continue to introduce new ones in the package combination. Then let the consumers go to the store to sweep the wool without seeing their new package combination. Hey! Customers think that they have gotten wool, but they don't know that it is their merchants who really make money. Another very important point is that we have cultivated our own internet celebrities. We can build a matrix based on these influencers. With the matrix, then we can take the initiative to publicize ourselves, and prevent those from the media and the hot guys from talking nonsense. In fact, this is what Zhu Jing attaches the most importance to. Recently, on the internet and various short video platforms, there are all kinds of talking about Brother X and Sister X, to catch the popularity of their celebrity chef groups. This not only annoyed Xiao Feng, but also made Zhu Jing very upset, because those guys, when they couldn't pick up too much news about Xiao Feng, they hit their ideas on the executives of these companies. From Xiaolin to Zhu Jing, she was never let go. If she used to be an ordinary store manager, that would be fine. But now she is a contemporary strong woman who will be a guest on various TV shows from time to time. Her beautiful appearance, decent conversation, and experience of self-improvement make her very popular and respected by women in the workplace. But those hot guys talked nonsense everywhere, saying that she had embraced Xiao Feng's thick legs, and had something to do with Xiao Feng secretly, so that's why she has come to this day. To be honest, she would like to have something with Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng's people look down upon her. So Zhu Jing was very annoyed by those nonsense. Well, I understand. You are fighting for the right to speak of public opinion. How could Xiao Feng not understand what Zhu Jing meant? Yes, not only do we have to create one or two influencers, we have to create a matrix. Only in this way can we correctly lead the direction of public opinion, so as not to prevent the guys with unpredictable minds from always making irresponsible remarks and discrediting us. The so-called matrix actually means a network. For example, on the surface, two internet celebrities don't know each other. They met on the platform and became friends because of some chance. But in fact, not only do they know each other, they are also colleagues from the same company, and they just pretend not to know each other on the platform. And because they promote different content, they also face different audience groups. When two people develop to the limit in their respective fields, they can pretend to know each other through certain channels, and then channel their respective fan bases to each other, so as to achieve the purpose of giving each other up fans. And when there are enough such people and the net you weave is big enough, your influence on the platform will be greater. For example, the most popular online celebrities with goods at the moment, in fact, they have a matrix around them. For example, every time they bring goods, there will be other internet celebrities who come to join in and drive the atmosphere. These are all matrices. Unlike the representatives who bring goods, these big internet celebrities who bring goods are all held up by the platform. That day, the platform was lively, and if you said to block it, you can directly block you. But the internet celebrity matrix they created is different. Standing behind them are the two well-deserved giants in China, the Celebrity Chef Group and the Ninth Lab. Even short video platforms do not dare to offend them easily. Otherwise, people really dare to hard and deal with you. Especially the leading high-tech companies like the Ninth Laboratory. People are people, rich, and they have a high appeal in the science and technology industry, and their influence is not comparable to that of an entertainment platform. If the short video platform, if you dare to provoke such a company, and if they spend money every minute, they can give you a competitor. Therefore, the internet celebrities they hold are all equipped with golden body protection on these online platforms. If someone else posts a content, the platform can use the violation as an excuse to not let you post it. But if you change the internet celebrity they cultivated, do you try the platform? As long as they are not doing anything that violates national regulations, the platform will absolutely not dare to block www.intelnovel.com in this way. With such a matrix, they will be able to control the absolute right to speak. You can take a look at the current development of short video. Now this new type of streaming media has become the most popular entertainment mode among young people. So this short video is destined to kill platforms such as Bibs in the future. So Zhu Jing's idea of laying out short videos in advance is still very correct, because it can not only promote their own products, but also save advertising costs. It can also give them the opportunity to master the right to speak on the internet. Think about the Bib era of that year. Doesn't anyone who has more fans will be influential? If you dare to speak loudly, if two stars T-Rex apart, it must be the one with more fans and the one with fewer fans. The same is true in the era of short video. Zhu Jing's ambition seems to be no small one. In addition, we can increase our publicity and anti-counterfeiting efforts. Zhu Jing continued. Xiao Feng frowned when he heard it. Huh? Promote anti-counterfeiting? How can someone copy the products made by our famous chefs? All the executives present here couldn't help but smile bitterly at this time. It seems that Mr. Xiao really doesn't pay much attention to the production of our famous chefs. As the saying goes, There are so many popular rights and wrongs. Now celebrity chefs have such a status as a world-famous chef, making money every day. How can you say that it is not possible to be jealous? In some areas of the country, how can there be no cottage? It seems strange that no one copies you, Mr. Xiao. Now we are just copycats of our China-style fast food companies, and I don't know how many companies there are in China. Even in every city, there will be one or two copycats of our fast food chain. Chapter 1395 Fragrant Pasta Strength does not allow me to be loc to find the latest chapter. For the more advanced, we copy our business model, invest large amounts, and do chain fast food. For the lower level ones, I'll play the side ball, copy the decoration style of our fast food restaurant, and the taste of the food. Even the name is full of the taste of Peng Sai, such as the famous chef Q Chou. The famous chef is beautiful. Anyway, there are countless Peng Sai shops like this. Xiao Feng is usually a big shopkeeper, and to be honest, he may be quite familiar with the company's development. But for competition in the industry, he really doesn't know as much about Zijing and others. He also knows that there are such bad habits in domestic business circles. Whenever a business is hot, then people around must be swarming to copy it. Before he really didn't worry about someone copying his business model, because the business core of his celebrity chefs was not in the business model. The reason why his store can guarantee such a high viscosity is that he has grasped the core meaning of the catering industry: cost control, and unique taste. It is simply impossible for other colleagues without the blessing of outside world to compete with him in terms of cost. Moreover, mushroom powder is the key core of his celebrity chef's unique taste. Other competitors have no advantage in this regard. So he never worried about these so-called opponents, because in his opinion, these people are not even rivals at all. They are all younger brothers. But now I heard Zijing say that, as the saying goes, it is a toad on the upper. This group of people can't harm him, but they are very disgusting. The most important thing is that many merchants are now paying attention to our famous chef manufacturing. When will the next public investment invitation? Xiao Feng was silent for a moment. To be honest, this famous chef has not thought about opening branches in China until today, because in his opinion, the domestic market is now saturated. If it's open, then it's okay to make money with the ability of celebrity chefs to make money. But it will definitely cause a certain squeeze for other domestic catering practitioners, and it may even affect the profitability of stores that are now open. After all, although their celebrity chefs rely on their own core secrets, they can sweep the domestic market. But the problem is that the capacity of the domestic market is so large. Before the country has surpassed the proposition of the middle-level country trap, the consumption outlook of the Chinese people will not be so easy to change. Speaking of the consumption concept, especially the consumption concept of catering, in fact, it is still very contradictory in China. On the one hand, many young people like to go out to eat in restaurants. But on the other hand, there are elderly people at home, but they insist on cooking at home. In fact, it is because the economic level is not up to standard. In foreign countries, especially in developed countries such as the United States, in fact, these foreigners have very little time to eat at home a week. Family conditions are relatively poor, and generally like to sell semi-finished products. There is really no way to deal with it at home. If you have too money in your hand, you like to go out to spend in restaurants. You can't afford to go to expensive restaurants, but Golden Arches, Cafe Cuisine, fast food like this can still be frequented. After all, their labor is very expensive. If you take into account the time spent buying vegetables, washing vegetables at home, preparing vegetables, cooking, and the cost of rice with salt, it is indeed not as cost-effective as having a meal outside. After all, their food industry is already highly developed. On the other hand, in our country, we do not yet have such conditions. Therefore, the profitability of fast food restaurants with celebrity chefs in a few days is actually much higher than that in China. This is also the main reason for Xiao Feng's meeting this time. His idea is to open more branches abroad as much as possible, especially for directly operated stores. Recently, he read the financial report given by Helen. The level of profitability made by celebrity chefs in the United States really surprised him. To be honest, in the United States, he just let Helen act as an agent to open 600 branches. But the profitability of these 600 branches has reached the level of 2,000 franchise stores in China. This shows the consumption concept and ability of Americans. Unexpectedly, now Xi Jinping actually said that some people in China are still waiting eagerly for them to open up their investment quota. Is this a bit troublesome? Is the customer's demand very strong now? Xiao Feng asked casually. Okay. Xi Jinping nodded vigorously. In addition to the first batch of retail investors who have made a lot of money, there are also those group partners that we have cooperated with, such as Jintai, Yida, etc. Their bosses have been annoying me recently. I call every day to ask if you have come back and want to meet you. In fact, they just want to join more branches. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. Those merchants who first joined their celebrity chefs were the ones who made the most money. They have enjoyed almost every step of the bonus that celebrity chefs have made, from a small brand to take off step by step, and then to now become an internationally renowned big name. Yido is the first group of strategic partners to cooperate with them. Later, Jintai and large commercial groups such as 30 also joined their fast food restaurants during the second and third investment invitations. In fact, the purpose of these groups joining their fast food restaurants was very simple. That is, they took a fancy to the customer stickiness of their fast food restaurants. The extremely high customer viscosity of their fast food restaurants can bring extremely high passenger flow to their shopping malls, and later practice proved that the choices of these group customers were not wrong. The celebrity chef group is doing well, and their fast food restaurants are even more open. Not only can it bring super high passenger flow to these supermarket operating companies, it also brings them super high cash flow unexpectedly. With a net profit of more than 10,000 yuan per day for a single store, and joining 500 stores, one day can have a cash inflow of 5 million yuan. This is not a small amount of money, especially in the case of supermarkets and fast food restaurants almost all year round. So now, they are all eagerly waiting for the famous chef group to open to join. What Xi Jinping said is not an exaggeration. The bosses of these groups have almost blown up her phone calls. Every day I asked her about Xiao Feng's whereabouts, but Xi Jinping's mouth was strict, not leaking any wind. So they put their ideas on Xi Jinping and the group executives. Over the past year or so, Xi Jinping, Xiaolin, and other executives of the group have not known how many banquets have been received by the group. It doesn't matter if you eat or drink. Almost every time at the end, this group will send a silver bullet attack. Xi Jinping was still able to control her, eating as she should, and accepting as little gifts as she should. But for those large amounts of cash, she didn't dare to accept a single cent. After all, Mr. Xiao didn't make a decision, she didn't dare to agree to it. However, she can still manage to face those temptations, but she can't guarantee other people. Due to the pandemic this year, all supermarket management groups have been operating in a bleak state. The fast food made by celebrity chefs has become one of their few highlights. Many customers in the supermarket walk away, and there are very few people who go to the mall every day, and they have to raise so many people. Therefore, many large commercial groups almost suffered losses in the first half of the year. And the only thing that can bring some highlights to their performance is to count the celebrity chefs they joined to make fast food. Although hundreds of stores are not able to eat in, the orders for takeaways have soared every day. And the most important thing is that this fast food uses almost a certain group, not a full delivery team. They have their own celebrity chefs, and this celebrity chef is very flexible, specializing in fast food delivery made by celebrity chefs. These supermarkets have also cooperated with celebrity chefs, And they have also added access to their supermarkets' online shopping malls on the mobile app sent by celebrities. Then it also cooperated with the Celebrity Chef Group to engage in various discount promotion activities. Let alone, the effect is really not so good. Before starting cooperation with celebrity chefs, they were basically at a loss. When they cooperated with famous chefs, they were able to achieve basic balance and even some small profits. This makes those large commercial groups www.mtnovel.com pay more attention to the effect of cooperation with celebrity chef groups. So now everyone wants to join more celebrity chefs to make fast food restaurants. This is the situation now. So boss, now the number of franchise places made by our famous chefs can definitely be said to be a golden sign. Everyone is rushing. Xi Jinping explained the situation on the market recently to Xiao Feng. Only then did Xiao Feng realize that the celebrity chef group now has such a big influence. Furthermore, Mr. Xiao, it is not only these large commercial groups that we are looking forward to joining us next time, but also the retail investors who joined us before, as well as the retail investors who are queuing outside to join us. There are even many people who actually cheated outside in the name of being able to get our next franchise quota. It is said that just by relying on such a simple verbal agreement, they have defrauded more than 10 million. Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. What? Is it such an exaggeration? Seeing Xiao Feng's shocked expression, Xi Jinping smiled bitterly and shook her head. Mr. Xiao, it seems that you really don't know how influential our celebrity chef manufacturing is now in China. Xiao Feng scratched his head awkwardly. During this time, he was mainly in the United States, and he really didn't pay enough attention to domestic attention. In the past 2 years, because of well-known reasons, the domestic business environment has been exceptionally poor. It can be said that all walks of life are very uncomfortable. Many people are seeking a career change, and after repeated considerations, which industry is best to do? That's catering. The entry barrier is low, the capital cost is not high, and there is no technical content. So many people now want to enter this industry, but there are tens of millions of catering categories. Which one to choose? Chapter 1396 Old Leek with the Golden Knife. Speaking of the catering industry, in recent years, it can really be said that the competition has been extremely fierce. Now millions of restaurants, large and small, are eliminated every year. But even so, everyone can still see that there are still countless people pouring into this industry every year. What is the reason? The first is that in recent years, physical business has not been easy to do, and jobs are also hard to find. Many people cannot find a suitable job and have a certain amount of funds on hand, so they plan to start their own businesses. Choosing to choose, it is more suitable for the industry, such as catering, commissary, and so on. The second is that the entry threshold for Dare to Eat is very low. As long as you have 180,000 on hand, you can open your own shop and become the boss. If it gets hot, you can pay back in a few months, and you can also make a fortune. But the actual situation is not as optimistic as everyone thinks. Just like you in other industries, what you can think of, other people can also think of it. The low entry barrier means that competition will be extremely fierce. Therefore, the turnover rate of the catering industry can be said to be quite high. And as people become more aware of the fierce and cruel competition in this industry, more and more people are choosing to join to operate, because joining a restaurant chain has many benefits. First of all, the brand is relatively mature, and the general franchise brands are more distinctive and easy to be known and remembered by the public. Secondly, the more chain stores, the stronger the advertising effect of this matrix. Moreover, the operation has become more standardized and management has become easier. For example, in the past decade or so, many large cities have expanded because of urban village reconstruction or urban expansion, occupying the rural areas surrounding the cities. This led to the emergence of a lot of demolished households. These people have money in their hands, but because they have no land, they don't know what business they should do. Let them stay. They can't be idle. and a bit of economic savvy knows that money in the bank will only depreciate, and it will definitely not be able to escape inflation. But let them do business and play investment, they don't have so much guts. And even if you ask them to respectfully manage a restaurant, they didn't have the experience when they came, and they didn't have the brains when they came. But if you let them join a chain restaurant business, it's much simpler. As long as you spend a certain amount of money, join this brand, then people will teach you how to manage it. Even the waiter in the hotel can help you train. Although it seems that this franchise brand, it will charge a variety of miscellaneous fees. But he does save you a lot of worry. It saves you from worrying about running a business every day. Even some mature brands, for example, a company like Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. If you hire a store manager sent by the Celebrity Chef Group, then you, as a franchise party, you can even be a good shopkeeper. Because the store is operating, all have electronic records. All the stocks are stored in and out of the warehouse, and every transaction is recorded, so there is no need to worry about someone being guarded and stealing. As long as the shop owner comes to check the account regularly, it is okay if he knows it well. Of course, this is a big brand with a very complete management system. For example, Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. There are many other miscellaneous second-rate franchise stores. In terms of rules and regulations, the requirements will not be as strict as those of celebrity chefs, but they can indeed save investors a lot of trouble. Of course, it's not that no one has thought about creating a brand. It's just create a brand. It's hard work and easy to fail, so more people choose to join. So the current domestic franchise model, it can be said to be very popular. Zhu Jing explained to Xiao Feng the current domestic catering industry, especially the situation of various chain stores. Xiao Feng nodded frequently after hearing this. But recently there is a very bad atmosphere that has spread in our catering industry. I think we should take it as a warning. Zhu Jing's next words made Xiao Feng up his ears. Now the bigger the business, the more you have to be careful, because brand image is really important. Today's celebrity chefs make a big business if they say good things, but they make a big name if they don't sound good. Now I don't know how many people are watching their every move, for fear that they will not make mistakes. There are even people who may have already acted, and don't know where to prepare some tricks for them. Therefore, the current Celebrity Chef Group must not only do well in its own business, but also take precautions. So Xiao Feng is really concerned about Zhu Jing's next words. Because of the popularity of our famous chef franchise stores, in the past 2 years, the domestic catering industry has sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and a variety of large and small brand franchise chains have emerged. However, the quality of these franchise chains can be said to be mixed. There are some first-line brands that are reasonably okay, and they are very reliable, such as Golden Arch, Caifin Cuisine, and our famous chefs. Although the initial fee is very high, it basically won't make investors lose money. Take our Celebrity Chef Manufacturing as an example. Although the franchise fee is high, if the franchise store has a good address, there will be a lot of people. Then you can pay back in 1 year, and you can enter a pure profit model in the second year. Even if the location of the store is relatively ordinary, but with our technical support, it can basically achieve a 3-year payback. Golden Arches and Caifin Cuisine are basically back to the bottom, both of which started in 3 years. So in terms of return on capital, our Celebrity Chef Group can be said to be the best among all fast food restaurants. This is also the main reason why we are so popular with investors. Nowadays, there are many large-scale business groups in the country, all planning to take our route and learn from us. For businesses like this, we are not afraid, because everyone can have healthy competition. But there are some chain brands that are not justified. They have no plans to manage the catering well. They are actually doing something similar to MLM. For example, there was a certain place in a certain area that was very popular for a while, and in the past 1 or 2 years, there have been many chains of various brands in the market. It seems that this industry is very prosperous and very popular in the market. Actually, what they do is the kind of activity I mentioned above. First, I found some large media organizations to shoot a few food shows, among which I will give a grand introduction to my products. I believe you may have been out of the area a few years ago. No one has heard of a certain aspect. But why has the popularity of this certain aspect increased to the whole country in recent years? It's because the publicity plan they invited is in place. Frequently sponsor various food shows, especially documentaries, and then look for various self-media to promote them on various platforms. After making this noodle famous, then a chain of noodle shops of various brands have sprung up, and then they are open to franchise. Their routine is to first include all franchisees, travel expenses and catering, and invite them to the area where their headquarters is located to visit several of their stores. Their storefronts are always so hot, and there may even be queues for noodles, so that the people who join in who don't know the truth will be blinded at first sight. Damn, this business is too hot, so it's inevitable that I'm tempted. But when they came to other people's territory for a long time, how can they know their routines? They would never have thought that these people who came to eat noodles were hired by the store's daily expenses, just like the trustees who were walking around in major real estate every day. These people not only have money to take, but they can also eat noodles for free every day. It doesn't matter if the noodles are good or not, they can be eaten for nothing, and there is still money to make. Do you think they do it? So when many people saw this scene, they were basically bluffed. Then there are all kinds of brainwashing training courses, and all kinds of successful franchisees come to the stage to explain their successful experiences. Before, I just picked up the tattered ones and almost fell to the streets, or the investment failed, and the family was ruined. The result is that by joining this noodle shop, in just a few years, Xianyu turned over, and since then he has reached the pinnacle of his life and won Bai Fumai. The old man who failed to invest has made a comeback. With a few noodle restaurants, he has become a social elite and a business tycoon. Anyway, I had a lot of flicker, and the blood boiled over Xiaobai, who had just arrived, and he signed a contract on the spot and paid to join him. As a result, they will harvest you 200,000 yuan in one hand. Of course, they will indeed go to your site in accordance with the contract to decorate you and teach you how to make noodles. But when your store opens, you will find out where is this noodle shop. This is a CX den. Because your noodles are not distinctive, the price is not cheap, and the taste is very ordinary, there is not much traffic at all. If you open a shop every day, you will be Amitabha without losing money. Want to make money back? Haha. Just stick to it for a few months, and the average store can no longer operate. But when I think of the money invested, I feel panicked. So at this time www.mtlnovel.com headquarters will send someone to inspect and talk to you. The purpose of the heart-to-heart talk is to hope that you can help recruit people to join, and the initial fee is 400,000 yuan. As long as you win one, you will be divided into 200,000. So you embarked on the path of an insurance salesman and never returned. And that certain noodle shop, relying on such a set of ancestral golden knives to cut old leeks, it has been mixed all the way. Every year they run a noodle restaurant. They definitely don't make money, and even if you can find out their account books, you can find that they have lost their pants. But just relying on finding someone to join and earn the initial fee, but they can make a lot of money. The insider secrets of the industry were just described by Zhu Jing, and Xiao Feng, who was sitting in the upper hand, was filled with righteous indignation. My Nima, especially when he heard those people cutting leeks like this. He really couldn't sit still. Chapter 1397 Market Segments. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. The domestic catering industry can be said to have been the hardest hit area with chaos. In the past, food safety problems broke out frequently because of some people's opportunistic and profiteering. The final result of those problems is the distrust of Chinese consumers in domestic food safety. It can be said that this is the sorrow of every catering person, Why can't their own brand and industry be managed properly? Why is it necessary to take shortcuts and make quick money? In fact, in this industry, as long as you work steadily, even if you can't make you rich overnight, you will never starve to death. But just because some people do not abide by the rules and go wrong in their minds, they ruin the ethos. For example, in order to save costs, dare to use all kinds of ingredients, unhygienic oil and meat, and so on. As for the guests who have eaten their stomachs, sorry, as long as they can't eat people, they won't take it to heart. In addition, the boss never knows how to treat employees well, which leads to an extreme lack of dedication and professionalism. Regardless of the chefs and waiters, it seems that the technical content does not seem to be high. But they also need to be kind. Unfortunately, many of our bosses don't understand this. In fact, some restaurants are very well run and profitable every day, but the boss does not know how to share the results with the employees. Even if it is said that employees are paid a little longer at the end of the month, or employees are appropriately rewarded, they are not willing. As a result, employees are passively sabotaged and seem to be diligent on the surface. But once the boss can't see it, they can fool them, just as they do. For example, use a wok to brush a mop, or do other extraordinary things. Anyway, this kind of thing has not really been exposed, but once it is exposed, then the image of the restaurant will be ruined immediately. It can even be said that it will have a very serious impact on other colleagues. Therefore, in the domestic catering industry, millions of restaurants close down every year because of competition failure, but at the same time, there are countless people with various visions. However, although there are so many people coming in and out of the domestic catering industry every year, until now, there has not really been an influential big brand. For example, such internationally renowned brands as Golden Arch or Caifin Cuisine. Even if many people say what kind of junk fast food these two are, in fact, people's influence in the international arena is great. They are not just as simple as a fast food chain, they are more of a cultural output. Japan is also very good in this aspect, such as their sushi. In fact, it also originated from our domestic way of eating, but now it has become a symbol of Japanese food culture. Now abroad, when people think of Japanese restaurants, they are the representatives of high-end restaurants. But when it comes to Chinese food, more people think of cheap restaurants. Such a situation, knowing the emergence of celebrity chefs, it was able to be broken. A fast food chain company that can go abroad and is also well known internationally has been born in China. And it is different from the pseudo-Chinese fast food chain like Panda Fast Food. Their fast food is a real Chinese fast food. The real Chinese food is exported to the world. It is precisely because of their success. The production of celebrity chefs in the past 1 or 2 years has become the benchmark in the domestic catering industry, especially after seeing them engage in franchise stores, make a lot of money. They not only opened franchise stores in China, but even opened franchise stores overseas. They are making a lot of money from Europeans and Americans. This is because countless large domestic capitalists are drooling. In the past, these capitalists preferred to engage in real estate business. Karate was quick to make money. But with the country now beginning to control the real estate speculation, coupled with the situation that the domestic real economic environment is not so good, more and more big capitalists are planning to try the way of making famous chefs. After all, they have already shown the way for everyone, proving that as long as you cook Chinese food well, you will still have a place in the world. And even if your talent is not popular with foreigners, if you succeed in China, can you still attract a group of franchisees? Therefore, in the past year or two, thousands of various catering groups, large and small, have appeared in the domestic catering industry. The main business directions are catering chain enterprises. Some work hard, and the best ones are the buddies who do malatang. There are also smart-minded hot pot chains that turn around and do it with higher profits. Of course, this hot pot chain is also divided into good and bad. For example, in the Sichuan Chongqing area, There are several very good hot pot chain franchise stores. Their name may not be particularly loud, but in fact their franchise stores are already all over the country. There are also some less serious hot pot chains. Of course, this chain has already been exposed in many places. What kind of restaurant it is? Presumably anyone who loves hot pot knows that the price is very expensive and the taste is very ordinary, but it is just relying on the celebrity name to make the hype. Although such a store was very popular at the beginning, no one can say how long it can last. There are many other small shops. There are various kinds of rice noodles, some specialize in beef balls, and the most popular one is certain noodles. However, Xiao Feng did not expect that these small franchise stores would actually have such a way. After hearing what Zijing said, these shops now seem to be not doing business at all, but playing finance. And their routine leaves you speechless, because they really don't break the law. Once you entered the circle, you really have to suffer yourself. You simply can't live by selling noodles, but if you can be cruel and get people in, then you can live very well. No, you can't let this trend continue. Over time, these guys will smash all the reputation that we have just established for domestic catering with our hard work. Xiao Feng touched his chin and said, "It is true that this mode of drumming and spreading flowers can indeed make a group of people earn money at the beginning. But in terms of roots, you are a restaurant chain. After all, catering is your core foundation. Once everyone knows that your food is not delicious, the price is still expensive, and no one comes to eat, then how can you fool people into joining? When the time comes to beat the drums to pass the flowers, sooner or later, you will face the lack of a picker. At that time, there will be a sudden large-scale closure of chain stores. The bigwigs who planned behind the scenes must have already gone away by this time, or they had already cleared the relationship through legal means. Then after waiting for a few years, they changed their heads again, came back from the new brand and products, and continued to play this trick of cutting old leek with a golden knife. In the end, those who were entrapped were only the few people in the market who were holding in their hands the hope of turning over. Xiao Feng didn't want this situation to continue. At this time they were about to exert their strength. You must know that the current celebrity chef groups are not ordinary catering companies, they are the chief members of the Domestic Catering Association. It can be said that in the entire association, except for some of the managers sent from above, they are the industry's leading brothers. What fishing, what X-Face C, don't look at their big names, they seem to be very high-end, and the bosses are all tycoons on the rich list. But in the association, in front of the celebrity chef group, they are all younger brothers. Because the current celebrity chef group can be said to be the face of the domestic catering industry. The first company to open a meal abroad, and it opened thousands of companies. Although the scale is smaller than that of Golden Arch, Kafing Food and other top international brands. But when it comes to their ability to operate and make money, they are not at all weaker than these two international big names. Speaking of scale, they are second to none in China. Regardless of whether they are not listed, everyone knows that if you talk about a solid foundation in the circle, no one dares to compare with them. So when it comes to influence, they are naturally powerful and big enough. In this way, they will naturally become the first brothers in the Domestic Catering Association, and what they say will naturally have weight. In this way, Zijing recently held a meeting with the above application to expose the situation of these companies. Try to get the above to rectify such chain franchise stores, so that if these chain stores close down in the future, it will have an impact on the entire industry and bring too many negative effects. Xiao Feng told Zijing to say. Zijing nodded after listening. Well, Mr. Xiao, I see. Well, we are also looking to see if we are also opening up some new business directions. It's not enough to rely on a celebrity chef to make it. Let's continue to segment the market. Of course, we need to explore the market. I don't think it is necessary. The most important thing is that we have to strive for more high-end markets. Xiao Feng's remarks were of course sent out with feelings. The segmentation of the catering market is naturally the end that the group must face when it reaches a certain scale. To put it bluntly, It means to diversify the business. www.mentalnovel.com. To put it bluntly, it means to expand more channels. Try more and don't find ways, in case there are other brands that make a big hit and the market is going down. This is no longer possible. After all, they couldn't do things like a certain fishing hot pot, going to a noodle restaurant, and buying a bowl of noodles for a few dollars. Doing this prevents other people from doing business. Originally, it was difficult for diners, and it was not easy for small merchants and hawkers to beg for food. Large merchants couldn't compete. They could only sell noodles for a few dollars to make some hard money. But you have to grab this little money, you really are a bit overwhelmed. Besides, celebrity chef manufacturing itself is positioned as a mid-range fast food. If it is marketed, it will affect the brand image. So the diversification they want to do is naturally upward. And as early as before, Xiao Feng had already started to make arrangements, such as the cyclamen he started building a few months ago. Chapter 1398. To the high end. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwen. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. In fact, as early as a few months ago, Xiao Feng had already started to deploy in the high-end catering industry. Speaking of high-end catering, there are actually many domestic companies that do well. For example, a certain Jiangnan, the earliest one, did very well, and even reported that it was going to go public. Moreover, the original valuation has exceeded 30 billion. You know, that was in the era when the internet boom was just emerging. At that time, the valuation of many internet companies was not as high as this catering company. At that time, Xiao Feng still remembered clearly that he had just entered university at that time. There is a sacred man in his dormitory, so he invited everyone to go to the restaurant to eat once. That was the first time Xiao Feng attended such a high-end restaurant. It can be said that this restaurant gave him a very good impression. It had a decoration style that was different from other domestic catering companies at that time, and the decoration alone seemed very upscale. As for the dishes, Xiao Feng has the impression that it is expensive. The taste is just like that. It can't be said that it's not good, but it's not very amazing either. The only thing that surprised him was the price. There were 6 people in the dormitory, but he ate more than 2,000. Moreover, this is still the case when everyone has not let go of eating. If everyone let it go, it is estimated that this meal will not come without 3 to 5,000. Since then, this store has left an impression on Xiao Feng, which is flashy. It cannot be said that he is not good, only that the customer groups he targets are different. They are all aimed at mid to high-end business people who do not look at the menu when ordering food and pay more attention to the environment. Of course, these people are not afraid to spend a lot of money here to eat a meal. They can go back anyway, and they don't have to pay for it themselves. The ordinary people are different. The environment here is good, but there is not enough food and the price is expensive, which is not acceptable to ordinary people. Therefore, although the store was once publicized because it was going to go public, Xiao Feng was not too optimistic about it at that time. What happened later was not beyond his expectations. On the eve of the store's listing, he was rejected by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Then the country introduced regulations prohibiting high consumption, and the store collapsed by half in an instant. Afterwards, seeking a listing on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange had no results, and in the end it could only be taken over by another capital. Poor founder of this shop, having worked so hard for 20 years, in the end, he made wedding clothes for others. Since a certain Jiangnan, domestic high-end catering, because of the guidance of the megatrend, it is no longer popular. Instead, it is relatively close to the people's mid to high-end catering, which has become the mainstream of the head of the catering industry. For example, fishing in a certain place that has been extremely popular in recent years. There is also a certain village and so on. There are also a lot of new stores of these two in China, and to be honest, Xiao Feng has also been there. However, his impression of these two stores is also very general. For example, a certain place. He had been to this hot pot restaurant in the earliest days, At that time, the price of this store was relatively close to the people, and the taste was okay, and their most famous service, they were indeed quite distinctive. But in the past few years, I don't know that their store's reputation has become more and more popular, which has caused them to drift away. It's because the bosses don't like the money in the hands of the poor. Anyway, their prices are getting more and more expensive. Xiao Feng remembers that 10 years ago, he went to their house for a meal, and the two of them could eat less than 200. But now, two people go to his house. No one is 3 to 500. You can't get out at all. As for a certain noodle village, Xiao Feng in this shop never understood. Branded as the specialty of pasta, but the taste of pasta is just so-so. The most important thing is that their prices are also not cheap. After a meal, consumption of 3 to 500 is a basic operation. And the most important thing is, this store doesn't have the economic benefits that their hometown should have. Xiao Feng has also been to restaurants in Mongolia before to eat. That restaurant is quite affordable. Although the price is not necessarily cheap, it will definitely make you support. But this shop is different. The price is not cheap, but the amount of food is hard to say. I don't know who I learned from. Anyway, he didn't want to understand how this store was so popular. But he doesn't understand, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these two stores are definitely the top-tier mid to high-end restaurants in the domestic catering industry. Nationally speaking, it is all about fame and fame, strength and strength. However, Xiao Feng now wants to enter the mid to high-end catering industry. And what he wants to do is not the same as these two. What he wants to do is a high-end chain in the high-end catering industry. The number of cyclamen he wants to build does not require as many stores as celebrity chefs, but the profitability is definitely not lower than that of celebrity chefs. Don't you see that Apple's shipments do not have any advantage in the mobile phone industry? But it can take 80% of the profits of the mobile phone industry. This shows the benefits of the high-end market, because in this field, a considerable number of people do not consume rationally. For example, some people bought apples when they sold kidneys at first, but now they are overdrafted by Huibai, and they have to buy apples in installments as well. Obviously earning 3 to 5,000 a month, living in a cubicle in a big city. Every month the rent is eliminated, as well as food and drink expenses. It is basically moonlight. But in order to save face, I have to buy apples. Moreover, it is plausible to say that Apple means that the system is good. That is, it is smooth. But you can't even eat food anymore. Apple's system has a dare function in smooth. Could anyone still use an apple for you and look up at you with one or two eyes? Of course. The mid to high-end consumption in the catering industry is completely another matter. Since the state banned public money for eating and drinking, the various private clubs, various private dishes, or high-end restaurants that were popular in the past have all fallen down. But after all, there is still market demand for high-end catering consumption. Some rich people don't like to spend money in crowded restaurants. People just like to spend in restaurants with a better environment and a little more elegant. And sometimes it's not appropriate to entertain some guests in ordinary small restaurants. On the one hand, it is because of the identity of the guest. On the other hand, it is also because of the sincerity of the guest. Therefore, there is still demand in the mid to high-end catering market. This is also the main reason why fishing in certain places and villages in certain noodles have become popular in recent years. Although the two of them are not cheap, they do provide something different from ordinary restaurants. One is special or even the ultimate service, while the other one provides unusual food tastes. And Xiao Feng also saw the profit margins of the head of the catering industry. And the cyclamen he founded were aimed at this field. And this cyclamen, the main thing is health. From the beginning of planning the brand, he set up a dedicated team to locate and plan the store. This team can contain hundreds of people inside and outside, and these people have diverse work characteristics. Some are doing food taste research, some are doing food nutrition research, and some are doing software technical support for shops. In short, this time his plot is not small. The ultimate meaning of this cyclamen is actually to standardize high-end products. This is what their celebrity chef group is best at. The taste standard, the quantity standard of the food, and then the nutrition range standard. To put it bluntly, what they have to do is more high-end Chinese fast food. The previous celebrity chef manufacturing was a common mode of Chinese fast food, using a central kitchen supply mode. It is their factory on Toi Iman Island, making all kinds of fast food into cooking bags, and then sending them to various stores. When each store receives an order, just open the cooking bag and heat it up. In this way, the standard of uniform weight, uniform nutrition and uniform taste can be achieved. For high-end hotels, you naturally cannot adopt such a model. Especially our high-end restaurants in China rely on the chefs behind them. The chef's craftsmanship is good, so the restaurant's dishes can attract customers. In this way, this restaurant has a selling point and a gimmick that can be hyped. But actually, those so-called high-end restaurants, in fact, there is only one chef with high-end technology, and the rest are apprentices who follow him. In fact, most of the food you eat in this restaurant is made by his apprentice. The chef will only go to the battle when he is receiving high-end VIPs in the store, or when some apprentices can't handle the dishes. So for ordinary consumers, what they eat is actually no different from ordinary restaurants outside. If you pay more, you are actually paying for the reputation of the incumbent restaurant. As for Xiao Feng cyclamen, what they have to do this time is to standardize high-end catering. And this time his main concept of health. Through this period of planning, the first thing their team did was to select products. Hundreds of chefs were recruited and went to various high-end restaurants to find out the tastes of the guests who went to these restaurants. For this cyclamen, Xiao Feng plans to cook fusion dishes that have been popular in recent years. The so-called fusion dishes, in fact, can make any dishes. In the past, many restaurants www.ntlnovel.com often featured Sichuan, Hunan, and Cantonese cuisine. When you arrive at this store, you can only eat their main features. But if you go to a Sichuan restaurant, but the people you browse with want to eat Shandong cuisine, and Cantonese cuisine is very troublesome. So what his cyclamen has to do is to blend cuisine and do everything. If you want to eat Sichuan cuisine's mapo tofu, and fish-flavored pork shreds, we can make it. If you want to eat Cantonese cuisine, steamed sea fish, or gale beef, we can also fry. So the first step they took was to send people to various restaurants to collect information. The main thing is to see what kind of dishes the guests come to these stores like the most. Then write down the most popular dishes, and then write these dishes into their menu. The next thing to do is to train the chef, because they want to make assembly lines and standardized products. They must train their own chefs. Chapter 1399 Rich Thinking. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Kowtow. In fact, if you want to open a real high-end restaurant, you really need some highly skilled chefs, because these chefs do have their own unique skills in many dishes. The same dish, other than him, really can't taste that taste, or even can't make it. However, these techniques of theirs are also their unique secrets, and they are generally not easily imparted to the outside world. Such chefs are indeed amazing, but their asking prices are also very high. Often the annual salary is hundreds of thousands, or even millions, and they also have a dedicated team. If you hire this chef, then you have to hire enough of his team. And this team often includes some deputies, apprentices, and even exaggerated faces that require them to designate candidates. Some high-end restaurants, in order to be able to be worthy of the word high-end, in order to be able to start the brand, in order to be able to win customers, can only bear with such a request. However, after hiring this team, it can really quickly bring fame and passenger flow to the restaurant, and bring profits to the restaurant. But the disadvantage is also very big. That is, This team is easy to form a situation where the tail is big. For example, in the later stage, once the popularity of the restaurant rises and the bosses have tasted the sweetness, they will ask for a salary increase, even exaggerated, will ask for shares of the hotel. At this time, the boss will be in a dilemma. The restaurant where he invested heavily has just improved, but the chef team has asked for a salary increase, or a huge bonus at the end of the year, or a dividend. Don't you agree? People threaten you every minute that you want to quit. At this time, there are still many competitors on the market looking forward to it, waiting to take your chef team away. In addition, if the boss is strong enough, he does not agree to the requirements of the chef team, and he has a certain influence in the local area. The chef team does not dare to change jobs easily, but they also have ways to behave. For example, it will secretly reduce the quality of the food, and at the same time draw strips on the dishes. The oily salt meat or the high-end ingredients will be used very quickly, and it can even be said to be very wasteful. Anyway, you can always make money for your boss, and it's not as happy as before. In the end, the boss had to bow his head to them. Of course, this is only a part of the black sheep. Not all chefs do this. But there is one thing in common. That is, these chefs are often not very good-tempered, and they also like to cherish themselves. And this is not in line with the idea that Xiao Feng intends to make Cyclamen in the high-end catering industry to implement uniformity and standardization. So the planning team of Cyclamen recruited a group of young chefs and started intensive training. Of course, they also spent high prices. Some chefs were invited to train these young chefs. Although the chefs can't come to Cyclamen to become chefs, but they did not refuse the request for high-priced training. Anyway, what the Orthodox teaches is not any special skills. There are some local specialties that they are good at. These skills, if you teach them, you will teach them. After all, the Celebrity Chef Group is a big name in the domestic catering industry. They don't dare to offend this group too much. The chefs started to learn from these local specialties and mastered certain skills. The self-produced seasoning produced by Mendao can be used. For example, soy sauce with mushroom powder, after brewing. The taste is unique. It is more delicious than the so-called very fresh soy sauce that tastes disodium nucleotides. The most important thing is that this soy sauce is still very healthy and has its own unique taste. There are also condiments such as their own vinegar, oil consumption, etc. These are not available outside. And the dishes made with these self-produced condiments, let's talk about the taste. That is, of course, absolutely no match. Those so-called chefs are a bit worse. After that, it's set up. This is also what the Celebrity Chef team thinks of in the market segment. For example, they will mark it clearly on the menu. Each dish will be divided into large, medium and small portions. For example, large servings are suitable for 6 or more people, medium servings are suitable for 3 to 4 people, and small servings are suitable for 1 to 2 people. And what side dishes are eaten for large, medium and small portions, and the amount of each side dish will be clearly marked. For example, a large portion of garlic sprouts fried pork, how many grams of garlic sprouts and how many grams of meat are used, will be clearly written. And the most important thing is that Xiao Feng also intends to let people label all the calories that are not divided. What are the calories of a large serving dish? What is the caloric value of a medium serving dish? And how much calories are a small serving dish? Only in this way can guests have the most intuitive experience of healthy eating. How many people eat, how much and how to eat will not exceed the calories. A healthy diet does not have to eat this or that, but pay attention to the most reasonable diet. This is the healthy concept they intend to create. At present, there are very few restaurants in China that can achieve standardization in this regard. Even foreign high-end restaurants, there is no one that can achieve such standardization. And this is also a major gimmick of their marketing this time. Of course, This is a process of high-end customization standardization they mainly want to build. The main idea is to make the guests eat healthier and to make the meals more transparent. It is not a simple project to achieve specific quantification in high-end customized cuisine. There are many specific details to be implemented, such as the establishment of calorie standards for meals. There is a lot of knowledge in this. To know the source of calories in Chinese food, it is not just the side dishes you use. Simply put, for example, a garlic sprouts fried pork. The heat in this dish is definitely not only from garlic sprouts and shredded pork, and the oil you put in, as well as all kinds of condiments, which are also caloric. It is necessary to accurately calculate all the calories so that the guests can eat clearly. Guests can rest assured and satisfied is their ultimate goal. In addition, we will also produce some special light dishes. If these dishes are done well, we will go out independently in the future. After learning about the current planning progress of Cyclamen, Xiaofeng explained to Zhu Jing and several senior executives. Zhu Jing and other executives knew what it meant when they heard the so-called light food. In fact, this is a very popular concept in big cities recently, and it is also passed from Japan. In fact, there are many restaurants of this kind in Japan with light food. The main target customers of such restaurants are those urban white-collar women. Nowadays, urban white-collar workers know how hard they can lose weight in order to lose weight. Japanese businessmen have developed this light food restaurant specifically for these women. The so-called light food, to put it bluntly, means that there is no meat, and all food is grass. To put it bluntly, it is sera made up of various green vegetables. There are also various soups. These soups are all made from vegetables, and during the cooking process, no oil is added and very little salt is added. In fact, according to normal nutrition theory, this way of eating is very unhealthy. But you can't stand it. He is welcomed by girls. After all, there are not many women who have a normal healthy diet, and there are not many women who can rationally face a variety of healthy diets. Many of them see green vegetables and fruits and they think they are a healthy food. And I don't know that if they eat this way for a long time, it will actually seriously affect their health. For example, if you do not consume grains for a long time, you will lose weight faster, but after a long time, your hair will fall out and become dry. If you don't consume oil for a long time, your mood will fluctuate, and your skin will even explode. If you do not consume protein for a long time, then the whole person will not be long before, and many diseases such as beriberi will appear. Therefore, as soon as Xiaofeng and Zhu Jing discussed it, they planned to inject the most correct light food concept. For example, they will add appropriate grains to light meals. But these grains are all coarse grains. Such coarse grains have a strong feeling of fullness and a slow glycemic index. Moreover, proper amount of healthy and high-quality fat will be added to ensure the normal operation of human endocrine. Finally, the right amount of protein will be added, and this protein is basically plant-based protein. To put it plainly, is tofu. After all, most women think that eating meat is the main culprit leading to weight gain, so it is okay if they control the meat intake. I believe that such foods will be very popular once they are launched. Of course, this is just an initial idea and attempt. Even if this idea fails, even Cyclamen has failed. This is not a big deal. Speaking of which, this is the benefit of rich wealth. It is always said that the richer the person, the easier it is to make money. What is this? Speaking of fundamentals, in fact, because the rich have abundant capital, he can afford the cost of trial and error, while the poor have no such capital. For example, a small restaurant requires an investment of 100,000 yuan in order to have fun. The rich can make 5 or 6, or even a dozen of them, to open www.mentalnovel.com together. For those who have no money, if they spend 100,000 yuan, it is all he has, so he can only open one family. The end result was that the shop invested by people with no money went bankrupt due to poor management. Of the 10 stores invested by wealthy people, 9 out of 10 went down, but the last one was completed, and it was still very popular. Then the final result is that the wealthy people have lost 900,000 previously, and they all made it back with one family alone. And they can quickly copy and paste the store's model with their abundant capital, and spread it out. Make the most money in the shortest period of time, and avoid having colleagues come in, and copycats are prevalent, which will greatly reduce the profit standard. This is the rich man's thinking that internet jokes often say. In fact, the reason is very simple. It is not because the rich are smarter than the poor, and they dare to fight. In the final analysis, it is because of their thick blood and stronger trial and error ability. Chapter 1401 Operation is as fierce as a tiger. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. As for the trial and error ability of the Celebrity Chef Group, not to mention now the funds in the bank account of the Celebrity Chef Group are equivalent to letting this company open a Goldfinger, and the blood bar is almost infinite. So as long as they don't do much, even dozens of trial and error failures are not a problem. And Xiao Feng is not afraid of problems when trying to innovate, because he can afford it. As long as the celebrity chefs make no problems with the basic plates of this fast food restaurant, that's okay. And sometimes you have to know how to hide in business. You can't be a winning general in the market. If there is no one or two failures in your development history, then that is the real big problem. When that happens, others will study you every day. How did you do it? And Xiao Feng's concept has always been to make a fortune in a muffled voice, and never come out easily. He doesn't want to live under the magnifying glass of others every day, especially when some people are still particularly unkind. Therefore, this urge that Zhu Jing and the others are trying to cast the net widely, in fact, he also meant to behave for outsiders. So what everyone sees is, oh, the Celebrity Chef Group is not a god, and not every investment will succeed. They will fail too. It turned out to be nothing more than that. When those people thought this way, Xiao Feng's goal was achieved. No way, in this society, some people just can't see that others are better than them. If you live better than him, then he will miss you all day, which is also one of the roots of human inferiority. Well, good President Xiao, we have written down this idea, and we will arrange for someone to try this aspect of customized dishes. Zhu Jing carefully wrote down the light food restaurant concept that Xiao Feng had told him in the small notebook. Indeed, this idea is very good, mainly for those high-end female consumer groups. You have to know that women's money is best earned, and the customer group targeted by this restaurant is also a group of people with very strong spending power. There is no need to open many such restaurants, as long as there are a few in the top commercial office areas in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Make the gimmick and advertising planning more beautiful, and there will never be a shortage of customers at that time. Xiao Feng hadn't wondered how this light food restaurant could succeed, but Zhu Jing, as a top female white-collar worker, liked this plan very much, because she knows the consumer psychology of women very well. Now she is no longer the manager of an ordinary fast food restaurant. Back then, when she made 10,000 yuan, she did not dare to spend a penny indiscriminately, because she had to pay for the living expenses of the children at home. She had to save money for the elderly to receive medical treatment. When her monthly salary reaches 20,000, she sends her children to the best kindergarten. Let the elderly in the family also go to the hospital to check their health frequently, eat and drink well. When she had a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, she started to buy herself the best bags, clothes and shoes. She even got a membership card for the beauty club. When the monthly salary was 100,000, she took more care of herself. I go to the Sunshine Hospital every week for beauty injections, and I also start to exercise. What I eat is organic food, the safest and healthy ingredients. And now, with an annual salary of more than 10 million for such a light food restaurant, she loves it at the first listen. Isn't this kind of restaurant specially prepared for bone spirits like her? There is no big fish and meat that feels greasy without seeing it, and there is no noisy environment full of smoky fog and alcohol in the house. Some are indifferent, elegant, high-end and petty bourgeoisie. Isn't this the favorite tone of female professionals like them? In such a restaurant, a cup of coffee or a salad is simply the most pleasant time of the day at work. Is Xiaofeng just a proposal? Zijing has taken care of it here, and she has even secretly decided in her heart about this light food restaurant. She intends to personally take charge. She must make this light food restaurant beautifully. Be sure to make this restaurant the most distinctive model in the domestic food circle. Well, besides, Zijing, you are mobilizing a group of people to form a team. There will be a team coming from the US. Xiaofeng ordered Zijing to say again. And Zijing was taken aback after hearing this. Boss, this is... Well, I think domestic beverage shops seem to be very popular in the past 2 years, and our celebrity chef group must not lag behind. Several executives next to him, when they heard Xiaofeng's words, they all brightened. It seems that this time the boss is coming back. He is really going to make a big move. Although the boss did not relax in the matter of opening the franchise again, the boss created 2 new high-end brands in this breath. Then this is going to enter the beverage circle again. It seems that the boss is planning to attack more lines. This is like a group, should it look like it should be. In the past, executives of the group felt painful when they thought of the tens of billions that the group lay on the bank account. Is this boss a local rich man? Just knowing to make money, but not knowing how to spend it, is too wrong. So much money, just lying in the bank, how many interest can you earn in a year? If it is used for investment and diversified operations, then this is the correct way to use it. If some other project is completed in the future, the return is far from being as simple as a little interest. In fact, many senior executives in the company complained in their hearts that Xiaofeng is a rich native and doesn't understand financial operations at all. At that time, everyone might think that the boss was a cautious person, and there was nothing to break in. But today, the boss really stood up, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger. It's not an exaggeration at all. Positioning in one breath, created 2 new product lines. Just these 2 lines, it is estimated that 2 billion will be invested. Then this is about to start a drink chain, this Nima. However, in recent years, the domestic beverage industry has indeed been too flammable and too explosive. 3 years ago, I started with Haicha, then Dingcha, and now Michel Ice City, and then there was a certain Fortunate Coffee that was boiling a while ago. These wave after wave of milk tea shops and cafes are in the ascendant, come and die again. It looks like a beverage chain, and it has experienced waves of updates and iterations in the domestic business circle. But in fact this is just a process of shuffling. And the one who really stayed in the end would definitely be the king in this field. Last year, in this field, there are still very kings, such as Xing Xing Coffee, and a certain milk tea shop. The 2 dominate the coffee and tea beverages respectively. It's a pity that this year both of these 2 companies have become lingering. Mr. Xing Coffee, needless to say, it is a way of cashing out capital, relying on financing to burn money, madly attract passenger flow, and then take the passenger flow to the US stock market. To realize it, the executives of the company are indeed making a lot of money in the capital market, but unfortunately they were finally spotted by financial snipers and hit hard. It was also their fate. Just when they were about to be killed by others, a pandemic broke out and attracted everyone's attention. And they also ushered in a respite. But although most of their franchise stores across the country have been retained, however, the popularity is already not as good as before. After all, the scandal that broke out at that time still affected the reputation of their store brands. But they are still alive. This alone reflects the tenacity of this company in the domestic market's demand for low-end chain coffee brands. As for the other head of the milk tea industry, Xiaofeng really didn't even want to mention it. This inexplicable company suddenly appeared. Now it seems that it is a master who can play capital operation better than mooing coffee. It's just that the owner of this store is a bit too awkward. Look at someone's Xing Xing Coffee, even if they only play with capital operations, They are also going to the US stock market to harvest leaks in the US. But this milk tea shop is different. They all rely on seizing the short video outlets that have emerged in the last 2 years. It is relying on the huge traffic brought by the short video platform when it just emerged, relying on the early money, self-packaging and hype. Hype yourself into an internet celebrity shop, and then rely on short videos to carry out viral propaganda. When people see their home in short videos, they often queue up at the door to early die. Then, the crazy nationwide franchise investment promotion began. Then he flicked thousands of franchise stores across the country in one breath, and then cut leaks frantically from these franchisees. And their tea, in fact, does not have much advantage in the face of competition in the same industry. In fact, the milk tea industry has always been like this, even lower than the technical content of the coffee industry. To know that you want to engage in a coffee chain, at least you have to master a stable source of coffee beans in order to participate in the game. The milk tea industry is much simpler than chain coffee. First, there are no restrictions on raw materials, and second, there is no technical content in terms of taste. In the early days, milk tea relied on creamer and flavor blending. A cup of milk tea worth more than 10 yuan was very low cost, only less than 6 cents. But now the milk tea shop is a bit more high-end. You are reading www.youcanzu.com uses tea bags and really uses milk and cream to make milk tea for you. But in fact, their milk is blended with milk powder, and the tea bags are also in batches, and the cost is just as low. A cup of milk tea, if not counting labor and rent, water and electricity, is estimated to be really worth less than $1. But once it was sold, it was 20 cups, and a big cup would add 10 yuan, which shows the huge profits. The most important thing is that there is almost no technical threshold in this business, and the cost of entry is too low. As a result, the competition in this field is extremely fierce, and the update and iteration speed is very fast. So a year ago, the tea chain at the head of the industry did not have any technical advantages. It only lasted for less than a year, and now it is basically in a cool state. Although there are still franchise stores operating, it is also the franchise owner who has already boarded the ship, and there is no way to make money.